Hey, folks on the internet. I hope you're all having a wonderful day and welcome to Spooky Saturdays, a just chatting installment where I share scary stories and delightful conversation with my friends on Twitch. Whether you're here with us live or you're enjoying the VOD at your leisure later on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm super excited that you're here. Today, we're hanging out with Faulty and Salty. Uh, some of you may know them as Rhea or Miss Faulty if you're nasty. How you doing today, Faulty?
I'm so glad you did that bit. I'm
I
so glad you did the bit that I wanted you to do.
listen, I've been I've been headcanoning this. I was like, I need to make this shit happen.
I'm here for it.
This is how we do. Thank you for the lurk, Tigress. I appreciate you. Oh man.
The real question is, are we supposed to still be on the stream starting soon screen?
Yes. Because I
Okay,
was
bet.
about to go. It's gonna be
I don't know
great.
how this fucking works. I'm doing this fucking
Oh,
winging
like
this
yeah, I
bit.
totally fucking
You
know
know
what
how
I'm
I'm
doing.
doing? I woke up totally aware that I was gonna be on a podcast today. And I woke up and I ate breakfast and I took a shower and I did nothing else but prepare for this podcast.
For sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did today and
Yep.
nothing else. And no one can prove anything otherwise.
Listen, that's our story. We're sticking to it.
Absolutely.
I was
Couple
here.
of
That's
goddamn
what happened.
professionals.
As my father
Can
says,
confirm.
that's my story because I'm the one telling it. So,
I'll say I always say that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Anytime someone redeems story time,
listen. This is
I'll tell
all.
you, you're gonna sign it off so you know it's done.
Hello, Zombified Potato. Thank you for the hype. You beautiful.
Potato!
Potato. Yeah. So, people.
I saw sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but real quick, I
No,
saw a potato food truck yesterday outside the tattoo shop. And if that's not the most Montana thing I've seen so far, I don't know what is.
you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, no idea what it is.
Let me
But it was
just.
fantastic. I did not get the potatoes, but like one of the artists went and got lunch from there. Every single person sitting waiting in the shop went and got a baked potato. And I
As
was
you do.
pretty jealous about it because I was in the middle of getting a tattoo. I couldn't go outside and get it. By the time that my tattoo was over, the food truck was gone. And I'm very upset about it.
So you didn't even get a potato.
I didn't even get a potato. And then at the store today, I mean, in the shower today, I did not get a potato either. Because I didn't go to the store today. I only prepped for this.
Yes, for sure. Absolutely. Oh, chat. If you're not already following Faulty, what are you doing? Like,
Probably making good decisions.
well, I'm gonna just do this because that's how I feel, and I remember totally how to do a shout out all on my own. Bam, did it. So
Right?
yeah,
It's like the second a streamer gets mods, it's like you forget how to do anything that a mod should be doing.
listen, I never knew anything. Thank you
Right?
for
It's
being proud of me.
like the second you get mods, it's just like, oh, I have to ban this follower link myself. Are you joking?
Whack.
Come on, this
Absolutely
free
whack.
labor doesn't want to like be on my shit 24/7. Come on. What do I not pay you for?
Listen, I pay everyone an exposure. Because I'll say I love you multiple times on air. Like, I love you, you're beautiful. It's like constant. Oh, so yeah, you do Twitch streaming. Very exciting. And I know you do a lot of Dead by Daylight.
I do a dick ton of Dead by Daylight. I kind of have a problem. My second problem being that I threw away my pizza box for the pizza that's about to come out of the oven, and now I don't have anything to put the pizza on.
Do you
That's
have
my
a
really
pan?
big issue right now.
Do you have a pan? Is it
No,
in a
I'll
pan?
figure it out. No, but yeah, I play. I mean, I've been trying to branch out a little bit, but yeah, Dead by Daylight's still my main content. We were playing Final Fantasy 14 for a really long time, and then my sub lapsed while I was on my road trip, and I just haven't re-upped it yet. That is the scariest story ever. All right, guys, good podcast. We figured out the scariest story ever. No more scary stories from
And we're
anyone
done.
ever again.
We did it.
Good job, team.
No, we're gonna get scary here.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad. Oh, this
Dude, I
I've been
fucking love horror. Just like anything, like I don't know what it is about me as a person, and I know it's not just me. I know it's a lot of people that there's something exhilarating about thinking you're about to die.
for sure. Like
Like I don't
that
know what it is. Like I had a couple moments where afterwards, like in the moment, it's spooky as fuck, and you're just like, "Oh fuck, what's happening? Shit!" But then afterwards, you're just like, "Holy shit, I feel fucking incredible."
yeah, it's like
Like one
that
time,
the adrenaline.
I was biking up Commonwealth Ave in Boston, and I went to go take a left, and it was like late at night, and I didn't see a car coming, and a car clipped me.
Oof.
Um, Luckily, like it just clipped me a little bit. Like my front tire like went a little wonky. I had to stop, but like they almost hit me going real fucking fast, and that shit would not have ended well. And I literally just like I like kind of just like got back on my. Cause I wasn't that far from my apartment. I was like, probably like 2 blocks from my apartment, and I bike back to my apartment. Just kind of like I like turned off my music and just like silent car rided it back, except on a bike. And then I just like I like closed the door behind me in my apartment, and I just started laughing my ass off. I was like, "Holy shit! I almost just died.
I did it. It's great.
I'm still
Oh,
alive."
dude, no, I've
But
actually been hit. I've been hit by a car twice, so I hear that.
oh yeah, plenty of times. I
It's
mean, well, I delivered food on a bike in Boston. Like,
you
yeah,
for
but
sure, absolutely. You're like, and this
oh
is
yeah,
the
I've been hit by
day.
like 4 cars.
It's so weird because like when impact happens, your first thought isn't like, oh my god, I've been struck. It's like, why am I on the fucking ground? Like for a split
Right?
second, you're like, what the what?
Well, the big thing for me was people opening their doors in the bike lane, and like I had a little basket on the front of the bike that I would put the food in. Um, and people would open their door and like I would just crash right fucking into it. And I went over the handlebars a couple times.
Oof.
Whew. Did I nonchalantly take my pizza out of the oven like really smoothly without anyone knowing I was away from my headset?
No, never. That's exactly like what pizza? What are you talking
That's
about?
exactly like who the fuck makes pizza in the middle of a podcast? That's crazy. That
Listen,
only a true unprofessional would do such a thing.
listen. Everyone in this podcast right now, super professional. It's seamless. Exactly, Zombified Potato. It's seamless.
I already got it.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
So yeah, real quick because you mentioned the thing because I got clipped. I think I was like 14, 13. I was walking down a winding road in Sheffield Wheelock, which no one outside of the Northeast Kingdom in Vermont will have any idea where that is. But it
No,
was
I mean
just
I've been
like
up there maybe once.
it's like this very there's not a sidewalk because it's Route 122. So I was
Right.
walking alongside the road. Full disclosure, I'm deaf on the left side, and I don't like walking on the right side of the road, even though that's the side of the road you should be walking on if you're going that
Right, because you
direction.
can't hear a car coming.
Yeah, so I'm just walking, minding my business. And you know those old trucks that have like the jutted out like metal bar mirrors that are just ridiculous?
Oh, I fucking hate those things. They look like a goddamn moose.
Yeah, they look like little moose antlers. So
Like,
there
what do you
I
like? Okay, if that's in like a semi, sure. You know what? You need that. If you're
needed a
driving like a
pickup.
Ford F-150, just a regular ass pickup truck, you do not fucking need those. And what are you compensating for? Because there's
Something.
way better ways to compensate.
For sure, for sure.
You're the
You
best.
can actually get those little things on your tow hitch that look like balls. But
Oh, truck nuts,
truck nuts.
toasties.
Um aesthetically pleasing. No, so I'm walking, I'm minding my business, like la la la, taking a cute little walk, and I get slammed into my shoulder.
Oof.
It's slammed into because he was that close to the side of the road, and it threw me. It threw me like 6 feet because he
Oof.
was going. It dislocated my shoulder. And I opened my eyes, and my face was inches away from a buzzing electric fence. So, like, that initial, like, why I'm on the ground was immediately like, that is so close to my fucking face. I was
Yeah.
almost barbecue. And I had to, like, go and set my arm, like, in a door
Jesus
jam.
Christ.
it
God
was,
damn.
it was rough. But people be just wiling out in their cars.
Trying to think like the worst accident I ever had. Probably when I broke my ankle.
Oof.
I'm trying to think if I've had a more. Oh well, okay. I've had a couple of really painful experiences that were like not on purpose. Um, one of them was when I was really young and stupid.
As you
It's
do.
it's it's basically the How I Met Your Mother game of like drunk or kid. No, I'm just gonna spoil it. I was a kid. I'm also looking at this pizza right now and realizing that like out of my 4 slices, one slice has one piece of pineapple on it. One slice has 2 pieces of pineapple on it. The third piece has about 4 pieces of pineapple on it. The last piece has about 20 pieces of pineapple on it.
Where's the pineapple equality?
It's the equity that I really need.
It just needs to be there.
So yeah, once when I was really little, my friend had a big hill nearby that was paved. We also had skateboards and scooters. Yeah. I was on a skateboard. I didn't skateboard at the time. I did pick it up. Picked up longboarding in the future afterwards, but like at the time, I had no experience on a skateboard, and this hill was like probably steeper than a 45-degree angle. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was steep. It was big.
You should never have been. Not the hill.
Never. So I got about halfway down this hill, right? And I realized I don't have a game plan here. I look at the bottom of the hill. The bottom of the hill, there's a bunch of like concrete, like slabs to stop cars that are going to like from falling into a marsh that's behind it.
Mm.
So I was like, my brain just was like, okay, well that's not a great option. Like slamming into the concrete, not what I want. So I tried super hard to just like veer to the left and just kind of like get onto someone's yard. But when I clipped the sidewalk, I fell off of it, just fucking slammed the left side of my body onto the sidewalk. Just road rash, like all up and down my arm, on
Ooh.
my legs. It was not a great time. And the second time I got really hurt was when I broke my ankle. And this time I wasn't even being stupid. It was a stupid way to get hurt, but it wasn't me that was being stupid. I was walking down, I was actually at Plymouth Rock, which is a weird place to be
Yeah.
because it's not an impressive monument at all. I don't know
Not
if
at
you've ever been
all.
to Plymouth Rock. It's
I
not
have.
exciting. Right? It's like one of those things you grow up, you're told how exciting it is, and you're just like, oh, we're gonna go see where the country started. Yeah. And then you
You
get
get there
there,
and you're
it's
like,
like it's literally just a fucking rock.
it's a rock.
It's not even the right rock. Like
They're like, this rock looks good. We'll just call it that.
right? So I was across the street. There's a little hill across the street from Plymouth Rock. I was walking down that hill, and I kind of lost my footing a little bit. 'Cause it's relatively steep. It was the ground was wet. So I was just like, whoa, boy, and I realized that I was gonna fall, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna put my stage combat skills into play. I'm gonna try to brace for it and roll out, and maybe I'll just come out of this with a couple cuts and bruises, and it'll be fine. So I thought I was gonna jump at the end because there's a little like 5-foot brick wall right at the end of it before the sidewalk. And right before the brick wall, I was all right, I'm gonna jump over it, and then I'm gonna land 5 feet down on the sidewalk, and I might get a little hurt, but it'll be fine. I slipped on a fucking piece of ice
Ooh.
right before that brick part. Heard my ankle snap. Hit the ground, heard it snap again.
Oh
Um,
god, no.
3-inch diagonal compound fracture on my ankle. The doctor looked at it and they were like, wow, you fucked this up perfectly. How did you do this? And I was like,
Well,
I
you
fell.
see. Well, you
And they're like,
see.
no, how'd you actually do it? And I was like, I fell. God damn it. No, I actually just fell. But the fucked up part was they didn't have a doctor on hand to cast it. They just put it in a splint and were like, yeah, come back tomorrow morning. So for a full 24 hours, I was just in a splint with a broken ankle, just hobbling around. Like, this is fine.
No permanent damage will happen here. It's
Yeah,
fine.
totally
You have
not.
2 ankles. God.
The interesting part is actually, it wasn't my ankle that had lasting damage. It was my muscles. my muscles on my left leg deteriorated really hard because at the time I was a cross country runner. Um,
Mm.
I had just finished I had just started theater and moved from cross country, but I still had the muscles of a cross country runner. And like I grew up playing hockey, I rode my bike all the time. Like I had a lot of muscle on my calves. So when I took I was on crutches for 2 weeks. I told them I was like, I don't want to be on crutches, period. I was like, what can I do to avoid crutches entirely? And the doctor was like, what do you mean? No, you're getting crutches.
Like, that's not
Um,
how this works.
yeah, they're like, you
It's not
broke
an
your ankle,
elective
you're
thing.
getting crutches. Yeah. And I was like, all right, well, what's the minimum amount of time I need to be wearing this? And he was like, I saw this is the only time I ever saw a doctor sigh at me. And he was like, 2 weeks, you need to use them for 2 weeks. After that, you take this boot, you strap it to your cast, and you can walk around on it. And I was like, all right, cool, bet. So I walked
Like,
around on
so
a broken ankle for a while, which actually really, my physical therapist later told me really fucking helped. They're like, yeah, if you didn't do that, you probably would be in physical therapy for twice as long.
yeah.
And I was like, cool, because I hate it here.
No, want to be here for very long.
No, I hated it there. Like, there was one part at the beginning of every physical therapy session where she had some kind of like pain killing ointment and she would massage my leg. And that felt amazing for like the first 10 out of the 15 minutes of it. And then that last 5 minutes was just her just like working the muscle as much as possible. And it just fucking hurt.
I wonder if it was like Tiger Balm. Because that
No idea.
shit's crazy intense. And you're like, this is great. And then like the last 5 minutes, you're like, oh,
You're like, oh, this is not great.
this is actually not great.
It starts off so nice, and then you're just like, oh, right, this has a medical purpose. Right, fuck me.
Like, ouch, kitty. Oh man. So basically, I just want to kind of sidestep back into the spookiness of it all.
Absolutely.
Basically, I don't know if you've seen how we accomplish this goal, but we kind of do like a round robin storytelling thing, where one of us starts, we tell a story, and then during, after, like, you live react. We're just gonna live react if something's weird when we're reading something, or hearing something. I fully encourage us to be like, hey, wait a minute, that's what? And just kind of talk about it. And then we kind of just go back and forth and just discuss it as it goes. Zombie, thank you for following.
Hey,
Did I say
baby.
that?
You did.
I just winked. Nobody can see me wink, but I winked. It was a very like, here I am.
I'm dead.
It's phenomenal.
I do that all the time. Actually, during this conversation, I've already done a bunch of hand motions that were supposed to convey what was happening.
Well, listen, that's the best part.
I am not on camera. Which thank God.
Our audience can, I believe, they can psychically understand the hand motions. Especially
okay, the thing
if
is, I actually think that people can. I think it helps inflection a lot. I think a lot of VOD watchers right now know for a fact that I put my finger up and put my thumb to the side. And like my pinky was out just a little bit. Just a little bit.
No, for sure.
And I think like intense VOD watchers can really recognize that. And I think that is something that, separates VOD watchers from live viewers.
That's, hey, I mean, listen. I'm here for all of my. I have a bad habit, and I do this anytime I'm playing because I don't cam, but I feel like everybody can hear when I wave like goodbye if I'm on a Discord call, if like we're playing a game. I'm like, all right, have a great time, and like everyone can tell I'm waving.
Oh, I do like the wave where like you put your hand under your chin and like you just kind of like wave your fingers.
I will hydrate with real ass water and not this delicious cold brew that Zombify Potato.
Oh right, I had a Powerade. I would fuck up a cold brew right now. I've actually been drinking a lot less caffeine lately, which is kind of weird. Because I was always like hooked on caffeine. Dude, I think honestly, quitting cigarettes is making me quit a bunch of other shit.
Dude, that's some real shit.
Dude, I quit smoking like 3.5 months ago. And
congrats.
I'm eating less sugar. I'm drinking less caffeine. Like I'm just taking better care of my body in general. Like it's kind of crazy. And also like I was really worried that like, especially like over the road trip, I saw cigarettes so cheap. Like
Yeah,
ridiculously cheap. Like Boston pack of cigarettes like $13. I
easy.
saw packs of cigarettes for like $5 in the South, and I was just like, and
Yeah,
I
that's
was
some
like,
real
no,
shit.
no, can't do it. And then I got up here, and my friend smoked a cigarette next to me, and I had to get out the car yesterday. Like literally, she had already smoked one like last or 2 weeks ago in front of me, and it was fine. Like I didn't like it. I was kind of like, oh, ew, like the smell kind of sucks, but whatever. I'm like not that bothered by it. And then yeah, yesterday I was in the car with her, and she lit a cigarette, and like the second she lit it, I was like, nope, no, I gotta get out of this car right now. I can't even do this. It's disgusting. So
It's wild.
fuck
When
cigarettes, fuck cancer.
absolutely.
Totally not the subject of what we're talking
It took me. I used to quit. I
about.
used to quit pretty often. Uh, it took me a long ass time to quit smoking. And I vape now, but that's because I still have a dependency on
Right.
some form of nicotine. Um, and I think I've cut back a lot because I used to at one point I used to smoke 4 packs a day.
God damn, I was only half a pack a day for 9 years. I thought I was bad.
Well, I started smoking when I was like 11.
4 packs a
So
day? Do you never? Is that just a chain smoking from the moment you wake up?
yeah, essentially. I was also like a heavy drinker.
Right.
Um,
Oh well, yeah. If you're drinking,
well, I mean,
yeah, I can go through it. Dude, if I'm like blackout drunk, I can go through a whole pack of cigarettes for
I've
sure.
been solid in recovery. I've been a recovering alcoholic since 2013.
Okay, dude.
So it's definitely it's been a struggle. I quit smoking during the pandemic, like
Fuck yeah.
which is like you'd think like that doesn't make sense,
Actually,
but
I both quit and re-picked it up during the pandemic. I quit for 6 months because they banned Newports in Massachusetts, and I told myself I was never going back to my
wait,
friends.
what? No.
They banned Newports, and they banned anything menthol. They banned anything flavored. And see, I love vaping, and I was actually in a vape shop yesterday with Glitter, because I actually got locked out of the house because I thought we went to a tattoo sale yesterday, and I was like, oh, it's a flash sale, like we're gonna be there forever, like we're gonna be there all day.
I would like
There was
all of the
like two
tattoos, thank
people in
you.
line in front of us, like, and I was like, oh right, we don't live in a big city anymore. um, but I was in a vape shop, and I was thinking about it. I almost got a vape yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Because like I don't like for me. I could vape and be comfortable with myself. I love vaping. I love all the different juices. Like I love the culture. I know myself well enough to know that if I start vaping, I'm gonna buy a pack of cigarettes. I can't do that to myself.
I mean, they have the no nick options.
That one I was thinking about.
I
I was thinking about getting back into zeros.
well, that's how I've been kind of like going, kind of breaking like again slowly. It's not a race, it's a marathon. That's how I've been like
Exactly.
slowly like decreasing the amount of nicotine in my life. God, this is becoming like an nicotine PSA, but no. Like
I mean, I lucked out on it because like I went 4 days without smoking during the subathon, and then um, my baby just texted me no after I said the thing about vaping. I just
absolutely.
go no, 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 not even absolutely not. Just the word no.
No. Full stop.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna. But what the fuck was that? Oh yeah, so I was like 4 days into the subathon. I ran out of money. I literally was like broke. Like I had $2 in my bank account. Um, and I was like 36 hours into the subathon, and I was like, well, I ran out of cigarettes, and I was like, I guess I'm just not gonna get cigarettes until after the stream is over. And the stream went on for 6 days. So like 4 days into not smoking, I finally got paid, and I was just like, I'm already 4 days in. I might as well just say fuck it and get a week. And then once I got a week, I was like, fuck it, I'll just quit.
That's how you have to do it. Like you have to just be like, you're gonna make it day by day.
It literally has to be like the most casual thing you ever do. I think it's crazy because like I've tried to quit a bunch of times. Like so many times have I had a last cigarette ever. Never
Like
works.
last one, I promise.
Yeah, if you have a last cigarette ever, air quotes, it's not going to be your last cigarette ever. It's just not going to.
Yeah.
Uh, and I had so many times where like I would be dramatic. I would like throw packs away just to buy another pack the next day. Uh, And
then
no,
you're
this
like,
one
I
was
could have
like
saved
a like,
myself
oh, I'm broke. I
$15.
literally cannot buy cigarettes right now. Uh, and yeah, then that literally like poverty made me quit smoking. The subathon and poverty, one of the two.
Listen,
Although I would have found a way. Like if there's anything you know about cigarette smokers, like no matter how broke you are, you always have money for a pack of cigarettes.
yeah, it's the it's the drive.
I got $2 in my bank account, but I bet you if I scrounge up enough quarters, and I got a $5 scratch ticket in the desk from a while back.
Like, no, we got some empties we can return. We can make this shit happen.
Yo, for real though, I've done that.
We're like, I know exactly where I can help clean up the
Mm-hmm.
environment, unquote. And then I can also get this pack of Newports.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was
It's
that
back
was
in
that was that
Newports.
was the brand that I smoked. And it
Actually,
really
okay, if you're a smoker and you're not smoking Newports, what are you doing? They're
exactly.
better cigarettes, I promise. Like,
It
you
really
shouldn't smoke
fucked
at
it really
all.
fucked me up when I again I hate I know we were talking about spooky shit. We'll get to the spooky shit in a second. I just have to say this. Like, it used to be a thing, like if you sent somebody to go pick you up a pack of cigarettes, if you had any other brand and you were like, I would like menthol, from the 5 feet from the car to the register, if you sent someone else in, they would forget that you wanted menthol. And they'd come back with regulars. And you're like, God damn, I can't smoke this, but I will, but I can't.
I will. I'm going
Fucking
to. But
will.
I'm like fine, but I'll complain the whole time.
Like, I'm gonna be a bitch about this for like the whole time this pack is in my hand. No.
Right?
But like if you sent someone in for Newports, there was no way for them to fuck that up. And
Yeah, grab me a pack of Newports.
I remember distinctly, I sent my friend Joe, I was like, Joe, I'm not doing good. I'm out of smokes. Can you go pick me up a pack before you get here? And he was like, yeah, sure. What do you want? So it's very simple. I say Newport, hundreds. Go for it. Because again, Newports at that point, to my knowledge, had only ever made menthol.
Right.
So the day I sent him out was the day that they had released their new line of unmenthol cigarettes. So he came back with this red pack, and I'm like, the fuck is this? Well, now I was
Oh,
bitching, and
no.
I smoked the whole
Those are
thing. But
gross.
they were. It
I
was
didn't like
just
those.
so. It was like this isn't even like a okay, fine.
Newport
It's
non-menthol is like smoking is like the other side of the coin of smoking a Marlboro menthol. A Marlboro menthol, not good. You don't want. Nobody wants that.
no,
That's
unless
the
there's a
exact same
coupon, and
thing
then
from
you're like,
Newport.
I guess I'll
Right,
do
if I'm like
it.
real bro.
I guess I'll do it.
No,
It's like
when one of
$2
my
off.
exes, when I lived with her dad, he smoked L&Ms, and I
Oh
never understood
shit.
that shit at all. Those are not good cigarettes.
It's like when people are
Those
like,
who
I
have
like
never
the
smoked
orange
cigarettes.
Pall Malls.
Like,
It's like,
that was the other thing. No, that's what he smoked. He
unironically.
smoked fucking Pall Malls. He did the blues. He did the Pall Mall blues. It wasn't L&Ms. It was Pall Malls. It was fucking Pall Mall blues, and they were nothing. I remember I was out one day and I didn't want to go to the store, so I grabbed one from him. I was like, fuck it, a cigarette. And I was smoking. I was sitting there smoking. I was like, why am I even smoking? I don't even enjoy this. Why am I doing this? That should have been my start to quitting, but it was not. It was my start to putting my shoes on so I can grab a pack of Newports.
like this give me the motivation to quit? It gives me the motivation to walk down to Cumbies, actually.
Honestly. To
There's
never
not a
pick up a
Cumbies
Pall
down
Mall
here, and I
again.
miss it so much.
Don't
But
worry, I can guarantee you, no matter what, I will never buy a pack of Pall Malls. That's
it's
just not gonna happen.
it just feels weird and dirty.
Right?
But
Like my life could just like go to absolute shit. Like my baby could leave me. I could lose everything. I could lose my stream. I could lose my car. I could lose my cat. I could be in the darkest of depths. You will never catch my ass buying a fucking pack of Pall Malls.
that's when you're like, what even brand is this? It's not a Pall Mall. Fine, we'll do it. We'll give it a shot. Give it a try.
Like, what is
Ah.
this? It's jet fuel and a Pall Mall.
Is it menthol? Fantastic. Let's do this. No.
Be at the gas station just looking at them. Looking at the pumps. I'm like, oh, that one says menthol.
Ethanol, menthol. Glug glug. Oh, but
Oh,
no.
really good.
Viewers, wherever you are, if you have nicotine dependency, if you're still smoking, I believe in you. However you want to handle it, however you feel your life, you will get there. Just Like Faulty said, be casual about it. Just don't.
Literally, like the thing is too, like I always tell people, like especially if you're a grown ass adult, like I'm not your supervisor. You can do whatever the fuck you want if you're
Exactly.
a grown ass adult, but like I'm telling you, you do not need that shit the way you think you need it.
It's crazy because,
And don't get me
like,
wrong, the fucked up part is that feeling never goes away. I want a cigarette right now.
yeah,
I'm not gonna have one. I'm not gonna go get any, but that feeling does not go away ever.
no, it's like when you go to drink your first cup of coffee in the morning and you're like, it would be great with this, a cigarette. And it's like, you
Right?
haven't
And then you eat
smoked
your
in two
breakfast, and then
years,
you're
bunny.
and then
Like,
you're done eating, and you're just like, man, you know what would be really great for my post meal? A cigarette. I am only one slice and one bite into this pizza right now, and I'm like, man, a cigarette would go really good with this right now. I have not
it's
had one in 3.5 months. Like, there is no nicotine in my body at this point. Like, it's all flushed out. And here I am just
your
being like,
brain's like,
man, you know
but
what would be
think of,
really
like,
fucking
it's the
nice right now.
palate, and it's just so weird. And it really
Yeah, it's
does when you
crazy.
quit
It,
smoking,
it
it changes
hijacks
your
your
taste
brain.
buds. It
It
changes it.
does. I
Like,
literally, like, for my entire life, I've always had the biggest sweet tooth. Well, part of this is also I have, because of the smoking and not taking care of myself, I have fucked up teeth. Uh, and I've been cutting back on sugar real bad, partly because of I don't need it. Like for my tea, for example, I used to zombie will tell you, like they saw me put sugar in my tea once, and they literally were just like, Rio, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, what? And it's like, why did you put that much in there? And mind you, that one time I did put too much in. I put way more than I
full
meant to.
disclosure.
Yeah, I put way more than I meant to, but like not like that much. And now like I drink my tea just straight, no sugar, no nothing, and it tastes fine. I can actually taste things. That's the craziest part. I can actually taste things. Before, if I had a cup of tea and there was no sugar in it, I wouldn't taste anything. Like
It was
it
like
was a
half a
lot of
cup of
sugar. It
sugar.
was a lot of sugar. It was a lot. It was an embarrassing amount of sugar.
For me, the thing that changed the most wasn't necessarily I mean, there was definitely some stuff where I'm like, I used to love the taste of certain things. And then, like, I noticed it's probably like a week into quitting. I was like, wow, this tastes like shit. Why did I like this?
Right?
Like, this actually tastes like garbage. Why the fuck am I eating this? But also, I used to smoke from when I was a child, a actual child.
Right.
Uh,
No, I had
so
my first cigarette when I think I was like
I've always had an
14.
anosmia situation. Like, I couldn't smell things, and
Right.
I've
Yeah,
always
yeah.
lived
My
with it
sense
and
of smell sucked.
just accepted it and lived. I was like, this is just your life. Just deal with it.
Yeah, same. Like I had smoked for so long, I was just like, oh no, that's not the cigarettes. I just have a poor sense of smell.
Yeah, and it
No,
wasn't.
turns out it was the cigarettes.
It was the cigarettes the whole time.
Turns
No,
out I have a fine sense of smell and I have a fine sense of taste. I just smoked half a pack a day for like 9 years.
just completely fucking wrecked by shit.
Oh yeah, just like annihilated my body.
The worst thing is though, it's funny because I make this joke too often. Like, it's a weird, like, back of my mind. Like, when I was just like treating my body terribly, I was also in that, like, like, prime of your life or whatever, where like
Hey,
my
you're in your
body
20s, you can
naturally,
just do whatever you
yeah,
want
I
because
could
it
just
just
do
heals
whatever I
itself all the
wanted. And
time.
so now that I'm like an aging bunny, my body's like, hey, so you done fucked up a lot. But I make the joke, I'm like, it's
You're gonna
weird
pay
that
for
when I
that.
was doing all the fucked up shit to my body, I had no problem doing things, and now I'm just like, ugh.
Right?
I like moved my arm wrong and fucking dislocated. I did something fucked up. Like
I
yesterday, I
I,
was like, I
I
looked
sneezed the other
wrong.
day and I got a headache. I was like, what is this shit?
I have this terrible. I've always done this. Whenever I sneeze, I bite my tongue. Like, for some reason, it always
Hmm,
happens that way. So like, I'm just full on, like, one side of my mouth is just like scallop from like
damn.
sneezing. It's fucked up.
No, like I remember not even that long ago, like right before the trip, I stayed up until like 5 o'clock in the morning and I was just like, yeah, who cares? It's just like I don't have a schedule. Um my cat woke me
Scheduling.
up
Who is
at like
she?
11. So like I got a decent amount of sleep. I got like 6 hours, but like my body was just like, no, you're finals tired. Like, you're not doing anything today, buddy. You stayed up too late. And I was just like,
Ugh.
okay, fine. It's like I just kind of had a lazy day. I went to bed at a reasonable hour. I woke up the next day. I was still hurting just from staying up too late and not getting enough sleep. Just slept a little funny. Just fucked up my whole week.
And you're like, I guess it'll be like sleep debt's a real thing. Like sleep.
Right? And then you're like, oh, I'm not 20 anymore. I'm not in college anymore. I can't just do this.
Like, oh, I guess I have to. I feel so bad because Zombified Potato is older than I am. So like, even when I do my shenanigans, where I'm like, I don't need to sleep, fuck it, and I get so much shit done because I get manic, and I'm like, I'm gonna do all the things, I'm gonna make all
Right.
the lists. Um, and he's trying to keep me company, and then he'll look at me and he'll be like, "Babe, I'm exhausted. I have to sleep now. Good night." And he will just
And
go to
then,
sleep, and I'm like, "Well, I'm still going." And then he'll wake
okay,
up the
have
next
fun.
morning, and I'm still going, and he's like, "Jesus, please go take a nap."
Just
He's
go
like, "It
sleep.
mentally hurts me to see that you have not slept because I feel
Oh
like shit
yeah,
because
dude.
I slept. I slept though. You didn't." I'm like, "Yeah."
Um, no, like that, and that's what like I didn't realize how bad that was until I started doing like the crazy long streams, until I started doing the subathon, and like I got into like 48 hours without sleep, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep now, and next day I'll wake up and I'll be fine. And then like the sleep debt hit in, and I was just like, oh,
If you
oh,
don't rest, if you don't make time to rest, your body will make time to rest.
oh yeah, your
And it
body
will
will just be
not
like,
let you
nah, I'm
choose. It'll be
good.
like, actually, 5 hour
Go fuck
nap.
yourself.
Enjoy. Like,
Oh yeah, I've been taking no, dude. Ever since I got here, like, because I did not sleep while on the road trip, because there was a few nights where I was sleeping in my car, and my car was, full of my shit. So like, there was no going into and lying down in the back seat. There was no like just putting the seats down and like lying. No, it was like I slept in my driver's seat.
ooh.
Yeah, not optimal. Um, and when I got here, I started taking naps that like would just last for forever. I'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to sleep for like an hour. I wake up and it's like, oh, I was supposed to be on stream like, 3 hours ago. Fuck. Okay.
Whoopsie doodle.
Yeah, it happens.
Oh, man.
Remember that time we both have ADHD and we were supposed to be telling spooky stories for like the
Shit.
past
Oh,
40
my
minutes? I
God.
remember.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, we've been going for a minute. I've got, I'll start a story. I got a good one. Um, and I think it fits because you're eating pizza.
Oh, wonderful. You're gonna ruin my pizza.
No, because it wasn't delivery, so you're okay.
Oh, it's okay. This was also not delivery. Mm.
So
Like I said, this
this
pizza came out of my oven.
it's it lived here. It is a part of this family. Um, God, this is a story that I had recommended to me. Never open your door for late pizza. The ringing chime of my doorbell pierced the fog of sleep, carried through the otherwise silent house with an echo that stirred eerie thoughts in my partially dreaming mind. That is a huge run on sentence. Holy shit. I almost slept through it when thud, thud, thud. The unmistakable sound of knocking, 3 urgent raps against my door, forced away the last of haze of my sleep. Lucy, I muttered, my voice, hoarse with sleep, waving lazily to bat my girlfriend awake. My hand met nothing. Sorry, the music stopped. My hand met nothing but the air falling into the empty bed beside me, sparking a sudden rush of confusion that immediately gave way to recollection. Oh, yeah, she'd left for a business trip the other side of the country that morning and wouldn't be back for another day or so. I was alone. I rose reluctantly, doing my best to rub the feeling of sandpaper from beneath my eyelids as I peered with bleary vision at my nightstand. 3:13, the old clock on my nightstand read, its letters coming into view as my vision adjusted. Who the fuck would be here at this time? I had never received a visitor so late since we'd moved in, and I felt wisps of unease wafting through the fog of fatigue. That's a big ass mood, because I don't like people showing up at my house regardless. Like,
No, I've never understood that. People that just knock on their neighbors' houses. Like, leave me the fuck alone.
I've lived in this house for 5 years. I don't know any of my neighbors. Um,
Well, I intend to keep it that
I
way.
intend to keep it that way. Like, I think this guy next to me might be named Jeff. Maybe.
Like you talk to your neighbor if either you're both mowing the lawn and you see each other, or like you're both doing yard work, or like something terrible has happened and you're like, I need assistance.
Like, I think the only reason we know is because our neighbor was shooting off guns, and we live in a weird place where, like, it's technically like at the beginning of our yard is the county, but the other part's the city. Like, it's like in this weird nexus spot where, like, I'm in one town, my next door neighbor's in another, but we're also in the same. Like, my house exists within 3 cities and 2 counties. So,
What?
like, when my neighbor was shooting off guns, the cop came up and was like, "Yeah, so you can't, because you're in the city. Your neighbor can, if he's over here, shoot off guns." And Zombie was like, "Yeah, the guy's name is Jeff. He seems very nice." And that is the extent of which I know my neighbors. I definitely wouldn't. 3:13 in the
How's the
morning.
gun guy?
I'm not answering that door. Get
No,
fucked.
absolutely not. Are you joking? I'm gonna call the cops before I don't call the
I'm
cops.
not calling the cops. I'm
Well,
just
I
gonna be
don't
like,
call the cops. I'm calling the cops. No matter what, there are very few situations, in my opinion, where the presence of a police officer helps the situation.
yeah, exactly. Like, I'd
Like
rather
there needs
just,
to be an emergency that there are a responder to.
yeah. I ain't just
There
gonna
better
be
be a
calling it.
dude with a gun to my face before I call the cops.
Even then, I'm still gonna try first and be like, "Hey."
Right, I'm still gonna reason with them and be like, dude, you don't know me. Killing me would not help you at all. What do you want? Is it money? Is it stuff? You want my TV? Go take my TV. I always told myself, if I ever get mugged in public, in any public place, I'm gonna look at them and be like, do you have a gun? And if the answer is no, I'm out of there. I'm booking it. Because I'm faster than most people.
See, me, I'm just like, if I headbutt them right here, it will hurt them before me.
See,
Just
if their answer
close
is
that
yes, I do have a gun, it's like, cool, what do you want? Anything? Keys, wallet, here you
close
go.
that distance. Don't
You want my
actually
shoes? Here you go.
don't do that. Don't be bunny. Like, run away. All right, back to this lady who's getting a knock on her door.
This
You're a
lady.
big girl, Melissa. You can handle late night visitors without your wife, I told myself, doing my best to keep the instinctive rush of anxiety at
Oh,
bay.
and they're gay. Let's go.
We love it. We love to see it. I
Hi, I'm
still
very
felt
gay.
somewhat new here, having only moved to the small town of Cold Lake, Illinois a year prior. While I enjoyed the small town life, I don't quite feel like...
Okay, this is where the story loses me. You're telling me a gay person opened the door at 3 o'clock in the morning in fucking Louisiana or Illinois, rather? You're telling me this motherfucker went to Illinois? This gay person. First of all, you telling me this gay person moved to Illinois? That just doesn't make any sense.
Make it make sense to me. This is, we're gonna try. I'm gonna suspend my disbelief. Maybe there's a reason that we don't know outside of this story,
I'm
and it
making
makes
gay jokes
sense.
at this point.
We're just gonna believe in it. Girl, Melissa, don't be opening that door, but go back to sleep. They'll deal with it. Still, who the hell would be here at this time? Exactly. I scoured my mind for the night before, my mind still groggy with the few hours of sleep I'd managed to get, until all at once it clicked. I'd fallen asleep the night prior doing my usual social media surfing. Doom scrolling. Trying to stay awake while waiting for a pizza I'd ordered myself for dinner that night. I realized I must have drifted off at some point. At least 2 hours had passed from what I could recall, and I realized at some point I must have drifted off to sleep. I blinked, confusion blooming. I ordered that pizza around 9 p.m. at the latest. Oh, so they did what we did. They had an accidental 6-hour nap. That's fair.
It happens.
It happens to the best of us, girl. Had they been
But also, that
knocking?
kind of way, they said they had a 2 hour nap. That means they went to sleep at around 1 o'clock in the morning. That means this motherfucker waited for 4 hours for their pizza
Right?
and didn't think to call the pizza place. They were just like, no, I'm sure it's still on the way.
Exactly. Especially considering usually for delivery you have to pay before it gets. I'd be like, yo, I spent $40 on my pizza.
Like, where the fuck's my pizza?
Where's my pizza? I realized I must have drifted out. I read that already. I ordered around 9 p.m. at the latest. Had they been knocking there for a while? No, I wouldn't have slept through that. And if anything, they'd just left on my porch to freeze. I sat up. The room was dark, the errant rays of moonlight and the glow from the nearest street lamp seeping in through the closed shutters only just to prevent total blindness. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking again, thunderous in the silence of the night, followed by the chime of the doorbell. I searched the sheets for my phone, finding it under my pillow, my hand moving somewhat blindly until a notification popped up on the screen. Movement, front door. Well, when we moved in, my wife had insisted that we install one of those doorbell security camera systems to connect to our phones after seeing one too many internet videos of home invasions, and I didn't disagree. I also don't disagree. That's a great idea.
Yeah, honestly, like we're at the point in society where like just they're not even expensive to get. Like
No.
they're very commercially available.
And like, even if nothing bad ever happens, what's the worst that's going to happen? You'll be able to avoid your neighbor Jeff when he's trying to knock at your door to talk
At
to
3 o'clock in
you,
the morning.
to perceive you. Like, no, don't perceive me.
See, now here's my hot take before we get back in the story.
Yeah.
The person at the door is your neighbor Jeff, who actually ate half of your pizza, and then went, "Shit, I didn't order this pizza." Put the
Yeah.
other half back in the box, and then was like looking at it, saw what they thought they saw that like bunny on there, and they were like, "I think there's a hair next door." Like, and then they came over at 3 o'clock in the morning to give you the rest of your pizza and be like, "I'm so sorry, I
I'm
ate this
so
pizza."
sorry.
That's my hot take.
I had a blunt right before they arrived, and I was like, "Ooh, pineapple, yes, please."
I didn't question. I just thought I forgot I ordered it.
Yes. And they said it was already paid for. Why not?
I think about that a lot, actually. Actually, okay. I've been a food delivery person for a whole bunch of different apps and stores and whatnot. It is so easy to steal someone else's food, and it never
Yeah.
happens. I think it's a weird thing in society. Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. It's a good thing this happens. It's a good thing that people don't steal food from each other. It's so easy to steal food from a delivery person.
Yeah.
Especially if it's already paid for. I see a person coming out of a building, I'm just going to assume it's my person. So if you act like I'm your person, I'll be like, here you go. See you later.
Have a great day.
And like so many people will go to the door for their partners, so like, you can't even like question them on the name. But like you can't like if a big guy comes out of the door, you're not just like, Rachel?
Here you go, Rachel. Enjoy your
It's
burritos.
so easy to steal people's food is all I'm saying.
No, for sure. But I love that it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen very often. On nights.
That was always one of my biggest fears. Sorry.
No worries. I love it.
That was a big fear of mine as a delivery person. Is that someone would come out and be like, "Hey, you just gave my food to that guy?" And I'd be like, "Sounds like you should take it up with that guy."
Yeah, that's a you problem now. I have completed my task. It happened.
Dude, I get paid $14 an hour. I'm not coming back here.
Like, nope, sorry. Oh, what's that? Goodbye. Just dip immediately. Internet videos, home invasion. On nights like this, when her job required she be out of town for days at a time, I found it a particular comfort to be able to see who was at our door without having to actually greet them. Another set of knocking made me jump. The final strands of sleep had been tugged from my mind, and a cloud began to mass in my chest. From somewhere outside, one of our neighbor's dogs began to bark, filling me with a familiar sense of anxiety about it being a nuisance. I couldn't imagine a logical reason why the food I'd ordered at 9-something the night before would be arriving now, or why the driver would make such disruption so late at night. A creeping sense of disquiet began to take root. Rather than physically answer the door, I elected to check the doorbell camera. There was something heavy in the air, a strange surrealness that clung to everything like a fog, giving it an awful dreamlike feeling. My fingers raced across the screen, unlocking my phone, opening the app. Something about having such an unexpected clamor wake my mind from the borders of sleep at such an odd hour made everything feel strangely dreamlike. Anxious anticipation twisted knots in my stomach As the live camera loaded, each spin of the gray swirl at the center seemingly making the nauseating sensation of butterflies in my stomach multiply. Finally, it loaded. The video was sparking to life on my screen. Oh, I breathed. My heart dropped in response, a deep pit forming in my chest. I felt an icy chill raise goosebumps along my skin, an immediate response to the person I saw on the camera. I love this story, and I just really quick, I like this. It's very creepy, but I'm getting a lot of how Melissa feels. And it does feel like when you have a word count essay in college and you're like, I have got to fill this motherfucker up. I have like 400 words max, but I need to get like to 1200. That's the vibe I'm getting from this. And I'm not knocking it. I'm sure it's scary,
I
but like,
think I have a legitimate guess as to what's gonna happen. I don't know if you want to do predictions at
yes, do
all.
it. I love to hear it.
The last one was obviously a joke. It's not gonna be your neighbor Jeff. Like,
Or is it?
it might be, but it's probably not. I'm feeling fairly confident that it's not their neighbor coming over there because they ate half their pizza. I'm feeling good about that. I think the pizza's a mislead.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be one of those tropes where it's like, I saw my dad, but my dad's been dead for 10 years.
Oh shit.
That's my guess. That's just tossing that out there.
All right, let's see. On the front stoop of our house stood a man, something immediately unsettling about his presence. He was tall, nearly towering out of frame, despite leaning forward to meet the camera. The top half of his head was hidden beneath the brim of a dirty baseball cap he wore. Filthy blonde hair, thick with grease, sticking out from the sides. The fading logo emblazoned on the front of the center of
Oh,
the
we've
camera.
all met this guy at Cumbies at 2
For
o'clock in the
sure.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the dude who comes in and he's like, I'm gonna get a liter of Mountain Dew.
That's the dude that hangs out at the Cumbies to play Keno.
He just sits outside drinking his soda. We'll come back in every like 15 minutes, use the bathroom. We'll just like walk shambling through the back hall, like the
Might
back.
pretend to look at something.
Yeah, and it's like, did you just shove a wine bottle down your pants, my guy? Like, because I feel like I seen
We
to.
don't even sell wine here.
This Cumbies doesn't have alcohol. It's in a dry county. Where'd you even get that? No. I must go. My cat was like, why are you yelling? Sorry.
Dry counties are just code for there's meth here.
That's. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, what is okay? Dirty baseball cap. The bold lettering atop a cartoonish illustration of the pizza. Johnny's Pizza. It read some of the text covered the dark stains, and I instantly recognized the name of the place I'd ordered from hours ago. Johnny's Pizza, a local place that had become a favorite of ours. Because, they're so prompt at delivering your pizzas. Of course it's your favorite place. That's me, just like...
Absolutely professionals.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I get that. What I could see of his skin appeared sickly, almost translucent, even in the green-gray tint of the camera's night vision. And it was stretched as though his face didn't quite fit on the head it was on. His thin lips were pulled back into a small, cracked grin, stretched across his thin lips, never once wavering as he stood, swaying lightly on ungrained legs as stilts. I tried to shake the reaction. Surely the poor man must suffer from some condition. Perhaps he'd been really badly burned. And a part of me felt very awful for the initial response. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the alarm bells that something about his appearance was off. A name tag hung pinned to his shirt, reading, "Hi, my name is Philip."
I'm so sorry. All I heard was, "Hi, my name is what?"
Philip. Also, like, if you can read the name on somebody's name tag from your doorbell camera, like,
pretty big name tag, I feel.
that has got to be a fucking huge. Either you have an amazing camera that can pick up a lot of detail, because this is again someone's name tag, or they're wearing literally like a block name tag that's bigger than a hand, just like
go with the latter because you have to remember they're in Illinois, and I don't think they're gonna have that nice of a camera on their house.
Valid. You know what? That's a valid take. Such an awkward pin. Could you
Such an
imagine?
awkward hang up to just like be trashing on Illinois this whole time.
Illinois, we don't hate you, but also
But like, we don't like you either.
I mean, pick your poison. Okay,
I have
so
so little opinions on Illinois, actually.
I have no like frame
I
of
have no real.
context.
Yeah, I've never been
Just
there.
dunking on Illinois for
For
the
cheap,
for the
for cheap.
fun, for the lulls. He stood, arms stretched forward, one clutching, cannot talk, I'm so sorry, a red canvas delivery bag, like the kind I'd seen plenty of times before, though this was far dirtier than usual, covered in unidentifiable dark splotches, bulging out as though it had been stuffed to the brim. The other remained pressed against my front door, off frame. Everything about him was alarming. That smile, it made my skin crawl. He looked young, but his skin seemed dry and stretched as though he'd gone through some sort of horribly botched surgery and everything had been pulled back. And this is why we moisturize, kids.
That's
Just
true.
real
Do your
quick
skincare.
PSA, moisturize, stay hydrated.
One thing I never realized until I came out as trans is like how fucking easy skincare is to do, and the fact that like there's no men that do it ever. Like men don't do skincare; they just don't.
I I could do a lot better with my personal skincare.
Oh,
It's
same.
just so easy to just like, meh.
It's so easy just to not.
But we could all benefit from taking that time. Like Philip could definitely benefit from like slapping some Nivea on his face.
No interview is so good.
It is so good. Thud, thud, thud. Another few thunderous knocks broke into the eerie silence, setting the neighbor's dog into another brief frenzy. I was fully awake now, primal discomfort gnawing at my nerves as I racked my mind for an idea of what to do. I was awful in emergency situations, and while there was technically no emergency yet, my mind was already entering panic mode. Another ring at the door made me jump from my skin, sustained this time, as the man held the button down for almost a minute, the urgency of his attempts increasing. Hello? I spoke into my phone before I could think better of it, voice shaking despite my best attempts. As ridiculous as it had been in hindsight, my immediate focus was ceasing the clamor before it woke the neighbors. Had I been thinking clearly, perhaps I'd have seen the benefit in that and considered against alerting the strange man to my presence. Yeah, if they don't know you there, girl, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. I'm
That
sure
would be my
there's.
response, I think, to the situation. I think I would just like see how it played out and like see if they would just go away by not responding.
Yeah, just like, shh, they'll go away.
Yeah, because if they because the one of two things would happen at that point, either or one of three things. Like either they leave and then problem solved. They continue doing what they're doing and then nothing has changed, or they're gonna try to get in and escalate the situation, which like was already gonna escalate. But like if they're gonna break into your house, probably for the best that they don't know you're home.
Yeah, for sure. I keep thinking of like
Nice.
those videos that you watch, like when you're like in an office setting where it's like, if you cannot run, hide, and if you cannot hide, fight. Like,
Right?
like, girl, if you can't run out your house, hide. But like, also get you a baseball bat, some.
It's all you need is a bat, just something. Like no one. I'm always of the opinion that like no one really needs a gun, in my
Dude,
opinion.
exactly.
And like
Yes.
most people are scared off just by the fact that you're home. Like
Yeah,
most people that are coming into your house, like are not there to see you, are not there to do anything to you. They're here to take your shit.
that's a real
And it's
thing.
like knowing that you're home is enough to scare most of them away.
I had a dude who broke into my house while I was asleep. Um, and the person I was with at the time tried to go out there and reason with him for whatever fucking reason. Was like, I'm gonna talk to the dude, but like, I woke up during, like, when I had sent them out, I was like, go figure out what's going on. And then I heard talking like they were just trying to have a chat. And I'm like, no, fuck that. But I was sleeping in the buff, and I had a rebar that I kept by the bed,
I'm dead.
which is a whole ass move. And I walked out just in the buff, and I was like, get out of my house. while you can. And the guy was like, bye, and left.
Yeah, dude, that's the way to do it. Just like make them realize that you're crazier than they are.
Double down on your crazy. It works very often. Because he just thought he was going to go in and have a great TV and leave. And I was like, I need you to realize that I'm crazy. Like, I was sleeping and you fucked this up for everyone.
That's what I used to do with the crackheads downtown in Boston. Because if you try to ignore a crackhead, they'll call you out on the fact that you're ignoring them.
Yeah,
you gotta like, hey asshole, look at me when I'm talking to you. Like,
yeah, they'll try to re-engage you harder if you ignore them.
Yeah, no, like the best thing to do is be like, yo, sorry, man, I'm busy, and they'll be like, all right, do your thing. Like, it's like I don't know what it is about crackheads, right? They want to bother you until they realize that you're legitimately busy, and then you're like, oh, you're not just hanging out? Go do your thing. Go do your thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll talk to someone who's gonna stick around me for a little bit.
Yeah, get that paper. Do it, girl. Yeah, I believe in you.
When I was actually at my job and I would go outside to smoke, the crackheads would come up to me and hang out with me. There was this one dude who like did not speak English anymore. Clearly, like, did at one point in his life, but not at this point in his life.
Yeah.
And he would always come over asking me for cigarettes. And like one day I just gave him one. I was like, here, dude, just get out of my face. And he sat down next to me and like started smoking it. I was like, no, that's not how this works, dude. You need to get the fuck out of here.
Like that was me paying you off.
Right? No, eventually that dude got himself arrested just so he could go to jail. Because he didn't want to be homeless anymore.
I mean,
and that's the real spooky story. Capitalism.
Capitalism is the scariest part of this fucking story. Although I am very curious to see how Melissa, I'm trying to fit all these words on a page, where she's going with this. Because we're into this.
Alerted the man to the presence.
She has now said hello. She has engaged him. His head tweaked to the right just a bit, adopting an odd tilt. The grin stretching slightly. The skin around his mouth seemed to rip at points. Hello, he spoke, an unusual crackle of distortion in the audio accompanying his words. His voice, it sounded wrong, hollow, and raw as if from disuse. He's shy. That's all that is, girl. You ain't gotta call him out on that. He doesn't talk to people.
Yeah, he's a fucking pizza delivery guy. He's got social anxiety.
He just wants you to sign for this shit and leave. God. I shuddered, an icy chill traveling through my bones, raising goosebumps along my skin. His speech was jilted and unusual, as though, man, this reads like that here's Belle singing her daily mean song about us. Damn.
A song where she says how much our lives suck.
Like, thanks, Belle. I appreciate you. His speech was jilted and unusual, as though he was simply repeating something he'd heard before in an unfamiliar tongue. I have delivery. He almost hissed the words. Oh, I read that wrong then. Whoops. Raising the bag out of camera to see. I could see it was leaking, a liquid which was undiscernible in camera, dripping from the bottom of the filthy canvas bag. Oh no. Baby, that's not pizza. Baby girl, that's not pizza. No.
I've seen this porn before.
You've seen this before? Stop. Okay. The grin wavered slightly.
All I'm saying is there is a genre called horror porn. I'll leave it at that.
Internet, totally up to you if you decide afterwards to search for that. You're all people.
Try to say you won't.
I bet there's someone watching the VOD who's already on their way to Google right now.
Like, hold up. There's no risky click needed.
They're already on Pornhub. RedTube if they're broke.
Oh, God. I'm crying. Hey, Archie, what's up? The grin wavered slightly as he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitching as though he were struggling not to smile outright. My heart and mind raced in unison, my resolve buckling under the growing sense of disquiet. Perhaps I was being crazy, the late hour and the fact I was alone, making my mind run with paranoia, but something about how late he was arriving, paired with his strange appearance and even stranger behavior. I didn't want whatever he'd brought me, especially not directly from him. Yeah, contactless delivery. Just be like, yep, sit on the chair, thank you.
Like, it's already paid for, my dude.
You
Like,
just
leave the shit there.
set it down and back away slowly.
Get the fuck away from the pizza!
What's in the box? No. Not to mention that bag. The more I looked at it, the less it looked like it held a singular cheese pizza I'd ordered. Girl, you telling me you've been waiting for a cheese pizza for 6 hours? Like, come on. Clearly full to the brim with something that was leaking profusely. I don't need it anymore, thanks. I made that order a couple of hours ago. I did my best to inject confidence in my tone that I didn't feel. It's paid for already, and I included a tip, so you can just take it. Sorry for the trouble. He tilted his head more, as though he were trying to mimic an owl, his grin stretching into a full-blown smile now, making visible 2 rows of abnormally large teeth, seemingly covered in rotten cavity by dark splotches visible on the camera. No, I'm sorry for the trouble. His voice was odd and uneven, as if he was just repeating words he'd heard back to me. That voice like gravel dripping with malevolent humor. I have delivery. Come get delivery. My breath caught in my throat for a moment, and as cold spasm of fear washed over me. I don't want it, I spoke through gritted teeth, to stop the shaking of my voice from being heard. If you have to drop it off for policy or whatever, then leave it and go, please. You have to open the door. Come get your delivery. His voice came odd and warbled, sounding for a moment as though he were mocking my words. An idea emerged amidst the panic, a last-ditch effort to avoid having to go to the door. I checked the camera, finding the man standing there closer than before, his crooked smile all that visible from his teeth. His face now, a row of unusually long, wide teeth stained with what seemed like cavities. Man, why are you talking about his jacked up teeth? I'm sure he's sensitive. Damn.
Honestly, some people with jacked up teeth aren't. I got pretty jacked up teeth. If someone tried to come at me for it, I'd be like, dude, teeth are not well designed at all. Like, we have a set of teeth that are designed to fall out of our head by the time we're 30, because humans didn't used to live this long.
Exactly. It's not my fault.
The human body has not, like, evolution has not kept up with modern medicine at all. We're not supposed, like, the human body, like, evolutionarily speaking, is not meant to live to 100.
No.
Like, it's just not. You're not supposed to be here for 100 years. But we've made it so that's very possible.
That makes me feel better about my teeth being fucked.
Oh, it should.
To be honest,
yeah,
I'm like, okay.
Well, because that's the thing, no matter what, if you live to be 60 years old, no matter what you do, no matter how good care you take of your teeth, I don't care how fucking well you are to your, it's gonna deteriorate. It's just gonna. It's like, who gives a shit if you've got fucking dentures?
I mean, honestly, there are some times where I'm just like, man, it would be nice to have dentures, not because I'm like have bad teeth, but because I've always had really weird gaps in my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be nice to have like a regular person smile.
Oh yeah,
not
like,
this like
if I had a smile right now, you'd just be like, "That's cool." Anyways, like you do not like nobody looks at me when I smile and goes, "Wow, you have a really nice smile." Like other than my girlfriend, but like no one else looks at me and is like, "I love your smile." I'm like, no, people don't.
like significant others, I think, don't count because they're contractually obligated to say nice things to you. I feel like.
Right, whether they mean them or not, because that's the thing, and that's something I've actually been going back and forth with my girlfriend with, and she's just like, yeah, you have to say that kind of stuff, and it's like, yes, okay, that is true. As a partner, you should always be gassing up your partner, but that doesn't mean that you don't believe it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's not true.
Like when Zombie tells me I'm adorable, I know it's contractual, but also I might be adorable. Who knows?
We both call our partners Zombie.
If you don't have a partner named Zombie, what are you doing?
Like, honestly, there's so many of them out there. Do you know how many zombies there are on Twitch? So many.
For the price of a cup of coffee at Cumbies, you too. No, I'm kidding.
You too could have a zombie. For the price of showing up at your door at 3 o'clock in the morning with half an eaten pizza, you
Oh,
too can get a zombie.
just. Oh. I took some security in the fact that he hadn't moved from the door. At least there I could keep an eye on him. No, girl, you want him to leave. Don't be excited about that.
I think she means like as opposed to like going around the side of the house.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then it becomes a if I see you, you can see me situation.
Oh, shaky. Gross. Opening the phone again, I scrolled through the calls from the night prior, redialing the number for Johnny's Pizza at 3 a.m.
That place is not open.
The call was answered after a few rings. Oh, I guess they were. Johnny's Pizza. John speaking. How can I help you? Wait, is this
See, that's how you know it's not right. It's not. He didn't say it was Johnny.
This is not the pizza place.
That's not the right pizza place. It's not. It's Johnny's Pizza. It's not John's Pizza. You idiot! Hang up the phone.
Hang up the
phone. That is like I make fun of that, but like that is a trope I've seen so many times. It's like just little stuff like that. And they're like, look how clever I was, because it's not the same name. And it's like, shut the fuck up. You just pigeonholed that in.
That was cheap, but I appreciate it. That was cheap, but I appreciate it. An older man.
Everything I do is cheap.
Oh no, I was talking about the trope.
That's okay. My statement stands.
Cheap tricks. An older man spoke into the phone. Weariness woven over his tone. Yeah, because it's 3 a.m. Like, night shift is hard.
Yeah,
man.
he's on a fucking graveyard shift. He hasn't spoken to another human since fucking Jeff left with your pizza 4 hours ago.
Hi, yes, and then I'd pause, not quite sure of what to say. Fuck it, I thought. And I told him everything, all about his employee's unusual behavior and the odd feeling I was getting from him, apologizing in an off chance he was suffering from some ailment. Is there anything wrong with him? I finally asked. That's rude. He paused for several moments, and I could hear the clacking of a keyboard on the other end. 1 medium cheese pizza at 9:13. That's you? Yes, I responded quickly. The man started ringing the doorbell again, and he just got there. The man coughed, flicking a lighter on the other end. Yeah, this dude's third shift. This is not his first rodeo with third shift.
Yeah, this dude's like over it. This is another call to this guy.
He's in the pizza joint. He's just like 3 a.m. Interesting. He's just now getting there. No,
It's like, yeah, you ordered a pizza and a pizza came.
Why are you calling me? Why are you calling me? It's Philip, right? He said, sounding incredulous. I thought back to the name tag. Yes, it is. Well, that doesn't sound like Philip. Little guy is squeaky clean. One of the most dependable employees I've had in a while. Only one not hopped up on some garbage on these late nights. Little guy. That was far from the word I'd use to describe the towering scarecrow of a man out on my front porch. Still, he sounded genuinely worried, and I couldn't tell whether his words should quell or intensify my fears. I've been trying to reach the little guy for a while now. I just figured he'd gone AWOL on me, not uncommon with the work ethic of this generation. Wow, John.
Damn.
Wow.
I mean, like, he's right, but like...
You're gonna call us out like that?
Like, our generation doesn't show up to work and then leave halfway through the shift. No, we just don't show up in the first place. We just no call, no show.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna quit in the middle of a shift, I'm gonna be dramatic as fuck about it.
As fuck about it. If I'm angry enough, because like I have never been angry enough to quit a job mid shift. Like I've been pretty pissed off at jobs. I've always given a 2-week notice.
See,
except for one time, like, I came back from the summer back to college, and I kind of just like never called Panera back. Because I left for the summer, I was like, all right, guys, I'll see you when I come back for the fall semester. And they're like, see you in 3 months. And I just never called them.
Like, about that ghost.
Honestly.
New phone, who's this? No,
I'm not just showing up one day, like, with my card and just, like, swiping in and just seeing what happened.
I've rage quit many jobs. But it's never been, I'm going to ghost in the middle of a shift.
Never.
I've never quit in the middle of a shift now that I think about it. I usually show up like an hour before my shift, and I'm dramatic as fuck. And I'm like, here are the
Like,
keys. In a perfect world, I'd give you notice, but the world's not perfect. Have a nice day. Like, the
love
most
it.
like intense shit. Oh, poor little Philip.
Poor Philip. Definitely got jumped on the way to there.
Yeah, and this dude's now wearing his skin. Ugh. It
Oh,
just
I think he's
seems.
wearing his skin.
I think that's what's happening.
I just assumed the guy got jumped, took his uniform and the pizza, and was just like, I'm gonna go rob this person's house.
6 hours later.
Well, it probably took a while to figure out where the guy was going. He probably had to beat the information out of him.
Yeah,
Like, I assumed there was like a whole torture segment.
that we just didn't get to see. Poor Philip.
Yeah.
Poor
Poor Philip.
Philip.
Philip didn't deserve this. He lived a good life.
He did. He was the
Well,
bestest
dude, one
boy.
time he actually did my taxes for me.
What a nice guy.
Right? Philip was a really nice guy, so it's kind of fucked up that this is happening to him.
And now his boss is talking shit about him.
Mad shit as he's like dying in some torture room.
Well, the work ethic of this generation, but that seemed odd for him. And you're saying he just arrived recently? Yeah, a little after 3 a.m. I think he may be on something. His skin looks sickly and his hair looks covered in sweat or grease or something. And oh Lord, John, interrupt. A sudden shift in his tone made my heart drop. Fear palpable in his voice. His eyes. What do his eyes look like? Does he blink? That's hella specific, John. John, that is hella specific. What are you getting at, my man? My stomach twisted in cold knots at the question. I racked my brain for an answer and realizing I had none, quickly moved the phone from my ear, opening the camera app. Well, I cannot talk. Sudden coils of shock and horror seized in my chest. The man stood mere inches from the camera, his face filling the screen to horrific effect. His eyes, I could feel the urge to hyperventilate taking a hold of my heart, racing painfully. Jesus Christ, there's something wrong with them, I spoke frantically as I watched the unblinking nightmare of a face. They're small and dark, there's nothing, no white, nothing. They were like those of a shark, two small points amidst the canvas of papery skin, obsidian black and oddly far apart. Despite the lack of iris, I could somehow feel his gaze burning through the screen. That smile, though, unchanged, sudden, somehow far more menacing. Dread was beginning to overwhelm me wholly, that face breeding such a visceral feelings of horror, the likes I've only known in a nightmare. I'm sorry, ma'am, I truly am, but I can't help you. You shouldn't have called here. What the fuck do you mean? He's your employee. What's going on? I'm sorry. Dear Lord, I truly am sorry. His tone firm and apologetic, but tinged with a level of fear that seemed almost equal to my own. I could feel the questions piling up, the dam ready to burst, but I can't help you. I may be in danger now, just talking to you. Who knows with these things? What are you talking about? Please, you're kind of freaking me out. What things? I've owned this business for a long time, lived in this town even longer, heard a lot of strange things and seen a few that have aged me faster. Man, John's just telling us all the shit, but like not. Get more specific now. I wanted to dismiss his words as some small town superstitious garbage, but the stark seriousness of which he was speaking made it clear to me that he was very serious. I'm sorry, ma'am, but that thing at your door, it ain't Philip anymore, and I can't help you. Please don't call here again. I'm sure it's already listening. Lord help us both. If it is, I am truly sorry and good luck. And with that, the call ended with a chime. He hung up on her. That's funny. I sat there for several long minutes, feeling like I was falling. My hands shook, the phone still beside my face, eyes locked on the ground ahead, mind racing with strange and terrifying thoughts, utterly shell shocked. I wasn't sure what I expected, but it wasn't it. The call had left me shaken in a way I can't quite express. The idea was I was dealing with someone, but something terrified me. It ain't Philip anymore. What did that mean? Was he on some fucked up drug or was it worse? Whatever the case, any doubts I'd had about whether or not he may be violent vanished at the horror in the man's voice. Another ring, long and sustained as though he was holding down the bell. pierced the silence that fell between the fits of knocking. So at this point, you've had time to call and have a talk with John of Johnny's Pizzeria.
Like, why did you not call the police?
Yeah, it's been I feel like that conversation was easily like a 5-minute conversation.
Oh yeah, like that guy's been at her door for a while now.
Like, if you, I feel like, and again, I'm a person who's not going to call. I would call the cops. I would have probably. The second he was like, it
That's a
ain't Philip
scenario.
anymore, I'd be like, bet, I'm going to call the cops. Have a nice day. And I would have hung up and then called the 09. Ugh.
I'm like, the fuck you mean not anymore?
Like, what does that mean? Oh my God, is
As if
Philip
this
in
guy has dealt with this before.
right? And is Philip in the pizza bag?
Like, this is a problem that John has dealt with. Is his delivery drivers turning into zombies?
Or like some fucked shit, and they're like, I need to ask specific questions about their eyes. What do their eyes look like?
Like, this
Okay,
guy knows. He's seen it before.
classic bad boss.
Classic John. What an asshole.
John, what an asshole.
Yeah, I can't believe I ever worked for John.
And this is why we ghost.
This is why we ghost jobs. This is why you don't leave.
People don't quit jobs. They quit bosses like John.
That's facts, actually.
Like, he's created a toxic, dangerous environment in which it is not uncommon to be eaten and or like.
I once stayed at a job that only gave me shifts like twice a month. And I kept coming back for those shifts because I liked the boss so much. Like, it was not enough to be actual income. Like, I had to get a different job on top of that, but I would always go in for shifts because I liked the boss.
Yeah. Good bosses are hard to come by, so if you find
They
one,
really are.
if you find a good boss, try your best.
Honestly.
Also, if you are a boss, just, appreciate people. Be better.
Then I just try a little to care about your employees. It's not that hard. I remember one dude, literally, like, one client cussed out my friend who was working the front desk. The big boss called that guy back, like another CEO of like a major company, and was like, "Hey, go fuck yourself. Don't you ever talk to my staff like that. You're not welcome back here ever again."
I love him.
Like, and like he cut off like a client that had been coming to him for like a couple years and like was making him good money because he disrespected his staff. And he's like, "Go fuck yourself. My staff is more important than your research."
I'm like doing a point. Yes. Absolutely. I love that. I love stories like that when bosses are like, oh, you can get out now. Take your shit and go. You're done. I'm firing you as a customer. Get fucked.
Hey, Farah, no. Sorry. We're trying to teach Goku how to schedule feed instead of free feed. And he's living with 2 other cats who are already schedule fed. So he doesn't eat all of his food right away when he gets fed. He just eats a lot of it. Like, I eat some of it. And then the other cats try to come and take it.
Oh. Moscow she's a grazer because she's a small cat. So she'll graze and then she'll come back and graze. She likes to have little snacks. That's how she does her life. So
nice.
And she's like, she's 9. She's 9 or 10 years old at this point. So at this point I'm like, there's no need to change it. You're already doing you're being good. And we only have the one cat, so it's not a struggle fight. It's just
nice.
It's just her being cute. A cold mass of dread settled in my gut. I opened the security camera. The skin seemed to pulse and contort at points, as though there was some unheard of muscles spasming wildly beneath. The man, that thing, grit its teeth from side to side, and I could see just how impossibly large they were, as though meant for a mouth of a creature 3 times his size. A mouthful of massive, dull incisors, grinding back and forth. Finally, he spoke, and I almost felt like I may pass out, the panic reaching a fever pitch. I'm in grave danger. Grave danger.
I'm in danger.
You shouldn't have called. Oh shit, it heard her call.
Yikes.
That's,
Well, John did say that he probably heard it.
yeah. Because
Which
John,
again, meaning John's dealt with this before. I don't trust John.
this is John's fault. Guaranteed.
It is John's fault. What if that's John?
It's actually Johnny. John's former boss. That's how he
Mind blown.
knows. It was as though two voices came from the body at once. First, his dry and human twang mixing with a voice, at first like some eerie parody of a man I'd just spoken to, quickly improving with each syllable. Clunky at first, but at the end, it was almost indistinguishable. The only audible difference was the sheer maliciousness dripping from every word. This isn't happening, I muttered to myself in vain, the impossibility of what I was hearing hitting like a physical blow. How could he have known I was calling someone? That aside, his voice, that was more than a mere impression. He had spoken with the man's exact voice. The increasingly unavoidable realization that my night had somehow drifted into the realm of the paranormal made my stomach turn. I felt like I might vomit. Open door, or I come inside.
Oh my.
Jeez. Okay.
That's aggressive.
Very
Like,
aggressive.
here, tell me you're a Dom without telling me you're a Dom.
For real. This is absolutely on RedTube. No, I'm
Like,
kidding.
you're the Domliest Dom who's ever Dommed.
Had I not
That's
been.
a Facebook page. It's a great fucking Facebook page. Yes, it's like some Facebook page called like, yes, Domly McDom, the Domliest Dom to have ever Dommed. And it's just a bunch of fake internet Doms just being like,
It's that picture of the guy with the weird jaw. Like that meme, like the guy with the big jaw. Had I not been operating on survival mode, I may have thought against another call, given how the last one unfolded. But at that moment, I felt almost cornered, and getting help was my only concern. I opened my phone again, pausing for several moments, considering whether to call my wife or the police. Bitch, call the police!
Like, what are you gonna do? Your
Look,
wife's
your
it
wife
hasn't been established. Your wife's away.
It's like easily now 3:40 because you've been fucking around. And
Yeah, your
don't
wife's
bother your
not
wife.
awake. Your wife's on business sleeping.
Yeah, for sure. Don't fucking call her. Okay. I dialed 911, getting the number ready but making sure not to call, switching back to the security app. Fear betrayed the confidence I tried to portray, my voice shaking my effort. Listen, the police are coming. I've already called them. Just take your shit and go, you fucking creep. It laughed. A callous and unearthly sound that twisted my stomach into a heavy knot, dripping with malevolent glee at my remark. His body quaked with shrieking laughter, as though what I'd said had brought unbridled joy. In an instant, his head snapped into the upright position with a sickening pop. I felt ill. The skin moved like there was something beneath it, as though he was smiling or frowning, as it clung to his face. I shuddered at the uncanniness, like something about his face triggering a primal unease. Was he wearing a mask? No, it couldn't be. I could tell that it was human skin, as pale and lifeless as it may seem. On a
Oh, he's
security
definitely
camera?
wearing.
Melissa,
He's
that's
definitely
creepy.
wearing Philip's skin.
But, like, also, for sure, absolutely wearing Philip skin. But also, like,
I am
how can you
so
tell it's.
sorry. I have been like on death's door to shitting myself for like 20 minutes. I am so sorry. I need like
No,
a quick 3 to 4 minutes.
absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. So, chat, do you think it's Philip's skin? I think it's Philip's skin. What do we know? What do we know? Let's do some detective work. Lady calls pizza 9:13 a.m. 9:13 p.m. Takes a coma nap. or is waiting and then takes a coma nap. 6 hours later, because it was exactly 6 hours later at 3:13 a.m., knocking on the door. Philip was her delivery driver. Philip was described as a small, clean person. The thing that shows up at her door is like crazy tall and looks gross as hell. And the skin doesn't seem to fit right. His tag reads Philip. Inside the cloth, whatever, heating bag where the pizza is, it's dripping. It looks like it's been stuffed full. I think this thing that has multiple teeth, unblinking eyes, found Philip, took Philip, ate part of Philip, took his skin, put it over whatever the hell he is, and is trying to get into her house to eat her. But I also think Philip's in the bag. I also think that whether she opens the door or not, why is it needing her to open the door? That's the weird thing. Okay. So the primal fear of having something have a person's face, but that it's clearly not a person. We see that in tropes with a lot of different scary, spooky shit, but also the skin thing really weirds me out because I immediately think of that one dude from what was that movie? It was Men in Black, where the giant cockroach. Yes, Archie, we're going to use our street smarts. We're going to solve this before Rhea gets back because we're going to be super. Rhea gets back, sorry.
Okay, we're back. I am so sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was just trying to use my street smarts to think about what this could be. And what we know is that it's not Philip. It doesn't look like Philip, but
Could
it's
be wearing
got,
Philip's skin.
but it totally for sure is wearing Philip's skin. And it's not breaking into her house at this point. It's been asking
But
for her to let it
has
in.
threatened. But they have threatened to come in without them. There's the only thing that stops me from thinking vampires. They've threatened to come in anyways without the invitation.
My brain immediately though with the skin thing, I keep having the image from that Men in Black movie where the giant cockroach lives in the guy's skin.
You know that Men in Black movie, yeah.
Yeah.
You know that movie.
That specific one. I think it's the first one actually now that I'm thinking
I believe
about it.
so.
So, not Philip. I think Philip, the rest of Philip is in the pizza bag.
Very possible, yeah. There's like all of his like organs and shit.
You know, just
Do you,
stuffed
do
in
you
there.
think he like just took his skin?
I feel like he may have eaten. Maybe. I don't know. The fact that he's got 2 rows of sharp teeth that she could tell from her security camera, but they're also super fucked up. I don't know if it would have eaten him. But the unblinking eyes thing, it definitely screams like predator like, you know?
Oh yeah, like this thing is not human. There's some like Philip's not even. It's not even one of those situations where like Philip is down in there somewhere deep down. You know, like you can't just slap him enough times and Philip will come racing back to the
Like,
surface.
Philip, I know you're in there. Philip,
No, Philip's gone.
I mean,
Philip
Philip,
ain't coming back.
Philip might be in there, but like maybe in this thing's intestines.
Absolutely. But the consciousness of Philip is gone.
Yes. The spirit that was Philip is not there. It ain't Philip anymore. To quote John, the world's worst boss.
To quote John. The character we've all come to know and love.
Yes, for sure. I shuddered at the uncanniness of it. Something about his face triggering a primal unease. Was he wearing a mask? No, I could tell that it was human skin, as pale and lifeless as it may seem. No, it cackled in that dry voice. No one is coming. I have delivery. Man, I should have had a Domino's promo. Not Domino's, DiGiorno. DiGiorno, get at me.
Like, this is why you don't get delivery, folks. Some guy might take your pizza delivery guy and wear his skin.
We don't know what's gonna happen, but
DiGiorno's.
DiGiorno's. Not a sponsor yet. Find me. No.
That would not be the worst. Like, that would be like, that's not like my number one on the top of the list of sponsors I'd want, but like, it's definitely not at the bottom either.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna send me how many free pizzas? Proceed. All I have to do is eat that pizza on stream.
Bet I can accomplish that. Absolutely. Turn my camera for just a second. You're like, snack, and turn it off.
Easier than fucking Raid Shadow Legends.
God, no, I refuse.
I thought about it, then I was like, do I really think I can convince 20 people to download Raid Shadow Legends? I don't think so.
I don't think I can do it. Also, when they're like, yeah, just play the game, I'm like, I will not enjoy that. No.
Right? It's like, yeah, it's gonna be me sitting there for 2 hours, speed running a game, not paying attention to it, talking to chat. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, this game is okay.
It is a game. Yes?
It's Raid Shadow. Like, what more needs to be said? You all fucking know what it is.
We know it. Through meme alone.
Honestly, that game literally survived on meme alone, and I've heard it's actually kind of good now.
Hey, I mean,
not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor, but also games like people can evolve and grow and change for the better. I mean,
like, I saw a thing today. Apparently, Cyberpunk's actually a good game now.
Yes, they've made some changes from what I hear.
So I might fire that back up at some point.
Like, I played Goose Goose Duck yesterday, and when it first came out, I was like, this game is awful, and I hate it. And then I gave it another try, because drops, why not? And oh my goodness, they have a mode, I hate to get off the spooky, but real quick, they have a gameplay mode now, where it's called Goose Chapel, and you're literally, there's the bad goose, and you're in Jack the Ripper, basically. Or as I refer to him, Quack the Ripper.
Ooh.
Yeah, and there's a courtesan you can pay off. It's really funny.
But does Jack work for John?
I mean, I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure Quack the Ripper has his own skin. And John seems like the kind of guy who's like, Philip, you drew the short straw.
Philip seemed like he had his own skin at one point.
Poor Philip. He was too good. Too good for this world.
Poor dead Philip being a fucking... Oof.
Just heartbreaking. Let's see. He has delivery. The blood in my veins froze. I switched back to the phone screen, hit the call button, and switched it to the speaker. The passing of every second was marked by the pounding of my heartbeat in my head as I waited for the phone to ring. Seconds passed with nothing but silence on the other end, and I could feel a sense of panic that was almost suffocating. Starting to arise before I heard a sudden click on the other end, followed by a voice. Hello? The dispatcher calmly. Relief flooded through me like cool water over a burn at the sound of a woman's voice on the other end, though I felt an odd tweak of confusion at the casual nature of her answer.
I was gonna say, that's not how they answer the phone.
Yeah, they usually go like, 911, what's your emergency?
That's what they always say. No, that's not what they usually say. That's what they always say.
Yeah, otherwise QA will whoop them. I feel like 911 dispatchers have QA. I don't know. Maybe.
No idea. I assume.
Yes.
I assume they have some level of supervisor.
But like, Janet, you didn't brand it with 911 afterwards. They're not likely to call us back now. That's a write-up.
I mean,
likely to recommend. Oh my goodness. I've been...
If I called 911 and someone just went hello, like, I'd assume that I had the wrong number.
You're like, oh.
I'm like, oh, I must have fucked that up.
It's 3 numbers, but I fucked it up. Yes, hi. I'd like to report I searched the proper term. A disturbance? I spoke somewhat unsure. The line buzzed with a crackle of electronic interference. There's a man at my door. I think he's a pizza guy. He's been banging and knocking and ringing for a while now. I ordered it last night and I told him to leave it at the door because something just seems off about this guy. But he won't leave until I come to the door and I paused, realizing I was beginning to ramble from panic. I composed myself and did my best to detail the events of the night leading up to the call. Oh no! Faulty! Just Clitter, thank you so much for the follow. Faulty, it still says you're on air with me. Goku. Do you want I should continue? Until you get back. Can you hear me? Faulty, can you hear me? I'm gonna put a cat face in chat. There you are.
Yeah, Goku is not the first time Goku's turned off my computer in the middle of streaming.
Goku's like, actually.
Goku's like, fuck your shit, pay attention to me.
Moscow usually gets up in my face and yells something, and I'm like, fine, I will work on that. Thank you.
God, I have so many things trying to launch right now. All my startup programs that I just do not need right now. Dixper's just like, oh, it's time to go? No. Spotify's like, oh, it's time to go? No. Voice mods popping up.
All of the things are like, yes, it's time to go right now. We're ready. Oh my goodness.
There we go. I got the chat back up. Jesus. Also, hi, Glitter. Glitter's my friend that I was talking about yesterday who I got tattoos with.
A word. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so she starts talking to the police lady. I see. Ma'am, this sounds very serious, she interjected. She sounded humorous, almost like she was mocking me. Her tone was a far cry from the firm seriousness I'd come to expect from television shows and movies. I mean, I honestly would be a little concerned if my 911 dispatcher was like, oh, Heidi ho, like happy about it. Oh my goodness, Archie, thank you so much for cheering the 100 Unipene bits. I appreciate you. Those are my favorite bits. Because they look like unicorn peens.
You know, I just thought they looked like unicorns until now.
And now you can't unsee it. It's the Unipene. Just waving it around. Beautiful.
Why are you the way that you are?
I can't help it. I have problems. Let's see. Was she really not taking this seriously? I felt a flash of anger amidst the fear. Nothing I'd told her at this point was all far-fetched, and truly wasn't in the mood for convincing. I just wanted help on the way immediately. Is there anyone else in the house with you, ma'am? Her overly cheerful voice carried a robotic tint, the call's connection seemingly poor. No, I'm alone. I see, she said, and something in the way she spoke raised my hackles, an exaggerated exuberance in every word as though she were talking to a child. Well, perhaps you ought to answer the door, ma'am. I'm sure he'll leave once he's completed his delivery, she said, laughing casually before finishing. We've all got jobs to do after all. It was like being struck by a physical blow. My mind reeled at the response. I opened my mouth, but I found myself at a loss for a moment, taken aback by the unexpected response. I stared at the phone as though it would provide me with a physical answer, and for the first time since the call had started, the phone came to life with movement. As I saw the words on the screen, my heart plummeted, and I could feel my blood turn to ice. Call failed. The words sat on the white screen above the number 911, my head spinning as I saw them. Ma'am, the friendly voice of the dispatcher came from over the phone, suddenly seeming far more sinister than before. My hand shook uncontrollably, worsening the more I tried to stop it as confusion gave way to cold, mind-numbing dread. You should answer the door. He has a delivery and he's not going to leave until you've accepted it. She spoke, and the overly sweet voice dripped with a sinister venom. And as I listened, I realized I could hear something else behind it, another voice. Familiar, though I'd only heard it for the first time that night. She spoke in unison, her saccharine tone blended with the raspy voice of an awful union. It could be much worse if you didn't. So the dispatcher isn't a dispatcher.
Clearly.
The call never went through. So it was this thing being like, come answer the door.
Or doesn't have an accomplice.
Or is it John?
It's definitely John.
It's fucking John. I knew it. I knew it.
You know, it was really the second Jeff was off the table, it was John.
Ah. Get that internet? We solved it. Case closed. It was like a waking nightmare, each passing event more inexplicable than the last, until eventually I knew I had undeniably been dealing with something out of the ordinary. This was your first sign, Melissa? For real? Girl, get it together. I never.
First time dealing with a zombie at your door at 3 a.m.
My goodness. Took you this long, an hour in. I'd never thought too much about the supernatural one way or another before. I didn't dismiss all the stories I'd heard, but I couldn't quite say I believed them either. But as I sat on my bed, my mind racing with questions like a babbling brook, I knew now that whatever was at my door was something inhuman. I could think of a few other options, and the fact that inevitably I'd have to confront that man, that thing at my door, crashed over me in tidal waves. The thought of calling Lucy came across my mind, but I dismissed it immediately. I refused to hear it speaking with her voice. I knew it would push me over the edge in panic, long past the point of rational thought. I may have already been. I may have been already. I rose from the bed, darting to the closet, and rifling through clothes until I found what I was looking for. Tucked into the corner, hidden behind one of the still packed boxes, was my wife's gun safe. It had been among her insisted security measures now that we were living in our own house, and I was thankful for it now. I racked my brain for the code, the incessant banging. I returned like some awful chime, raising the already suffocating tension with each passing second. I punched in a few options, and on the third it clicked open, and I removed the familiar handgun and the accompanying clip. I really hope that Melissa is versed and has taken safety precautions and knows how to use a weapon. This is just me, Bunny speaking, because if you don't know what you're doing, don't touch it. Like if you're gonna mess with a gun, know what you're doing.
That's true. I don't like guns, but I sure as hell know how to use one.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think everybody
That was
should
the
at some
start.
point learn how to use one safely, so
Right,
that
because
way if
God
they're
forbid you land yourself in a situation in which you find yourself needing to shoot a gun.
like you don't want to accidentally
They're
shoot
not
your.
that hard to use, but like if you don't know what you're doing, they are.
It's so easy to like the kickback and then suddenly, oh no! If it's a semi-automatic, you just pop twice the ceiling because it scared you after you shot the first time. Oh man, I can shoot well, but I don't have one myself. RGC, that's how I feel. It should be a thing where you should know how, and hopefully never need to ever
Right, it's like
use
one
that
of those
knowledge.
things you learn when you're young, and then you probably never use it, but you still have that skill.
Yeah, like algebra. Just like in my adult life, I've never needed algebra, but I know how.
Ever in my life, never once in my and like that's not even like the point isn't even the fact that we have calculators on our phones and shit, and like we can just plug in whatever. No, I've never used a calculator for algebra since high school.
Yeah. I thought it was
Like
gonna be like a
I
very occurring, like, you're gonna need to know this.
right?
Nothing.
Like no, you only need to know it if you're gonna go into a field that requires it. And even then, no field requires fucking algebra.
Except for algebra teachers.
Literally, that's
It's a
it though.
fucking racket.
Teaching actually is a racket. I'm coming from so I went to a college that was specifically like education based for like that was their main major was education. So like all my friends are teachers. and like can confirm.
I actually was studying to be a teacher, and I almost made it to be a full teacher. And then I was like, actually, I hate teenagers. Fuck this.
I was a teacher's assistant actually working in a classroom, and I enjoyed it enough, but like the teacher was like, dude, you're burnt out at 2 semesters.
This is not for
Where
you.
where where do you think you're gonna be 10 years from now?
If
I
you
was
make
like,
it
yeah,
10
you're
years,
right. Yeah, seriously.
I
And I
just
was like,
gotta
are
hit
you burnt
tenure.
out? And she was like, shit, I've been burnt out for 20 years.
Like, I've actually, that's the
This is a
secret. I'm
very
always
old
tired.
old
We
woman teaching in this classroom.
don't have one because of the toddler, even with safes and locks. Kids are fucking smart. Kids are smart.
Kids
Uh,
are smart.
oh man,
One
that's scary about your
one
neck.
time, I straight up actually never mind. This is irrelevant. Never mind.
Okay, so she found the gun, and she feels uncomfortable holding the gun.
Then why do you have a gun in the first place?
I guess it's her wife's gun. Sorry, I'm eating
Fair
cheese.
enough. I
Um,
just finished eating, so don't apologize to me. Apologize to the poor VOD users.
they're used to it. Um,
Yeah, you filthy VOD watchers. Listen to them eat.
Usually, I think it was for like the first few episodes, I had an apple on hand, so when I said some stupid villainous shit, I could take a bite of an apple. Because that's like a trope with like, I'm a villain. You know I'm a villain because I'm eating an apple.
Literally. Only bad people eat apples.
They keep the doctors.
I watched enough Death Note.
I know how this works. Uh, I'd never trained with it as much as Lucy. Girl, then don't touch it. For whom weekend trips to the range had become something of a leisure activity and was only partially confident that I could hit anything with it, but it was better than nothing. No, that is a bad thought to have. Again, PSA, if you are not comfortable holding a gun or shooting a gun or firing a gun, do not touch it. Put it away.
Yeah, you're
Unless
probably
you're
not
like,
gonna.
you're not gonna, all you're gonna do in the emotional stage, you're gonna end up shooting your fucking foot. Like, or doing some stupid ass shit. Just don't. Just don't. It's not better than nothing. Still, the thought of using it somehow filled me with more familiar sort of discomfort. Its weight was uncomfortable in my hand. The idea I was holding something capable of destroying life was just a twitch of my finger. Well, I had to not think about that. No, you should. Put it back away. Put it away, girl. As I held it, I remembered Lucy demonstrating finger lengthwise along the side of the weapon, away from the trigger, keeping it at my side. I mustered what little resolve I had left, and bolstered slightly by the firm sensation of the metal in my hand, I opened the door to my bedroom. The darkness of the rest of the house made its halls seem like ominous corridors, pierced only by the faint glow of a lamp in the corner of the living room and the floor below. Our home suddenly felt very unfamiliar, the air heavy and foreboding. It took everything I had to push forward towards the stairs, every groan from the old floorboards beneath the carpet under my weight, making me cringe at the thought that he could hear me. I took each of the 12 steps with a tense carefulness, each step bringing me closer to the first floor, closer to the door that's just around the corner, and the awful man behind it. The anxiety had reached a fever pitch, my heart racing so fast, I began to wonder if this was truly possible to have a fear induced heart attack at my age. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to interject. Absolutely. Anyone could have a heart attack if you're up there. Like, if you get that scared. Like, health is
Yep.
important. Please, like, keep your shit together.
I heard about a 20-year-old who had a heart attack just because they were that stressed.
Yeah, stress is real. Stress can kill you. Um, a storm brewing dark cloud hanging over me. A chill traveled through me. My goodness, Melissa, you are so wordy, girl. Just get to the point. uh, Met the cool marble beneath, the temperature in the air dropping noticeably as I stepped from the stairs and into the foyer. And for a horrifying moment, my mind flashed the horrifying possibility that there was a window somewhere open. But I approached the front door, I realized quickly that wasn't the case. The air near the front door hung heavy with an icy chill, noticeably colder than the rest of the house. The three small windows at the side of the door were stained with some black ichor, the vague shapes of handprints and finger smudges streaking against it randomly. Gross. 3 spaced out knocks rang out with an eerie finality. As soon as the door was in my sight, sending a nauseating sensation rippling through me. My stomach was twisted into uncomfortable knots, dread reaching the boiling point with every step I took close to the door. Every limb felt weak, the shaking in my arms and legs beyond my control, and I prayed I didn't fire by accident. Which is why you shouldn't be holding the gun, Melissa. I almost felt ready to collapse as I reached the door, pressing myself against it for balance, nearly stumbling away from the unnatural cold of it. Tap, tap, tap. 3 quick taps against the glass of the window above the door. The final tapping, tapering off into a grating scratch, made me jump and pressing myself against the door. My breath caught in my throat as I looked through the window at a good 7 feet from the ground, catching the sight of the man's pale hand sliding slow down the center. Unless he was standing on something, which I doubted. His arm had reached far past what it should have been possible for any human, let alone what I'd seen on the camera. I suppose I shouldn't have needed any more confirmation that whatever I was dealing with wasn't fully human, but somehow that drove it home. I pulled back the barrel of the gun, mimicking what I could recall Lucy doing, and swallowed firmly against the rising nausea in my gut. The click of the lock as it turned made my heart plummet, my chest filling with both an icy horror and a conflicting surge of adrenaline. Before I could convince myself otherwise, I tightened my grip on the weapon, and I opened the door. Like a dumbass, she opens the door. No, girl. You just let that thing stay there till morning is how I would have handled that. But like, you can enjoy being outside. You gotta hold a gun, feel safe, fine, do it upstairs. Keep safety on. Opening the door. What a silly Billy. I spun around from the door, raising a gun to meet the thing on my porch with shaking hands and squinted eyes, bleary from nervous tears. My heart burned with searing adrenaline, the sound of its frantic beating heavy in my ears, and my stomach flipped my mind as I prepared I could to be able to see the figure looming over me, that awful grinning face inches from my own. But there was nothing. I stood there for a few tense moments, gun raised, staring out at our street of the silence of vision. Nothing but a few parked cars and trees moving in the cold breeze of the night. I remained there for a few moments as the panic slowly waned, giving way to an intoxicating mix of hope, cut with a bit of suspicion. Was he gone? The thought was like a candle in a room that had been blanketed for far too long in darkness. A ray of hope. I had to be sure. My every muscle felt tight with anxious anticipation as I stepped out and onto the porch. Greeted
This motherfucker
immediately
really opened the
by a
door.
wet plop and a waft of some awful scent. Oh my god, it's poop in a bag. No, I'm kidding. That's...
It was just a goof, dude. It was just a prank, bro.
This is a prank, bro!
All that is just a prank.
It's just a prank. It didn't take a genius to identify it. The reek of blood and feces. Oh! The
You're
stench
right, it's
of
poop in a
death.
bag.
It was... Called
Remember that
it.
time Arceus is eating right now?
I'm sorry, Archie.
Poop and guts in a bag!
I looked
What's
down
in the bag?
I looked down to see my white slipper now stained with deep red.
Oh, there goes the slipper. Not the slipper.
Not the slipper.
I was fine when the pizza got fucked up because, you know, it came at 3 o'clock in the morning. You expect a pizza that comes at 3 o'clock in the morning to be fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't expect ordering a pizza to fuck up my slippers.
Yeah, that's just... And if it's one of those, like, fake fur slippers, you can't clean that. You gotta just get a new pair. That sucks.
No, there's... Like, you could, but there's always gonna be that stain, and you know. You'll know.
You know.
Other people won't notice, but you'll know.
You'll know forever. My foot at the center of the dark pile, coagulating liquid that had pooled over the welcome mat, like whatever... Likely from whatever the contents of the bag were. Oh, you mean Philip? Fuck. I spat, retching slightly as I kicked my foot in vain attempt to get rid of the awful mix, eyes watering and stomach bubbling, I stepped out and over the puddle, making sure to avoid it as I scanned my front lawn. For me, why did she fucking go outside? If I had to open the door and there was nothing out there, bet. Shut the door, lock it, have a nice day. I ain't gonna go outside and investigate.
That's some
That's
white
stupid
people horror
shit.
movie shit. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, oh my god, I'm being chased. I can either go out the front, like, I could either smash through this window or run upstairs where I
It
have no way
reminds
to
me.
escape.
It reminds me of that Community episode where they tell scary stories, and Abed's just like, "No, I didn't feel with the characters at all because they deserve to die because of the stupid choices they made."
Like, I'm in a scary house that's haunted and crazy shit's been happening. I know. I'm gonna take a shower when the power goes out.
I'm gonna just hang out in the basement and touch all the weird stuff down here left behind by the previous owners.
What a creepy book. I should read it out loud with a candle. Nope, don't do it.
Oh, there's Latin.
I should
Don't
try to
I'm drawing
read
a line
that
in the
shit.
fucking sand here. Do not read the fucking Latin.
Don't do it. Listen, don't. Just don't.
I
Like,
fucking love Cabin in the Woods. Fucking love that movie. I actually
Just-
just watched that movie like
I need to
a
watch
week
it again
ago.
because it's fantastic. Like,
So good.
the pool. Like, all right, guys, we're taking bets are closing.
Like I had zombies. Yes, you did. But this was zombie hope torture family.
Yeah,
Very different.
very
breeds.
different. You didn't get the extra, so no money goes to you.
Let's go into engineering and Dawn of the Undead.
There was no sign of the strange man or whatever he'd come to deliver. Slowly but surely, the cool rush of hope began to trickle through me. As silence seemed to reclaim the night. Click, click, click. Icy dread rolled through me, making my skin crawl as I heard 3 fleshy pops ring out from behind me, from inside the house. For a brief moment, I agonized over what to do, turning slowly to face the person or creature in my home already. At any moment for the attack, I stood barely 5 feet away, partially concealed by the darkness of the house, but not enough of it visible for me to realize how much of its horrific appearance the camera had failed to fully impart. Its head hung to the side at an impossible angle, the smile stretching across it inhumane. A thin, green-gray mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth grinned visibly beneath what appeared to be a human mask. Fuck that. Good day. Leave. Get in your car and go. Hit it with your car. Just go. Right? Just go.
I mean, she's already made enough questionable choices. What's another couple that got her killed?
Melissa, it started out as John's fault, but it's kind of being your fault now.
Right. Like at this point, like you're making poor decisions. I know you're a little manic right now. Like you don't really know what's going on. You're confused. You're scared. But like, this is not the proper response to those emotions.
Yeah, just take it easy. Chill. Eat a moon pie. Stop murdering people. No, not a mask. Skin. It clicked immediately. He was wearing poor Philip's skin. We got there like 20 minutes of your like rambling thoughts, girl. Like we already knew that.
But yes, Philip Skin. Proceed.
Proceed.
Yeah. Philip Skin. We've all seen it.
Like, of course, naturally. His head was massive, swollen, malformed, and where there should have been a nose, the skin hung loosely as if whatever was beneath it were flat, and it held the delivery bag in one of its arms. What? It's still got the pizza bag.
Because at the end of the day, Philip is a fucking professional.
He's a goddamn professional. He held the delivery bag in one of its arms, which extended far longer than it should have, opening it to reveal the contents within. Just real quick, gross warning. if you don't want to hear some shit, because I know what's gonna happen.
Plot twist, it's actually just the pizza she ordered.
I couldn't help myself. A violent churn of my stomach hardly gave enough warning, as I saw why the bag was leaking so much. And vomit spewed forth once, then twice. From within the bag, I could make out a tangle of broken limbs, difficult to identify at first, as the skin had seemingly been entirely degloved. But when my eyes fell on the face staring back at me, red and angry, flesh exposed, I knew immediately what I was seeing. the horrific remains of the original driver. It took a long, deep breath, the skin over the center of his face shuddering with a sudden sound as broke the silence, head tilting back with a long, euphoric shudder. It stepped forward, its legs long and ungainly, extending far past the jeans it must have taken from Philip, stalking forward. What do you want? What the fuck do you want? Why do you want me? Why me? I'd reached a tipping point, fear giving way to sheer exhaustion. So she's out in the road right now,
In
screaming
the middle
this.
of the fucking road.
In like 4 in the morning, 3:45, 4 in the morning.
Her neighbors are very heavy sleepers.
Yeah. Or I don't even know. The dogs have been all about this. I was tired of this. A regular night had been turned into a fucking horror movie, and I wanted answers from the thing responsible, even if it killed me. Ma'am, get your shit together. Get your life together.
Honestly,
I want to. I
you have a wife to think about.
For real. How's Lucy gonna feel when she finds out this?
What happened to Philip?
Just I can't even.
How's Lucy gonna feel?
Just also the slippers. Were they your slippers? Were they Lucy's slippers? Awful.
Oh, could you imagine? Cause if you're, let's say you come home from a business trip, right, and like your partner's like, hey, two really huge things happened while you were gone. I almost died, and I ruined your slippers. Cause then like you're sitting there just like, well, I'm so glad my partner's alive. Thank God nothing happened. I really liked those
I really
slippers.
like those slippers. Like, for fuck's sake, Melissa, why don't you look where you step?
Well, right, because like let's assume for a second that Melissa survives to Lucy coming back to hearing that her slippers are fucked up. By seeing Melissa, Lucy knows that Melissa is fine. like yeah, something bad happened, but it turned out fine. The slippers are still gone. They're gonna like wake up tomorrow morning and be like, "Where the fuck's my slippers?" And they're gonna be like, "Remember that murderer?" Yeah, your slippers got poop on them. And it's like, it's honestly not even the first time they've had poop on them. Why did you throw them out? It's like, because the second time you get poop on slippers, it's kind of the end
You're
of the
over it.
slippers. Like,
Like
it should have been the end of the slippers the first time, but you know, you were broke, you didn't have money for extra slippers.
You cleaned them up as
thought,
best
you
you
know
could. You're like, it's fine.
Yeah. Like, no one else will see it.
But
No,
now,
twice pooped. Twice pooped is that's game.
and with
I
Philip,
never
and
go
with
past the
Philip
second
mixed
poop.
in on there.
And whatever Philip had in his entrails, which I assume was more poop.
Pizza.
I assume some of that poop was Philip's. I don't assume all of it. I assume Melissa had a little bit to do with it.
Yeah.
I think what actually happened is Melissa got so scared about what was happening, she actually shit herself. But then, like, you don't want to just tell your partner that you shit in there.
So you can cop this whole ass story.
Yeah, it's like,
This
oh,
is the
right,
story she's telling Lucy after the fact, and Lucy is like, it took you a very long time to get to the point. And I guess the point is that my slippers are fucked up, right? You threw them out.
Like, no, they're in the backyard. They're in the back porch.
I hosed them off for
They're
you.
still covered. No, didn't even hose them off. Just threw them out back and said I'll deal with it later, and then just forgot.
That was 4 days ago.
You've been baking in
Melissa.
the sun for a few
Melissa,
days.
that was 4 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't go back out there.
I want to do my job. Please just leave me alone. Oh God. It started speaking with the same hoarse, inhumane croak, but it quickly morphed into a voice of a young man, pleading, desperate and raw with a horror I'd never heard before, but very much felt. It took me only a few moments to realize what was happening. It was mocking me. I wasn't going to get an answer. In fact, I doubted it even had one, besides the fact that Philip had somehow caught its attention, and since he'd been en route to my house, I'd become next for its sick designs. Its long arms seemed to retract, sliding across the floor with a faint hiss. Dark claws that seemed to fit for some sort of predatory animal protruded through the skin of its hand, which I quickly realized had also been taken from Philip, worn like a tattered glove. The chill of the metal from the gun at my waist brought it back to my attention. and before I realized, my hand was slowly moving towards my hip. Wait, did she have a holster on?
Apparently, she took the time when she got the gun to holster it
To
to her.
holster it. I mean, that's better than, I
Honestly,
guess,
like,
putting it down your
I
fucking
forgot
PJ
about the gun,
pants.
honestly. She's kind of
Yeah.
like,
Burying the lead,
apparently she
Melissa.
strapped it. Apparently, she strapped the gun to herself. Fair enough.
Oh shit, I
I
just
mean, I
thought.
feel like most gun enthusiasts have a strap. I feel like that's not the expensive part of buying a gun.
Yeah, no.
Like, it's your accessories that cost like $20 after the fact. I have no idea how much a gun strap costs, for the record.
Get chat. Someone look it up.
I'm already on it.
Its head tilted further, the thin smile on the mottled gray skin beneath its
Yeah, like
nightmarish
20
mask.
bucks.
$20.
Yeah, like 15, 20 bucks. Not expensive.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna get so many ads for guns now.
Hey Jesse, thank you for the lurk.
I should have fucking incognito moded that one.
It was at this moment Faulty realized she had fucked up.
There, but thank you.
Its head tilted further, the thin smile on the mottled gray skin beneath the nightmarish mask whined. That's literally Philip's face. Show some fucking respect.
Hey, it's not Philip's fault this happened.
Yeah.
Don't fucking take this out on Philip.
For real. Be nice. As its muscle tensed with awful intent. A burned image of Lisa into my mind. Who the fuck's Lisa? Oh shit. They forgot their wife's name. That's funny. Knowing if these would be my final moments, I wanted to be as close.
I just say Lisa instead of Lucy.
Yeah, it says Lisa.
This bitch so scared she forgot her wife's name.
I
ain't never been that scared.
I ain't never been that scared. As I wanted to be close to spending it with her as possible, my hand went for the gun. My headcanon now is Lisa's actually her ex-girlfriend.
It could have just been Polly. There could have been another girlfriend there this entire time that just like was not brought up because it was not important to the story.
You know what? That makes sense.
And they were like, also, yeah, it was weird. I got about my girlfriend and not my wife.
Crazy. Lisa would be really pissed to hear about that, though. She's like, it's supposed to be equal. Fuck.
You're supposed to think about both of us when you're about to die.
Disrespect.
I always thought about that with polyamory, and this is not meant to be a dig at polyamory at all. I actually thought I was polyamorous for a little while. Still might be. I'm very still out on that. How do you not pick favorites? You know what I mean? Because like every teacher growing up said that they don't have favorites, but every teacher has favorites.
Yeah.
I 100% had favorites when I was a teacher.
I don't know. I honestly...
It's a very human thing to pick favorites.
Yeah.
To like have a favorite blank.
I feel like, and I may be talking out my ass because I'm not poly, but maybe it's a thing like in that type of relationship that you love everyone, but it's almost like compartmentalized love. Like you love this person, and here's the thing that you think most of about that person, whereas you also love, like, I love Lisa because she's fun and free spirited, and just always knows the best thing to say.
And then you love Lucy because that pussy bomb.
Yeah, because that pussy bomb, and she's super into guns, which is hot.
You love Lisa, you lust after Lucy.
Archie was the teacher's pet, and she was like, he'll have children, but each one is unique in your heart. I love that. That's beautiful.
Okay, but like at the same time, like parents definitely have favorites because like
I'm my family's favorite.
Yeah, I was the favorite
until I married Zombie, and then he became their favorite, which
mood.
I was like, the fuck do you mean?
I'm dead. They're like, yeah, we haven't had a son yet.
The air was pierced by a cry, something like that of an infant, but deep and distorted, raising every hair along my back, and it sent my stomach into free fall as my hand closed around the handle. Furious hope surged through me as the weight of the weapon in my grip, as I pulled from my waistband, doused immediately with a tidal wave of sheer dread as I saw it. It was on me in seconds, crossing the room and over me at blinding speed. Panic guided my every action as I turned and pointed the gun, firing in the same instant. No time to aim. My ears rang from the explosive sound, momentarily disoriented, before I felt a sharp pain exploding through my arm. Icy fingers covered in claws the size of my thumb digging into my forearm. I had missed. It had caught me in time, forcing my arm up and making me shoot off towards the ceiling uselessly. A spray of drywall burst forth as the bullet ripped through. It tightened its grip, and it took all of I had not to scream with excruciating pain. My arm was surely broken, I thought. The thought was fleeting. The realization I was surely going to die was far more pressing. It yanked me closer, its face mere inches from my own, an overwhelming reek of decay wafting through its mucus-covered skin. It made long guttural clicking from its throat as it smelled me, those
Yeah.
beady eyes shining with malice.
Nah, it's not. It doesn't sit right with me. You don't
Mm,
smell someone unless they're like hitting on them or they're your significant other. Like you don't smell someone, or you're a baby.
yeah, baby's got
Yeah,
to
like
smell.
unless you are like a parent or a lover, you should not be smelling people.
I mean, maybe
Actually,
maybe it
ruined
doesn't
one of
want
my
to eat it.
friendships.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I got some trauma about that. No, this dude literally, I don't know what it was like about this moment that just made me be like, "Yo, fuck this guy. I don't want to hang out with him
Yeah,
anymore."
no, for sure.
I was literally at Scouts one day, and the dude walked behind me, and someone that I was talking to just go like stops and goes, "Did you just sniff him?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" Didn't hang out with the guy ever again. Because you shouldn't be sniffing people. It's weird.
It is weird.
It's like Mr.
Sorry,
Cosmo's
I'm
Big
like
Mac boner
chewing.
story.
Um, always taste the best when you're afraid. It spoke.
I bet
I,
that's true.
I mean,
I get a lot of shit for this, and I'm gonna stand by this opinion until the day I die. And I've gotten a lot of flack for this in the past, and I stand by this opinion. As
okay,
frowned upon as cannibalism is, and yes, it's frowned upon. Obviously, you don't eat another
for
person.
sure.
I bet you I taste amazing when cooked properly. I bet you if you were to take my bicep, toss it on a grill, fucking spice that shit up like you would a burger, I bet you I taste delicious.
Also,
Really?
this is my hot take on cannibalism. Where else are you gonna find everything needed for a human body, but in a human body?
Right? Don't they say we taste like pork?
Gross.
I've never heard that, but I believe it. Every kind of meat kind of tastes like either chicken or pork.
Yeah,
Or
I've heard it
beef.
tastes like pork. They call it like the long pink. I don't know.
That's uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable. Let's take a step out of there.
One of
Uh,
those things I'm never going to, but like, I can't say I'm not curious.
no, for sure. I feel like
And if you say that you're not curious, you're a fucking
you're a
liar.
liar. You're a liar. But
Everyone has had that thought before of like, how delicious am I actually?
it's like when I went through and like did my like fat percentage ratio when I was getting ready to like start working out for rugby. Like that was the first time I ever did that. And I was like, wow, that means my meat would be really tender if it was like in a broil.
Right? No matter what, like where you're at in a physical form, like, and no matter what animal you're eating, like it's all about how you cook it.
Exactly.
So like, if you were to cook a human body with the right spices and the right sauces, I bet you that my bicep is fucking delicious.
Yeah, it's
There's
all
a
about
lot
the
of
rub.
muscle on that. I bet you my thighs are delicious. There's a lot of muscle on those thighs.
It's all about the rub.
The human body is all about the rub.
Damn, I can't remember how to add a quote.
Exclamation point quote ad. Don't worry, I got it. If that's it's a mod only thing.
I don't know. Let me just do it. So it's quote
Quote ad
add.
and in parentheses, whatever you want to put the quote as. Actually, I don't think you even need the quotation marks, but I like them
We're
personally.
gonna. I can't spell.
And I bet you that's true. Like, because they said that about like chickens and stuff. Is like that the conditions like in life like affect how the meat tastes, which is why everyone moved over to free range chickens because we realized they taste better.
I added a quote. Beautiful.
Jesus Christ.
This
It's
is
all
what we're
about the
here
rhyme.
for. This is what dreams are made of. Hey now, hey now. I shut
Very
my
well,
eyes,
Jack.
unwilling to see whatever was happening next, bracing myself for what was to come. Sharp pain radiated out from the bottom of my jaw as I felt its claw pierce my skin with almost surgical carefulness, slowly sliding beneath. Oh, gross. It was gonna take my face, just as it had for the poor driver. I felt a scream rising in my throat. The ringing in my ears grew louder, and I wondered if the shot hadn't caused permanent damage. Not like it would matter for long. I felt its sticky breath on my face, rancid with the smell of blood and rot, its finger sliding beneath my skin, blood down my neck. The ringing grew louder as I waited for the burst of pain, louder and nearer. I realized with the first surge of real hope I'd felt that night, it was the sound of approaching sirens. Yeah, because you've been fucking loud as shit.
Oh,
Like,
Goku. Oh, my poor Bubs. Well, my cat just puked on the carpet. Give me two
oh
seconds.
no.
I'm so sorry. Oh, Goku.
Cats. Beautiful.
Okay, because
I know Moscow, when she gets super excited, she eats too fast. And she eats a
yeah,
lot
that's
like
what Goku does.
shovels.
No, not on the pillow.
Oh no.
You're only doing one thing.
Oh no.
Hey, Mom? The thing is, I was looking at him not that long ago, and I knew that something was up.
Oh
I would do
no.
it.
I wonder. So, yeah, Moscow, There's also a thing like if the bowl isn't like wide enough brimmed, it gives them like whisker anxiety or something. And it makes their tummies ultra sensitive.
Oh, Goku. Okay? You know, Goku's got some stomach problems. Ah, fucking shit. I hope Arceus is done eating for what I'm about to say, but this is a lot wetter and a lot warmer than I expected it to be. So I hope they're done eating.
Cat puke at its finest.
Bubs. This is not the first time the Goku has interrupted this podcast. This is the second time Goku has interrupted us.
Goku was like, actually, I'm a little offended that you didn't invite me as well.
Literally, he's been good lately. Like, not, like, doing his own thing. Like, hanging out with the other cats. And then today he's just like, no, you're gonna pay attention to me today, motherfucker.
Moscow's taking a nap right now, so she's over in Zombie's office taking a nap in his chair. Well, she normally doesn't nap in his chair unless he's there. She misses his face.
Luckily, I have this miracle spray that is just incredible. Smells bad though.
I got this it's like a pet foam stuff, but it's like the cheap version of what like a fancy one is. The fancy one doesn't work as well as the cheap one, which is weird, but awesome because the expensive kind is like $8 and this is like 2, maybe $3, but it stops the stain. Cats, am I right, chat? Beautiful, excellent creatures, phenomenal
And now, as an added
friends.
bonus, I get to wash my tattoo that definitely like went onto my skin 24 hours ago, and now has a little bit of cat puke on it. So
Excellent.
that's probably gonna get infected.
No, you just take a nice
But we can hope not.
You wash it off, you reapply some B&D, very thin. Don't thickly coat it. Thin coating of B&D and let it breathe. I used to have a friend who made their own ointments. She was very like self-sufficient, like homesteady type. And it was like this lemongrass and eucalyptus balm, and it would like numb you out like when you'd use it. And I used to put that on my tattoos because it had like a nice like sheen to it, and it numbed it out. So like when you first have a tattoo, if you're not careful and it
Okay.
dries out a bit, it gets a little like sensitive.
I am back. I am so sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was just talking about different ointments. B&D, B&D, clean it up, put some B&D on it.
Oh, you mean A and D?
Did I say B&D? Maybe A&D.
Yeah, A and D. Yeah. I have A and D for it.
This whole time I've been saying the wrong thing and no one called me out on it. Guess no one in chat's got tattoos. Just kidding. No, it's like it's got the yellow. Is it A&D? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, A and D. Antibacterial ointment that is actually meant for cuts and bruises and stuff, but also works really well for tattoos.
Also,
That's essentially all a tattoo is: a cut and a bruise.
yeah,
Just a permanent bruise, temporary cut.
and like the ink is below the level of dermis.
Yeah, so it just stays there forever.
It just stays. It's chilled.
Just vibes. I can't confirm that they're just vibes because, like, I got my first tattoo a while ago, 9-10 years ago, somewhere around there. It's still there.
I'm trying to think when I got my first tattoo. I think I was like 18.
I think I was 19.
My very first tattoo, I gave myself actually. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm dead. Oh, I forgot about. Is that still there? Hold on, I gotta look at my thigh real quick. No, that one's not there anymore. There used to be a little smiley face on my thigh that like became very difficult to see after a while.
Well, it's crazy. So, a side tangent, and I swear to God, we'll get back to this. We're gonna finish the story. I swear to you. I didn't realize how long the story was gonna be, but
I was gonna say my story is not this long at all.
Like I had pulled a bunch of different. I had a few different stories queued up, and I went with this one first because I was like, pizza, excellent, staying on brand. But Melissa's very wordy. She wants to tell us how she feels. But the very first tattoo I gave myself was like a little sun and a moon, and it's very I don't know how to describe it, but I basically just did it with one of those push pins and some India ink. But I did it in a room where we later found out there was like a spirit that was pretty pissed off, just like vibing. And whenever I used to take photos of it, it wouldn't show up. Like the photo would completely white out.
Damn.
But then I had it touched up at a tattoo parlor when I was getting another tattoo done. And now I can take photos of it.
Yeah.
Really wild. That's all I gotta say on that. But so let's see. Sirens. As I opened my eyes, I could see the distant glow flashing red and blue from somewhere nearby. Its gaze snapped back in the direction approaching sound, and it hissed, frustrated, fury palpable. From what I could tell, the sirens were coming from the opening of the subdivision, barely a minute from my house. Its grip tightened as it drew me closer, whispering a final message in my ear. See you again. As two squad cars rounded the bend into our cul-de-sac, it tossed me aside and into the wall with a force, and I hit the ground with a thud, landing in an ever-growing puddle of liquid spreading from Philip's body. It shot me a full glance, shuddering with something unreadable, before it threw itself over the side of the porch, disappearing into the darkness and into the trees of the small forest behind the house. By the time I gathered myself, stumbling back to my feet and onto the front lawn, frantically waving and screaming, until my throat hurt as the flashing red and blue lights filled the night. My mind was in a state of blind panic, any worries of causing any disturbance long in the rear view. Hold on. You were at any point concerned about disturbance? Nah, you went outside, you popped off a gun, you were screaming. Like, come on, girl. You were already a disturbance.
You were the disturbance.
You were the disturbance. Solely focused on getting other people and away from whatever I just encountered. A few of the more brave of my curious neighbors had begun streaming out of their front doors, watching the commotion as I was making with concern and interest, others peering from cracks in the curtains. I wondered to myself if anyone had been watching before, if anyone had seen that thing besides me, but dismissed the thought as officers began questioning me. Apparently, they'd been called by a neighbor who'd reported a noise disturbance from all the knocking. So when a follow-up call came about shots fired, they were already nearby. Because you fucking shot a gun. In a city, I'm assuming. The police were far less helpful than I'd hoped. They ain't so. Though at that point, the mere fact that I was alive and not shoved into a foot-long pizza bag was cause enough for celebration. They'd searched the house and found nothing. Upon searching the doorbell camera, found that the footage had somehow been wiped. The EMTs cared for my injuries, asking questions as to how I'd attained the strange wound under my jaw, as though something had been inserted in and I wasn't sure how to answer. I told my story to the officers, whose reactions ranged from skepticism as the most common to an almost knowing sort of look that seemed to pass between a few of the older guys. Oh my god, so they all know. They all know.
All knew about
They
that.
all knew. They're poker
They
buddies
all
with
worked
John.
for John. It always comes back to John.
Fuck it, this is John's fault.
This is fucking John's fault. Okay, because here's the thing, right? Okay, you know, I've been thinking about this. This has been weighing on my mind since we learned about it. So he thought that the kid had just walked out on him and just like left mid job, which like, sure, you know, I get it. Sure, you think
the youth these days.
Yeah, doesn't check in with the customer to see if they delivered their pizza first. Just assumed that girl got her pizza.
I just don't even know. Also, if he's your most dependable employee and he doesn't come back, why are you not looking for him? You know? I agree with you. That's super fucked. And I think John's fucked up. Bad boss. Bad vibes.
Oh, terrible boss.
As we wrapped up, I placed a call to my wife. She was still asleep, so I left a voicemail explaining the situation. God, that must have been an awkward-ass voicemail. Reminding her how much I utterly adored her, given how close I'd come to never being able to say it again. I spent the rest of the night at a local motel, taking a much-needed shower, and I didn't sleep very much at all, not even returning home until Lucy's trip had ended. Things progressed as normally as one could expect in the weeks after. The police weren't much help in the few times I'd gone to them for updates, and I quickly began to suspect that they may be hiding something. Say it ain't so. That they may be something more to what I experienced. That's sort of why I'm writing this. I've been doing my best to move on from that night, as ridiculous as that might seem. It's strange how quickly you can begin to rationalize the irrational once the moment has passed. And since moving out wasn't an option given the money we just put into the house, I had no option but to cope. Things were fine, normal, and I'd been content to try and leave the event of a nightmare until yesterday morning. Last night I heard the news that made my stomach drop. It echoed from the TV in the living room as I prepared my dinner, finding ordering out quite unappealing since my experience. Mood. When a name caught my attention. Thanks, Hal. Our next story comes from the small town of Cold Lake, Illinois, where tragedy appears to have struck a local pizzeria. Johnny's Pizza has been a longtime fixture of the town. Its owner, John McLennan, was something of Cold Lake royalty. Well, reports from local law enforcement tell us here at CLPN that our town's king of pizza was found dead in his pizzeria last night. My heart dropped. Oh no, he died.
Not poor John.
Not John. The king of pizza. My heart dropped as I did the cooking utensils in my hand as I quickly made my way to the living room. Initial reports indicate that he was found, and I do warn our sensitive viewers now before I continue. Flayed, but just barely alive. Police say he had been somehow shoved into one of the pizza ovens. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to laugh. I'm just trying to. So the big bad that ate poor Philip raw was like, nah, John needs to be cooked and seasoned. Okay, I gotta get my shit together. He would pass away from the trauma related to the injuries hours later at the hospital. As of now, CLPD has no suspects. Now here's Tammy with the weather. My head seemed to spin, nausea rising in my mind. As my mind reeled from the murky depths of memory, the man's words from our call echoed. I'm sure it's already listening. Lord help us both if it is. I may be in grave danger now just talking to you. That's why I'm writing this now. I don't really know what else I can do with my guilt, but perhaps give someone the warning I never had. If the pizza arrives after 3 a.m., don't answer. Ask them to leave if you must, but do not answer the door, and for the love of God, don't call anyone. That's it for now. I apologize for the rushed ending, but I feel like I hurry and get this posted. The security camera system on the door is still down, and Lucy's at work, and I can't be sure, but I think I just heard a knock at the door. And that's it. That is the story. It is a very long story. I did not know it was going to be this long, but that was Never Open Your Door.
Alive. That shit's crazy. Dude, look at this fucking cat. He just puked on the carpet, and there he is, chonking away.
Yeah, because his tummy's empty.
Yeah, he literally puked because he ate too fast.
Cats.
He's an idiot. So my story is not that long at all.
It feel like it was. I think what made it feel so long was that we were getting every bit of the protagonist's emotions throughout, like, and every bit of it. It was like a lot of. It literally did get that feeling of like, I need to up the word count for this essay. And it's due tomorrow. We also
had 2 cat-related interruptions and 1 human-related interruption. For what it's worth.
That's fair. This was posted on.
But it's not like an over an hour long story.
Yeah. This was posted on the subreddit No Sleep 2 months ago by user Young Seti.
I love No Sleep.
My favorite subreddit.
Such a good subreddit. Oh, so good. I had to unfollow it because like shit like kept popping up in my feed and I didn't want to see it. And I was like, I want to go to No Sleep when I want to go to No Sleep.
Yeah, you have to.
I don't want that shit just popping up.
You have to space it out. You gotta space it out for sure. Otherwise, there's a way to set up your notifications that you don't get notified when new shit gets posted. If that makes sense. So it'll still be in your main feed, but it won't be as prevalent.
I can just search that shit every time.
You could.
I want to go there. That's what I do.
I believe in that. So yeah, that's that story.
I don't know how much time you have. I mean, I'm chilling. I don't know how much time you have.
I have until forever. Actually, until like 8 p.m. And then I gotta get ready for this. So we can go as long as you want.
I mean, like I have things I wanted to get done today, but like I don't have anything that's like time sensitive.
Any final thoughts on this one before we go into your story?
Just all over the place. There are parts of it that like. There are parts of it I really enjoyed. I did enjoy the story as a whole. There's a few things about it that I was just like I feel like it never fully got explained. All the phone call shenanigans.
Yeah.
Like they made it clear that her phone wasn't working. This entity was somehow controlling her phone and like making her hear things. But like I feel like they made that such a prevalent part of the story and then like did not explain it.
Never addressed it.
Like they're just like, yeah, it's just a weird power that this thing has. Like we still don't fully understand what the thing is, which I guess is part of the horror of it.
The thing that fucked me up is that it was like it seemed very insistent that she had to open the door, that she had to invite it in. That's what I was getting from it. And then suddenly it was in her house after not being in, like, you know what I mean? It just came
There's some
across very,
inconsistencies for sure.
it was inconsistent. I feel really bad for Philip.
Poor
Not so
Philip.
much,
Philip didn't
not so much
deserve
for
it.
John though, because
Yeah,
like,
fuck John. Fuck John, first of all.
for
Like,
real.
John ain't shit. But Philip did not deserve to be done dirty like that.
No, he was just trying to do his job.
And neither did Lucy's slippers.
We never know what happened. Like, did she throw them out? I need to know. I hope she threw them out.
Right, like they didn't even meant like, are those slippers still on the porch there?
I don't even know. I just the whole
Are
thing.
they still covered in shit?
Yeah. Oh, and on them, it was all on her welcome mat too. Like,
There goes your welcome mat.
just gross.
Because, like, that's what you want to do right after surviving something like that, is, like, getting back to your front door and be, like, just looking down at your welcome mat and be like, guess I need a new fucking welcome mat.
No, for sure. Something scary happens, or like when they come in and like do dusting
And, like,
for
you're just
fingerprints.
trying to get over the fact of what just happened. Like, you're just trying to
You
process
just
it.
clean it and
You're
get
just
the
trying to,
fuck
like,
out. Like,
and then you look down and there's just shit and blood and viscera on your welcome mat.
I made the joke about being poop in a bag, and then it was poop.
It literally was poop in a bag. Just wasn't on fire.
Just wasn't on fire. Oh man.
That's crazy. Like, that's a thing that kids used to do.
Yeah.
They used to get dog shit from the yard, put it in a bag, set it on fire.
On someone's porch, hit the
So that they
doorbell,
would
and then
stomp it
dip.
out. So they would stomp it out and get shit all over their shoes. Like, it's a very convoluted way. It's a very convoluted way to get shit on someone's shoes.
Shit covered slippers on a welcome mat sounds more like an unwelcome mat. Oh man. But
This is
no,
the
that
last time
was
I ever want to hear the term shit covered slippers.
this after today. Never again. Never again.
Never again.
Yeah, that was
Jesus.
my story.
Nice. Mine is not nearly as long as that, and is also not written down. Mine is very like old. This is actually a story that this is literally a campfire story that I heard many
I
months ago.
love campfire stories.
Hi Farah. Hi. No, you want to get off my desk? This is why I told you to get off my desk. As he full screens the stream, and who knows what else was about to happen. It's like, well, the thing is, the cats are allowed on the surfaces in this house, which is fine. Other than, like, I don't want it on my keyboard while I'm trying to use my keyboard. So I take it off the surface, and then Farah's just like, what the fuck? I thought I was allowed up here.
What do you mean
so yeah,
I
this is-
can't be up here?
So yeah, this was a story. I literally heard this at a campfire many years ago. I have not heard or told this story in many years, but I remember it very well. Because it is something. It had aspects of this story that pertain to my life, and there were similarities to my house growing up to the house in the story, which really fucked me up. So to start off, let's just give you a little. Where are we? Where this girl is at home. Let's call her Sarah. Sarah's at home, and her parents are gone for the weekend. She just came back home from college. She'd been hanging out, just passing the time, seeing friends. You know how it goes when you leave college, and you're basically waiting to go back to college.
Yeah, you're like, cool, I
there's that
have
one time, right?
8 days.
Yeah, like there's that first time you come back home from college where you're excited because you're like at Thanksgiving and you get to see all your friends again, and then like that's the last time you're excited to see your high school friends.
Yeah.
Other than like a select few. So they had left her all their emergency contacts. she said, well, I'm 19 years old. I don't need all this. Um, and the parents were just kind of toying with her. It's like, oh, you never know what's gonna happen. And she's like, yeah, you're just trying to scare me because we live in an old house that makes noises, and you guys know that I'm paranoid. Uh, so the parents leave. She goes off. Um, it's just her and her dog Lucy. Now, every night when she would go to sleep, Lucy would sleep right next to her bed, and every now and then she would let her hand roll off the bed. Lucy would lick her hand. She would feel good, and she would just go back to sleep. Uh, so after the first couple nights of her parents being gone, it's dark. She gets ready for bed. She starts hearing this like clanking on the window sound, just kind of like a ting, 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 not rhythmically, sort of randomly, brushing up against her window, which wasn't super weird. There was a tree outside, and it was fairly windy. Uh, so she let her hand roll off the bed, and then Lucy licked her hand, and she rolled back over. She shrugged it off, said, "No, I'm fine," and went back to sleep. Uh, she gets back to sleep. A little bit later, she wakes back up, and she hears water running. So that's weird. I didn't leave any water running, but her bedroom and her bathroom were right next to each other. So it was an old house. Maybe some of the piping was just moving around. So she let her hand fall off the bed. Lucy licked her hand and she said, "You know what? Whatever." Brushed it off, rolled over, went back to sleep. Again, a few hours later, she wakes up again. Farah, hey, let's go cook food. She wakes up again, and the running water is super fast, just gushing water. And she just goes, "Is someone here? Did someone turn on the lights?" And they're like, "No, it's just it's raining outside. It's storming. I'm just in my head about it. Everything's fine." She let her hand roll off the bed. Lucy licked her hand. Everything was fine. She brushed it off. She turned over. She went back to sleep. Uh, she wakes up in the morning and she lets her hand roll off the bed, and there's no Lucy. Did Lucy let herself out again? Wasn't the first time. Sometimes Lucy knows how to get the door open, and she'll meander out to her bowl, and have a little water in the middle of the night. So she starts getting her day started. She wakes up, starts getting dressed, goes to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she shudders. She looks at the shower wall, and on the wall of the shower, written in blood, were the words, "Humans can lick hands too." And that's it.
Um,
That's my story.
I fuck that first and foremost.
I
Fuck that.
think about
Oh,
that story a lot.
oh, geez. That's I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
No, it's very uncomfortable.
That
And it kills a dog. That's
which
the
is
extra fucked up part of the
super
story.
fucked up. Like lick somebody's hand, scare them. That's fine. Leave the fucking dog alone.
Honestly.
Oh,
You're gonna think about that sentence later.
I am.
People can lick hands too.
I'm gonna actually do myself and everyone a favor real quick. I've had it as a quote.
Oh no. Oh no. Someone's gonna you're gonna be playing like Duck Duck Goose, and someone's gonna throw it up and be like, "Excuse me."
Like, wow, that's disgusting and I hate it.
Oh no, that's out.
Oh my goodness. I'm trying to find. Oh man, I had a bunch of.
I have a bunch of really old ones that I really enjoyed that I can't find anymore, which is really upsetting. I went back to creepypasta.com in preparation for this. Could not find any of the old stories that I was really into because I forgot how active this community is.
That's that is a serious. I hear you. I find myself when I'm just like perusing Reddit, if I see something exceptionally like, "Ooh, I'm gonna need this for later," I save the post on my account so that way when I need something, I just go back through. Or I have a section on Sleuthing Cord where it's literally called proofed stories, so I'll throw them in there for someone to read and make sure it's good before I just fucking send it on air.
Oh my god. Okay. You know what just popped up for me?
Hmm.
Who was phone?
The what now?
Wait, do you not know the story Who Was Phone?
No.
Oh, this is a classic. Oh, this is an absolute fucking classic, dude. This is like early internet poop. Uh, this was 2008. Um, and I believe this was actually this is a re-up. So this got re-uploaded on 2008. I don't even know when this was originally. Um, so there's a bigger version of it that's like an actual story, and then there's a very smaller version of it. And either way, the bigger version's only like a paragraph. But basically, the story goes, and I shit you not, this is how it's written. So you're with your honey and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it and the voices says, "What you doing with my daughter?" And you tell your girl and she says, "But my dad's dead." But then who was phone? That's it. That's the whole story. But who was phone?
But who was phone?
Oh, that's an oldie. That's an old fucking. I forgot about that. That's the dumbest spooky story I know. If
Actually,
anyone ever asks you what the dumbest story you've ever heard, that one's it for me.
who is phone?
It's actually if you sort by date on creepypasta.com and you go all the way to page 195, the last page, it is the first thing that was uploaded to creepypasta.com. Who was phone? Back in 2008.
Reminds me of there was a story and I can't remember where I saw it or how it goes 100%. But the gist is that a person was trying to like look up information about some internet like hoax back in the beginning of the internet in the way before times where there was an email. I don't know if you remember the email like chain emails
Yeah.
where people would like be like, yeah, you have to read this and send it to 10 people or like a fucking clown will kill you or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
And this was kind of like that, but it was a picture of a dog smiling. But the smiling dog photo was supposed to curse you. And if you sent it to everybody you knew, you were safe. But if you didn't, you would go crazy and like be haunted by the picture of the smiling dog. So
Oh, I remember the
this
smiling
dude
dog.
like did was like trying to interview anyone who had not forwarded it, and he found a person who had never forwarded it, and he wanted to talk to them because they couldn't find any of the picture on the internet, like couldn't find it. So goes to meet with a lady. Lady's fucking nuts, and she's like, "I can't give you this photo. I can't do that to you. I'm crazy. Just stop asking questions about it. Stop researching this. Like, save yourself." And as they were leaving, the husband gave them an envelope and said, "Here's the information you need. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell her that I gave this to you." So they go back home, and it's on a floppy disk. And they open it up, and there's two things. There's the email with the picture of the dog, and then there's a text file. So they look at the picture of the dog and like, that's so creepy. And then they open the text file and it's a letter from the husband that says, "Hey, really sorry to do this to you, kid. You seem nice, but my wife needs peace." So I don't remember how it all resolved or anything like that. But I remember distinctly it was like this whole thing like in order to save his wife, he passed the image of the dog to this person. And I can't remember where I had actually seen the story. I feel like it was on Reddit.
I'm actually
But
very excited. I actually found one of the old stories I was really into. And I'm so glad that I found it because I think it's a great, quick story.
do it.
Uh, a man went to a hotel and walked up to the front desk to check in. The woman at the desk gave him his key and told him that the way to his room there was a door with no number that was locked and no one was allowed in there. Especially no one should look inside the room under any circumstances. So he followed the instructions of the woman at the front desk, going straight to his room and going to bed. The next night, his curiosity would not leave him alone about the room with no number on the door. He walked down the hall to the door and tried the handle, and sure enough, it was locked. He bent down and looked through the keyhole. Cold air passed through it, chilling his eye. What he saw was a hotel bedroom, like his, and in the corner was a woman, whose skin was completely white. She was leaning her head against the wall, facing away from the door. He stared in confusion for a while. He almost knocked on the door out of curiosity, but decided not to. This disinclination saved his life. He crept away from the door and walked back to his room. The next day, he returned to the door and looked through the wide keyhole. This time, all he saw was redness. He couldn't make anything out besides a distinct red color, unmoving. Perhaps the inhabitants of the room knew he was spying on the night before and blocked the keyhole with something red. At this point, he decided to consult the woman at the front desk for more information. She sighed and said, "Ugh. Did you look through the keyhole?" It's like, yeah. Well, I might as well tell you the story. A long time ago, a man murdered his wife in that room, and her ghost haunts it. But these people were not ordinary. They were white all over, except for their eyes, which were red.
Okay. Oh.
So the
Oh.
second time he was staring into the keyhole, his eye was
It
right
was
next to hers.
oh no, baby. No, no, no. But also, first and foremost, mind your business, my guy.
Honestly, the dude, like the hotel tells you that, like, just like, hey, there's a room with no, like, just ignore it. Like, just fucking ignore it. But
Oh,
also, I think I see where the character is coming from because, like, if I ran a hotel and that was a situation that I had, I would just not mention it to people.
yeah.
I would they would look at the door and be like, "Huh, that door's not numbered." Moving on. Like that'd be it.
I've never been in a hotel where I wanted to, like, I felt inclined to investigate shit.
Ever in my entire life.
This is why I've survived. Because I don't do stupid, like, classic white people in horror movie shit. Like, what's that noise? I should go investigate. No, I shouldn't. Absolutely
I
not.
just I just found the creepypasta version of the story I told. The
Ooh.
people can hit like hands too. I didn't know this was a creepypasta. Some kid told me this at a fucking camping trip. That's funny as fuck. It came from creepypasta.
It came from
It
creepypasta.
literally came from. I'm literally looking at this story because I saw a story titled "The Dog's Lick" and I was like, that's kind of a funny coincidence of the story I was just telling. And then I'm reading the story real quick. I'm like, this is the story I just told.
This is the same exact damn story.
Although I think given this read, I told it without missing a beat. Actually, I didn't miss any details.
See, that's how you know it's a good story, though, and that it impacted you. The fact that you
It
could
impacted me
retell
that
it.
long, dude. This story was posted in 2008, and I was told it at a campfire.
That right there. That right there. That's how you know it's a good spookum.
Honestly, when you just think about it years later.
I
I don't know if you've
found
ever heard of crappy pasta.
no.
It's essentially it got born out of Who Was Phone was the first crappy pasta. But there was a video on YouTube called Crappy Pasta. We'll try to find it eventually. In which they tell a bunch of like just awful, like 5 to 10 second stories. And it literally is where the and then a skeleton popped out meme came from. Because like you're driving down the road one day and then a skeleton popped out, and that's the whole story.
That's the whole story.
There's part of it that like was like, see, there's this set of cursed swords, and honestly, like, what more do you want attached to this? Isn't that enough?
I mean, it's crazy, like, when you think about, like, what makes a scary story scary. And I think for me, the things that make stuff super scary aren't like a trope like, oh, it's a skeleton, ooh, scary, or like, oh, it's a monster, scary. It's when it's close enough to, like, mundane life,
Right,
and then
like that shit could
shit,
happen.
and then that shit
Like, yeah, like a dude
turns.
could break into your house, kill your dog, and then lick your hand.
Like, that's plausible. Do I want it to happen? Fuck no. Especially because people are fucking weird. And fucked up. And like, well, the pizza story, for instance. John, gripped by capitalism, was fine just with the concept of sending poor Philip out to maybe get eaten and or, like, jumpsuited, becoming
something that like has happened to one of his pizza guys before. And
yeah,
he's like, no, I'm gonna keep selling pizza.
And then he's like, man, people don't want to work in these conditions.
This damn generation
doesn't want to get flayed for $13 an hour delivering pizza. It's like, no, John, no one wants that. Classic.
See, I don't know why I've always really enjoyed like really short scary stories, like stuff that just like hits you real quick and you're just like, oh, damn.
No, for sure. I like, for me, my favorite ones are when you kind of, like, I do like some that are lengthy. I did not know the pizza one was going to be that long. That was, it could have been, honestly, it could have been a short story if they had removed, like, 30% of Melissa's thoughts.
Honestly, it's like, we get it, like, you want to convey how your character is feeling, but also, like, I don't want to feel, like, I don't want to know how your character is feeling. I want to feel what your character is feeling.
Yeah.
I want to
scare
experience
me.
it.
Don't tell me you're scared. Scare me.
Like, give me the situation, and if I'm scared by it, I will be scared by it.
So here's a question I pose to you. This is a two-parter. Okay. So, I know you said you lived in like an old home previously at some point in your life. Do you believe that ghosts are real?
I have gone back and forth with this a bunch of times. And at this point, I have no fucking idea.
Still have no idea.
But I think that if they do exist, it's not in the way that like they are in lore, you know? Like, I don't think ghosts have supernatural powers. I don't think they can affect anything in this plane, but like, I don't know. I've been told enough places are haunted and then felt super creeped out by them that, you know, like my old office that I used to work at is haunted. It's an old building in Boston, called the Park Plaza building. And like, that's the thing about that area of the country too, is like every building in Massachusetts, most buildings were built 200 years ago.
For sure.
Like the majority of buildings are old as shit. And we were fairly convinced that one of the rooms in the office was haunted, not by like a spooky ghost or like a malevolent spirit or anything, just like, we always felt weird as shit in that room. Like, anyone that worked there always felt weird as shit. Clients always felt weird being back there. Like, it was the room we used the least because of it. Like,
because
we always gave people other rooms. Yeah. Because like, but like, the thing is, I was super uncomfortable, but my friend said that whenever they go in there, they feel like at peace and that they want to stay in there. And I'm like, that is spooky.
That is spooky.
But also, and And I'm gonna check if they're lurking right now. I would never call it a lurker. I can't repeat they are lurking right now. I cannot repeat what I was about to say. Because I've promised them not to. I
Specifically
promised
because
them that I would never tell them what my friend said to me about The Office. Because it's fucked up. It's fucked up. What they told me was like, oh, it was juicy. But I feel that in case they are in fact hearing my voice right now, probably shouldn't. Because they
probably
still work in that office.
be safe. Be safe, person. Peoples.
I
I
always felt weird as shit. I would talk to the spirit at the end of the night. When I was done cleaning, I literally would turn around and look at that room and just be like, I'm sorry for being in your space. I'm leaving. Please have a good night.
see, that's respectful. That's respectful. Even if you don't believe there's something there, be respectful of that space. I like that mindset.
Right? Because I'm just
I
like, I would rather be wrong and just be a crazy person that's talking to nobody than be right and not
and get
be
your
nice.
shit rocked by a spirit.
Literally.
It's so crazy. I used to work in an office building that had been converted from an old mall. So there were definitely spaces in that. There was it was a mall previously, and they had like turned it into a big office space. There were definitely parts of the building that just heavily vibed wrong, is the best way I can describe it. It wasn't like, oh shit, and then the table was levitating. It was like you'd go in and you'd be like, I actually fucking hate this room for no reason. I don't want to be
Right?
here.
That's how that room feels in the office.
And it's super crazy because, I never did any investigating on it. And I had thought, I was like, okay, maybe it's just you being overly sensitive. Maybe it's you just being unnerved for whatever fucking reason, because it's totally a plausible thing. You know, for the perception people have, like what you experience, your perception of something is just a fraction of things that your body, your brain is clocking like so fast. Like the human eye can see shit much faster than any computer could
Oh yeah.
clock.
Well,
And they're
I think someone calculated that if you were to translate the human eye into megapixels, it's something like fucking thousands of megapixels. And the best camera we have is like 100 megapixels right now, I think.
yeah.
Something crazy like that. I don't know what exactly what it is now. At the time that I learned this fun fact, we were at like 2 megapixels.
And it's something crazy, like I think the way that I can't remember where I heard this, but like the best way for people to identify something is wrong, rather than using camera footage to try and do that, and just going straight off of differences from the footage and using a computer to discern it, is to have the computer watch someone's eye of someone watching it. Because the computer
Mm,
could see the difference in how someone's eyes were reacting than the actual image itself,
feel that.
which is super
Well, 'cause the computer
crazy to
doesn't
think about.
have right. Well, that's the thing, because like a computer doesn't have context to these things.
Yeah. But it was so weird in the office because even zombies in here is like that whole building feels wrong. It is. It feels wrong. Like I don't live in a world of dichotomy. I don't do the this or that. Like good or evil, whatever. I don't do that because it cuts off a lot of your life to lump things into two groups, this or that. I don't like it, so I don't do it. Um, I don't like to say like something is inherently evil or something is inherently good or anything like that. The world is it's a spectrum of grays, like
Absolutely.
varying. But there was definitely one room in this whole building that I was not a fan of. And I wouldn't necessarily call it evil, but it definitely was, it did not, it didn't make me afraid. It made me just, I did not want, like, I physically did not want to be in there, my body was like, we need to not be in here because shit's gonna go down if we stay in here. And I thought I was crazy, like, cool, you're just being whatever. And I had a friend who also worked there. Um, and she's like very heavy into like Appalachian folklore and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, there are definitely places. We're sitting down having a coffee. I was like, there are places in this building I don't like. And then she named the fucking room. She's like, that room? Fuck that room. I want nothing to do with that. And I'm like, oh,
Right?
cool. It's not me then. You too also hate that room.
I
Excellent.
don't know about
I
anyone that's
feel
listening,
valid
but
as fuck.
I have successfully spooked myself, personally.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, I just got some chills. I'm chilling. Whew.
Whew.
Literally chilling. I had to just close creepypasta for a second because I was just like, I need a minute.
Need to take a step back from that. But I had someone, I had Mr. Crowley on last week, and we were talking. He was telling us stories of his personal experiences because he's a demonologist and he runs a company that like does ghost tours as well as
Nice.
he does like if someone contacts him to do an investigation, he'll do it. If someone needs help, he goes and helps them. It's actually really cool dude. I've known him for a while. Um,
Nice.
but some of the stuff that he was talking about, I was like, yeah, ghosts, like spirits. You're right. I don't think it is just like it's not how someone will portray it in like modern.
Right, like 13 ghosts is never gonna happen.
No, Matthew Lillard is a fucking icon, and we love him. But I also think those glasses look dope as fuck. But
Honestly,
it's
one of the
another
few like teenage heartthrobs that actually aged well.
absolutely, and he's still wholesome as
Like
fuck, and we
he
love him.
aged very. I don't know if you've seen him in Good
I have.
Girls.
I
He
haven't
aged
seen Good
very
Girls, but
well.
I've seen
Oh, great
him
show.
on the internet still. Just
Oh yeah,
mwah.
great show. He plays one of the main characters in the show, and he just does an absolutely phenomenal job.
Matthew
He plays
Lillard, if
like
you're
this
hearing
like
this, call
Matthew
us.
Lillard. Please, if you're hearing this,
Give us a call.
Matthew Lillard, are you here?
Where
How
are
old
you?
are you?
How old are you? Are you French? What?
Are you French?
No, it's like the phasmophobia thing. I
Really?
play a lot of Phasmo at night.
Right.
So
Yeah, no,
as,
that's what I was referencing. I just didn't know that French thing was a thing.
so that's actually so there's a YouTuber, not a YouTuber. Well, I guess he does YouTube, a Twitch streamer. I guess he's like super big. Who does mainly Phasmo, kind of cornholed himself into Phasmo. He does other spooky
Hey, I
stuff, but
did
the
that
majority of
myself
his
since Dead by
content is
Daylight.
Phasmo. I think his name's it's Insum, and
Wow.
he was asking. I guess it's like now a thing where he asks the ghost if they're French during the spirit box thing. As a goof, my friend Ty, we were playing Phasmo, and she was like, "Are you French?" in the spirit box, and immediately started a hunt. So we came to the conclusion that the spirit, the ghost in that particular,
He's very upset.
it was
being called
actually
French.
English. It's like, are you serious? How dare you? Like, got
From
offended.
fucking Britain. I'm from fucking Liverpool, eh?
This is Scotland. No. But no, it's
Jesus.
definitely it's crazy to think of spirits out there. And again, you know, when we're talking about like spirits of people that have since left this plane. At the end of the day, they're people. So like being respectful, I agree with you, is definitely the way to go for it. Even if we're completely, even if everyone who believes in ghosts is completely fucking wrong, how hard is it to be nice? It's free.
Right?
It's free.
That's actually that's something that bothers me about just humans in general. Is just like so many people are just so fast to just like get in a fight or get in an argument and like or just to be shitty. And it's like it takes so much less energy to be a nice person.
It's free. It's low maintenance.
It takes
Just
nothing to be nice. Literally,
also,
okay. I had an example of this. I was talking to Pearl about this a little bit ago because I went to the grocery store this morning, and it's like a regional grocery store. It's called Winco. I guess it's like a regional grocery store. It's basically Costco but without the membership.
gotcha.
I
Holy
just
shit.
rated you fucking nerd.
Thank you for the raid, Keenan. You beautiful beautiful, wonderful person. Everybody in chat, if you have not seen Keenan Bread's streams, you should absolutely hold on. I know how to shout out.
We went over this earlier.
Yeah, I'm actually super professional. Thank you, Zombified Potato.
As you're talking about how professional you are and how you're gonna get it.
Yeah, welcome Raiders.
Oh, it got
Keenan.
so spooky. I spooked myself. I had to close creepypasta.
Yeah, Keenan, we've been talking about spooky stuff. We're actually just now talking about how it's free to be nice and people should just do it.
We have
Just
been
do
sidetracked a bunch of times. We're two people with ADHD. Like,
it.
we're only gonna stay on topic so much.
Like, we have covered a myriad of things, and like
There's
a
been a
section
lot
of
of
them were
spooky.
spooky. Like,
There have been a lot of spooky, but there's also been a lot of bullshit happening.
as you do.
But I was just telling a story about how like I was at a grocery store today, and at the beginning of the store, like the way it's set up, like you have to go right to the left, because in front of you and to the right are registers. So like you go into the store, you immediately take a left. Everyone goes the same direction for the first part of the store.
Okay.
And then most people, you just zigzag up and down the lanes. For premium nice. Um, and so it was kind of busy, and I was trying to take a right, and this family was moving forward. So I was like, "Oh, after you guys, you go ahead." And the first two, like, it was an older family. It was like three old people. And the first two were just, "Oh, thanks," like just went by. The third one just like stays stopped, and I was like, "After you." She's like, "No, I think I'll stay here." And I was just like, okay. And like she just like side-eyed me the whole time. Which I'm not used to. Like I have long hair, I have piercings, I have tattoos. Old people stare at me sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah, if you have tattoos and piercings, like that's just part of your existence, is that old people stare at you sometimes. Uh but like my point being is like I kept running into these people like another 6 or 7 times in the store. Like I walked past them because we were zigzagging the aisles the opposite directions. Um And the first one, the girl that was in front was super nice. Like, made a couple jokes offhanded, like, this is we keep running into each other. And like we kind of like went back and forth being in each other's way, and like we laughed about it. And the entire time, this third girl is just like super pissed about being there. I don't know if she was like, if they just said like dragged her out of the old folks home and like she was just like wanted to go back, but like she just like kept being a dick about it every time. And I'm like, yeah, like it's just that point of like the nice person took much less energy to be nice.
Made the conscious effort to be a dick.
Literally.
And you were in a confined space. Like, how.
Yeah, like it's a
like,
big store, but there's a lot of people.
yeah, and like if there's a specific, like, if there's a flow of traffic,
Right.
like you're
You
gonna
go with the flow
run.
of traffic.
Yeah.
The thing is, like sometimes you need stuff you've already passed, and so sometimes you gotta turn around.
Yeah.
But I think the grocery store is where I say sorry the most to people. I don't know what it is about shopping for groceries. It feels very intimate to me to be buying my own groceries and like be doing my grocery shopping. I don't want to talk to anyone else when I'm doing my grocery shopping. I don't want to interact with anybody else.
Yeah.
I just want to get my groceries and get the fuck out of it. I will talk to the cashier because I'm not a dick.
Yeah.
Like I will ask the cashier how they're doing, and based on their response, I will gauge whether or not they want conversation.
Yeah.
But like the Midwest, that's not how it is here at all. People talk to you in public. Just cuz.
Dude, no, I hear that. Down south, they want to talk to you and tell you their whole fucking life. And I'm like,
Right? It's
cool.
like,
This
dude,
is
I
a
don't know you and I'm never
Wendy's?
gonna
This is a
man, this is a
Wendy's.
Wendy's.
It's uncomfortable because I'm from up north where, like, if you go grocery shopping, you get in, you get your shit, you exchange pleasantries with any of the staff that you happen to interact with, and then you get the fuck out.
Right, because you don't want to be a dick to the staff, especially if you're gonna have to be there regularly. You want
Yeah.
to be nice to the staff.
When you go to Price Chopper, you gotta be nice.
You gotta.
You gotta be nice, but
No, see, I only apologize to people when I'm grocery shopping, specifically because it's very common for people with carts to run into each other, or be
yeah.
about to run into each other. And even if it's not my fault, I still say sorry. And it, like, because the other person said sorry when it was my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, that's what you do in a grocery store. If two people are about to collide, you both apologize and you move on. Although there was one where like it was so the other person's fault that I didn't even apologize. I was like, "You're good, everything's fine." Like, don't worry about it.
I
But
once had a
people up here,
thing.
they don't like that. They don't like you saying all good or anything like that, or like acknowledging their apology. They expect an apology back.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, no, like I literally today I said, no worries. After someone apologized, and they like kind of like looked at me funny, and I was like, really?
I once
Like,
was at a store and I was getting my shit and getting out. Um, Full disclosure, this is before I met Zombie. Uh, Now as an adult, as we are together, Zombie does the grocery shopping because we can't do it at the same time. Because
sure.
his method is different than mine. And mine is like, get my shit, I'm out in 15 minutes, I'm done. And he finds the best deals and can do that. And I'm like, cool, you do that. Um, and
Like, no,
it's
I already, I knew what I wanted when I walked into the store,
like, and I don't even, I'm just like, put the shit in the cart, let's
and like,
go.
I am a little column A, little column B. Like, I am very much so. I have an idea of what I want when I go into the store, but I will also walk up and down every aisle in case I see something. And I'm like, oh, I want that because I'm forgetful.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because like I sometimes I don't go into the store being like, oh, I need to get eggs. I'm like, no, like I'll see the eggs and be like, oh shit, right, I only have 3 eggs left. I'm gonna run out of eggs.
Yeah. This lady, and she was looking at the jam. There was a selection of jams and preserves. And I like moved my cart out of the way. I was looking at peanut butter. So she was behind me. And she was muttering to herself, being like, well, what kind of like she wasn't on Bluetooth. She was just like conversing with herself, which I fully get because sometimes you gotta consult
Like
an
same.
expert. Like I get that. You gotta ask yourself,
I
like,
talk to myself every day. I was talking to myself in the store. I was singing to myself in the store today.
yeah.
I literally was like walking down the aisle. I was like singing, like humming that song from Community. Just now. People look at me a lot in public.
It's because they ain't you.
I
That's what it
dance in
is.
public, and you know what it is? It's not like I'm not like dancing to a song. I'm dancing, putting the pasta back on the shelf because I grabbed too many.
Like, whoopsie, let me
Like I'm
shake my.
walking away and I'm like, oh, whoops, let me just moonwalk and shimmy right over there real quick.
That's beautiful, and I love it so
And like
much.
I'm just a very fluid human being in general. And there are some
Dancing.
places that, so I've been told, that are not appropriate to be dancing in. And I've been told that a grocery store is one of those places. I refuse to not.
That's a lie, and
Especially,
we don't believe in that. Not in this
yo,
house.
straight up. When I was working for Instacart before the move, and I went to um, uh, I can't even remember the name of the store anymore. I've been gone for like a month. It's a regional grocery store. It's like really nice. Um, I can't fully remember the name of it, but Wegmans. I was at a Wegmans, and the music they play at Wegmans for some reason slaps. I don't know why. They play really good music at Wegmans. Like they don't play like generic grocery store music. Like they play good music. Um, so like a lot of the time, I would just be kind of like pushing my cart, just kind of like bumping along, like bopping up and down, like jamming, and people
Yeah.
would just stare at me all the time. Be like, I'm sorry, I'm having a good time, and you're not.
Like, Barbara, I'm sorry that you don't like grocery shopping, but if you don't think this music is dope, that's you. That's a you thing.
Honestly, and different sections of the store have different radios on. So like
Oh.
you'll be chilling in produce, just like bopping to some Jason Mraz, just like, oh, I don't. okay. And you're just like, you got no worries in the world. And then you go over to like the meat and seafood, and they're like, despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage.
That's
Like,
phenomenal.
yeah, so I'd be going around all of a sudden like, whoa.
Gotta keep those little lobsters in the tank, right
Holy
up
shit.
with their rage.
Apparently some dude on Twitch just killed a bunch of people.
What?
Yo, I just got a text about it. Apparently some guy just killed 10 people and live streamed it on Twitch. He walked into a grocery store with a gun and just killed 10 people. Apparently, like, that just happened, like, during this stream.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that literally happened 2 hours ago. Holy shit. I'm looking at the story right now.
Uh,
Yeah, apparently had like 50 viewers the whole time.
oh my god. Oh my,
13 people were shot, 10 died.
I'm sorry. I'm at like a loss for,
Jesus Christ.
what the, what the
Oh my
actual,
god. And apparently, it was an 18-year-old that was a self described white supremacist and anti Semite and had a 106-page online manifesto.
I, what the actual fuck? Did he go out how people usually do in that situation?
Uh,
I
he
know this
pointed the
sounds,
gun to his own neck. Oh no, police did get him to drop the gun, and he is in custody.
what the fuck is wrong with people?
White
What
supremacy.
the, for real? Also, Nazis aren't real people. Punch a Nazi.
No, they're
If you
monsters.
punch one,
Nazis are
punch
monsters.
two. Why not? Why wouldn't you? Jesus fucking Christ.
Remember that
Uh,
time that famous Nazi got punched on live television and thought that the puncher was going to get a bunch of retribution, and the entire internet celebrated him? Because I do. I think about that. I think about that video a lot, actually.
listen,
He was just out in the public, just spouting hate speech, and was just like, "You can't touch me. Don't assault me. You're gonna get in trouble." And some dude was like, "Yo, fuck you."
fuck you. Bam. Honestly, I am never one to condone violence. But again, um, the whole concept of white supremacy, that Nazis just don't care or respect for other human beings, in my mind, that makes them, for me personally, I am not condoning violence at any point or whatever. But if I am in a room and there's someone who's clearly a fucking Nazi there, I'm gonna rock their shit for like literally nothing. Nothing. I will do
Just
it.
because I'm bored.
But like, you know what? Why? Bam. Like, that's, I'm so fuck, what? I can't even, my brain
Oh,
just,
you heard Nazi? Bam! Punch right to the 2 eyes. Now you not see anymore.
so
Sorry, that was bad.
this was in New York. This happened. I I don't understand what
Happened in
the
Buffalo.
fuck.
Just straight up live streamed that shit on Twitch a couple hours ago. During this stream, that happened during the pizza story. While you were telling the pizza story, and I was about to shit myself, 10 people died on Twitch.
I just,
Like, that's nutty.
there's a lot of my brain, there is a lot of things happening right now as I am processing this information. I am filled with sadness for the people that were harmed and those that were killed. I am filled with rage that this person did this. I'm filled with utter fucking disbelief that someone at Twitch didn't shut that shit down. And that because of how Twitch runs as an algorithm, they likely got ad revenue from that. That sounds fucked up. But that is a thought that crossed my mind. But
Well,
like,
I'm assuming, well, unless this dude was already affiliated, then he didn't have ads on his stream.
this is fucking disgusting that this happened. I am
Yeah, it's just
physically
wild.
fucking ill from a myriad of emotions. Um,
That's Twitch for
I,
you. No, I assume this had nothing to do with Twitch, and this is just someone chose Twitch to live stream it because
which
there's no
is
live stream on
super
Facebook.
fucking gross, and I hate it. I hate it so fucking much.
But also, supposedly they were sitting on like 50 viewers the whole time, so I'm curious about that.
That in and of itself is gross to me. Like, if you stumble on a Twitch and you see that someone's doing that particular thing, why would you sit and lurk or sit and actively watch that? Like, uh, that just takes that just takes it out of me. Holy shit. People are people are monsters sometimes. I don't even know what to fucking say. Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
I'm trying to find more details about it right now.
There's already a fucking Wikipedia page. like
I'm not surprised, honestly.
like this shit got put on Wikipedia so fucking fast.
That's the internet for you, dude. The internet is on that shit.
So it looks like it happened a little before the stream
I just
started.
got a party invite from blank on Epic. That's spooky after all the spooky shit we've talked about.
Who are you? What do you want?
He's trying to get me to play Fortnite right now. Not appropriate while talking about a shooting to
No,
invite me to a game of Fortnite.
it looks like they traveled hours to get there. So this
Generally, how
wasn't
it goes.
so this wasn't even their grocery store. They just went they drove hours to a random
And literally
grocery
picked a
store.
grocery store.
What a cunt. That makes me fucking ill. I hate that. I don't
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to find, like what channel it was streamed to. Not that I'm trying to watch the VOD or anything, because I'm not. I'm
know.
curious. That was it was it a new account?
Like
Was
if
it
someone just
someone's that
created an account to
right, just
specifically for
to
this,
straight up uh
or if it was a person who was like, I stream Animal Crossing 30 hours a week, but also
right, like were they already streaming their fucking Nazi shit? Like, that's what I want to know, because like someone texted me about it. That's how I just found out about it. And they found out because someone else texted them. They sent me the screenshots from their conversation. And the person that told them said that they were sitting on like 50 viewers the whole time, which make what makes me curious about it.
that makes me just so again, I'm still that's gross to me. That's oh, oof, oof, oof. Usually with mass shooters, like when someone goes out to do fucked up shit like that, there's a myriad of reasons why people do that. Either they're like some sort of zealot and they have like an idea and they plan it out in advance and they're like, I'm gonna fucking just be
Right.
crazy.
This dude uploaded a 106-page manifesto. This dude is very well fucking premeditated.
Oh, I found the Twitch name. Tweeter had it.
What is it?
Um, Jimbo Boy.
Jimbo Boy, was it?
Yeah.
I'm assuming the account is probably gone now.
I fucking hope so. I'm not gonna fucking search for that shit. But uh I'll send you the name because it's spelled fucking
Yeah,
weird.
I'm curious.
Um that's just incredibly gross. And if people out there need if they're feeling some type of way and they need mental like if your brain is so crazy that your thought is like I just need to go into a grocery store hours worth
Yeah,
from my
Twitch banned the
house.
account.
Good. Fucking good. That's gross. Oh my goodness. Um
I know. Imagine what that channel's fucking chat would look like right now if they didn't ban it out.
I honestly I know this can sound I don't want to read that chat because either these people were watching because they were thinking it was either a hoax or they were like just like they clicked it and they were like I'm capped, kind of like when like you see an ambulance go by and like it's none of your fucking business but you're like I wonder where they're going. It was like one of
Right,
those, or if these people were aligned with his ideology, with that idea, with his cute little
right.
manifesto. Like did he
Um,
link the manifesto in his fucking chat before he popped
I don't
in
know.
there? Like
Apparently, Reddit has also deleted his account.
good. Oh
And
my
it's, well,
god.
it's good in one way, but also like I'm trying to figure out what the fuck happened,
Yeah,
and it'd be a lot easier.
if his shit wasn't banned and blocked everywhere.
Right. Well, because everyone's like, we don't want to glorify his actions. Like, okay, I totally get that, but also,
But also I need information.
I need information specifically about what his chat was like during that.
Oh my god. I can't even eat these Cheez-Its. That's and they fucking talked him down rather than just like
Oh yeah, because he was a white dude.
which is fucked up. That's so I want to be very
Yeah.
clear that is there are so many reasons why all of this situation is fucked up. Including but not limited to the fact that they can talk down a gunman who just up until that point they probably didn't know the severity of what he did, but he essentially opened a gun into a store
Oh yeah.
and potentially hurt and or killed multiple people and had a gun to his head. Like, I'm sorry, fucking let him do it. That sounds fucked up, but like for all of the people that police brutality impacts, people of color, indigenous folks, people who don't ascribe to like the body they were born in, things like that. The fact that there's so much police brutality against these different people who are not cis white men, and then cis white man can just do this, quote unquote, like the hashtag cis white man, like can just go in and do all this fucked up
Kill
shit,
10 people, hurt
and then
another
they're just
3.
like, hey, John. I'm using John because that's the name of that awful manager from the pizza story. Like, John, put the gun down. Your life is so important. I'm sorry, but what the fuck? Like, no, no, absolutely not. That's like,
Someone brought up a good point on Reddit because someone was like, dude, they need to just post the manifesto. Like, I'm not gonna read, like, the people that want to read it should be able to see what the fuck he was about. And someone was like, I'm not reading 106 pages of a teenager's fucking racist ramblings.
yeah, no.
Because the kid
Like,
was 18 years old, like, not a fully grown adult, in my
yeah, because
opinion.
people's brains don't like fully
No, until you're
develop
25.
until
And
like
even then,
25, 27.
I'm turning 28 in a month and a half. I don't fucking feel like an adult.
Like,
I like other. Like, it's weird because I'm at that weird age where like other adults treat me like an adult,
you're
but
like, oh
I
wait,
don't
am
feel
I
like
the
an
adult in this
adult.
situation? Hold
Yeah,
on.
literally. No, the first time I was alone with children and I was like, oh, I'm the adult in this situation. Like, I need an adult. Oh, I am the adult.
Don't panic, guys. Oh my god.
Don't panic. Why would we panic? Literally everything's fine. Don't panic.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was spookier than the stories we
That was
told.
spookier than the stories. And oh my god.
Just a Nazi in a mass shooting. Jesus Christ.
I
I
just
can't believe motherfuckers.
motherfuckers be out here
They really do be.
They
really do be.
God damn, like, what the? I can't stop, and I know I don't sound super professional like this. I know with streams you're not supposed to be political, but what the actual fuck?
This
Like,
isn't politics. This is a Nazi
yeah, Nazis aren't
open
people.
fire in
Punch
a
them.
store.
Like,
Yeah.
but like, I
Well, I always tell
don't.
people, like, I think a lot of people on Twitch are very quick to be like, oh, we don't talk about politics, about stuff that's not political.
Like,
Like, I had
I
this conversation.
just.
I'm not going to name drop anybody, but I was having a conversation with someone who was putting together a guide for people. And it's just supposed to be a guide of like how to mod on Twitch. And like, they were talking about how they avoid LGBT topics because it's classified as LGBT. The LGBT movement is classified as a political movement. And I'm like, and they were talking about how like they don't want people to have pronouns on their profiles because that opens the door for political talk. And it's like, dude, my existence is not inherently political.
Yeah, that seems
I'm allowed to be who I
weird.
am without being political. And that's what I told him about it because he was consulting me about LGBT issues. And that's what I told him. I was like, dude, my existence is not political.
No. No,
Like, there
I'm
are
just gonna.
certain things that like specifically when it comes to white supremacists and Nazis, like there are certain things that are only political to a white supremacist.
That is fair, and I
Like,
am. That
saying
is
Nazis are bad is only a political statement to Nazis.
exactly yes. I just don't want anyone to feel like I am attacking white men in general.
I do.
I do. Someone
You're
be
all
triggered. No.
terrible.
But yeah, what the fuck, dude? Like, I like the whole idea of like trying to get into the mindset of someone who is such an extremist that they have to go out and hurt other people. Why hurt other people? Why? Why would that be a thing that you feel is okay? Is fucking bananas to me. I don't get it. It's disgusting. Also, just it's super fucking unnerving how okay people are, like, widespread. Like, they're like, oh, Nazis are just a thing, we'll live with it. That's fucking stupid to me. No.
Right? We should do
Like,
something about that.
that is definitely something to be done. And the reason I'm like, I don't
Right.
want to get political is this is kind of like the same thing where people are like, oh, Antifa. Ugh. And it's like, I'm pretty sure we had whole ass wars against fascism that saying I'm Antifa is actually a compliment. Like, fuck
Literally, that's all
you.
Antifa
Like,
is. That's
it's
all it
like,
means. That you're anti-fascist.
that's what
Like,
it
we just don't like
means.
fascists.
Like,
We had a
like,
whole world war where the entire world decided that fascism was bad.
yeah, like,
And now
what
all
the
of a sudden, fascism's not bad anymore. It's crazy.
fucking pick a lane. My God. I just, I don't even know if it's even, I don't even know. I don't even know where to proceed having this knowledge now. Because part of me is like, I have other spooky stories, but like now I'm just like, it feels shitty to move on from this topic, from this whole
Yeah.
thing. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like I just, like, usually in the things that happens with mass shooters is they go in, they are fucking just disgusting, and they hurt people, and then they get out to the cops, and then the cops are like, bam, 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 and they go out by cop. And it's fucking gross that they talked him down. Not that I'm saying you should shoot as a cop, it's okay for you to shoot people, because that's not okay. But like in this situation, the fact that that wasn't what they did is fucking weird to me. You know? It's fucking weird. I'm so full of, I don't even know. I am so sorry.
Yeah. No, that's, I mean, hey, I am the one that brought it up. It just seemed like it was a significant thing to bring
that
up.
is, yeah, no.
Considering that we're currently live streaming on Twitch and this happened during this stream.
Jesus, I can't even. I just don't even. I hope. God, I can't even. This is in Buffalo, you said?
Buffalo, New York. Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second. I need to text my sister. I don't know if this was her grocery store. I feel like it's not because she's very, um, she comes across as very much like a Whole Foods kind of chick, but still, I would feel
I
like a
can't with Whole
very,
Foods. That should be too expensive for my shit.
thank you. Okay, that's her old account. Here's her new account. I'm just quickly texting my sister because she lives in upstate New York, and I know she has in-laws in different parts of upstate, so I want to make sure everybody's okay. Me type being quiet while I text so I don't type everything I talk
Sorry,
is an
the people I live
absolute
with. I just heard
fucking
about what
hoot.
was happening. And I was just explaining to them what had just happened.
Okay, well, Nikki's active on Facebook, but she hasn't seen my message, so I'm going to assume that everything is chill and that she's
See, I don't
probably
think I have
just.
anyone in Buffalo. I have someone in Poughkeepsie and I've got someone in Brooklyn, but not in Buffalo.
Yeah, she lives in Poughkeepsie, but I know her in-laws also live in upstate, so I don't know whereabouts that is because I'm also I'm a shitty sister. It's not my fault. I have
Good.
like one of 9 children. There's a lot of
Oh,
people to
see, it's
keep
just me
up
and my
with.
brother. No, we just don't keep up. We just do our own things. I actually visited him for the first time without our parents. Like I think ever since we were adults, I was alone with him without our parents. And we basically just like went back and forth sharing stories from our life, like a bunch of shit that I didn't know about him, a bunch of shit he didn't know about me, bunch of shit that I can't repeat because legal
No, for
reasons.
sure. For sure.
I learned some stories about my brother that do not bear repeating.
No, for
But I even
sure.
told
I
him
hear
about
you.
like the summer gig I took like down in Philly, and he was like, "When did you go to Philly?" And I was like, "I was there for like a whole summer."
You're like, I was gone. It was this time. You don't recall? That whole
No, well, at
last
that point
summer I was gone?
they had already moved out at that point.
Oh.
They were. This was my freshman into sophomore. They had just graduated college and they were moving to Colorado.
Oh, okay. I have a lot of siblings and I'm not close with a lot of them. I'm close to my one sister because we're closest in age and like we grew up in the same time frame. Like I've got some brothers that are absolute fucking garbage people and I've told them this to their face because I am a person that I don't talk shit to someone about someone unless I'm comfortable talking shit to them in person. That's just always been my brand. Um, and I know a lot of times, I'm just going to quickly sidetrack. A lot of times, people in chat will, if you're a fan of this show, you know, and it's like once every couple of shows or like every couple of shows, I'll say fuck Zach Bagans. I haven't had a chance to meet him, but when I do, I'm gonna tell him he's a cunt to his face. Fuck that guy.
Damn.
Well, it's the whole Ghost Adventures thing. He does the little ghost show or whatever. He goes into these places, he antagonizes spirits. He's just super fucking disrespectful. And then he's like, why are bad things happening? Crazy. And it's like, because you're an
It's so
asshole.
crazy.
It's crazy. The consequence of your own fucking actions. Who would have thunk it? Oh my
Honestly.
goodness. Why are people like this? We were literally just talking about people can be nice and then oh my goodness.
And then
And
bam, live
then
shooting on Twitch.
just fucking I can't even.
That shit's crazy.
That is. My heart goes out to everyone who was impacted, those that died, those that got hurt, those
Absolutely.
their families, like
Uh,
that's
just so we can kind of move on without moving on.
yeah.
I just had something super awkward happen to me. Do you ever be scrolling through Twitch and then you're like, one of your good friend streamers is doing a charity stream, and you're like, oh hey, no, they were doing a charity stream, and then you see that they're on day 5 of a charity stream, and you're just like,
Oops.
oops, I'm a bad friend.
Yeah. That I've had that exact thing happen. Or
And they're
like
like, charity stream day 5. Like,
I've been here the whole time. What are you talking?
oh.
Also, I'm just gonna donate. I'll be feel better. Sorry. Um I try to stay on top of it, but like I've got a lot of friends to keep up with, and
I've
I feel
so
so
many friends
bad
that have
because I
charity
don't have
streams.
I don't have
Dude, I'm
enough
broke.
time
I
to get
can't.
to everyone consistently. So I like try
You
to
can't.
yeah, it's hard.
It's
It's
not
hard.
possible. It's dude. If there's one thing I've learned about Twitch, you cannot get to everyone's channel ever. Not even all the time, ever. You like you. No one. It's not possible. Stop trying to do it. Get who you can when you can. If they're important to you, show it.
That's why and I'm such a professional streamer. Um and I'm embarrassed to say this, but I didn't know up until very recently that bits equal money. I just knew that people liked when I gave them, so I would get them and I would give them to people because I knew it would make them happy. And then I found out after I made affiliate, I was like, wait, you get money from this? And
Yeah.
it was a whole thing. I was on a voice call with Archie, and Archie was like, Bunny, you're so beautiful. Like,
Then
what
you
the
realize
fuck?
you get $2.39 every time someone subs.
I found that out too. Yes. Um,
Yep.
which is, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, streamers make money. This is a job.
Like, what? Like, this is so silly. I
Like,
wanted
yes,
to
this is what I
make
do.
affiliate so I could have cute little emojis.
I just wanted my own custom emotes.
Like, that was like my whole idea was that, and to, so I have a channel points. It's a bloody axe, and they're called questions. So you can ask people a question.
I'm here for it.
That was my whole idea was to be like cheeky on the internet. And then I found out that this was like there's like a whole ass thing.
That like this is people's
I was
livelihood.
like,
Yeah.
oh shit, that makes sense. I was like, do they just get money off sponsorships? Am I an idiot?
Nope. I am currently working a job that relies on the kindness of others.
It's beautiful though. It's beautiful that that's a thing that can happen.
Absolutely. It's
I
also
like
terrifying.
that is terrifying. I also just
Because like that means you need other people to spend money on you, and you need to give them a reason to spend money on you.
cats.
Just make your cats your content.
Just cats content.
Honestly, I've gone back and forth with this on people on Hover a lot. Because there's some people who are for it, and there's some people. There's a small section of the Twitch community that does not appreciate people using their pets for clout. And I'm all on board for it. I personally, if you have a pet and you're not using them for clout, I'm like, what are you doing? Your cat is adorable, and people want to see your cat. And some people are really weird about it.
That's weird to me. Like I don't cam, so I don't have Moscow forever on my screen. She comes up to the mic and she'll meow, and I'm like, good kitty. Like, yes,
Right.
tell them.
Like, we're just gonna assume that that's a real cat.
Like, this
When
is
we
a
hear
real
them.
cat, I assure you. And then, do I not? I can't find it now. I think it's because I'm going out of OBS. But there is a. Oh, here it is. It's me. I am the problem. Yeah, so Tabby Meow, we had her.
I love Tabby.
Tabby's dope. She actually made my. I don't know if you can see. She made. It was a whole thing. She made this murder board for me. And there's bits of art from different people, different friends. And there's different,
Nice.
like, little mysteries and shit. So she did that. She also made my Bunny Bear Sleuth emote. And then I just put these in the chat. She made this and it's on zombies. They're Moscow. She drew Moscow.
Aw. I'm here for it. Yo, she's been killing it lately.
Yeah, for real. She's been doing an excellent job.
Like, I met her down in back in the Stream Team Dream Team days. Like when we rated her with the Stream Team Dream Team.
She's phenomenal. And
Now
she's just
fucking
super
killing it.
She's super kind and just wonderful. It was one of those weird things where I was like trying to figure out, I was like, where do I do emotes? And I'd had her on for an episode. And she was like, Bunny, I can do emotes. She's like, I hate to be like plugging. And I'm like, no, bitch, let's do it.
Like, no, plug away.
Like, yes. I've actually had a lot of fun people hang out with me telling spooky stories. I've had a lot of I have a lot of friends in general. I like making new friends and learning new people's
Same.
perspectives and shits. It's really
Or
fun to me.
reconnecting with friends like we did today.
Yeah. Like
It's been
this
a
was
minute.
fantastic, and it was such a it was a kismet thing because I had another friend set for today, but life happened and he was like, "Hey, I hate to do this to you, but I can't be there for Spooky Saturday." And I was like, "Don't worry. I have friends. I will ask friends." And I was like,
Don't worry, I have a
"Rhea."
backup that
I was
never
like,
got
"Rhea."
back to me.
I was like, "Rhea, do you want to talk about
I'm
spooky
just
shit?"
glad you fucking posted something in my Discord earlier. I would have forgotten about this. I have ADHD. I'm not good at remembering things. I'm not good at setting alarms either.
Oh, Zombie fucking hates me with alarms because I will have alarms.
I'm
Like I have to
actually
work at
just
10 a.m.
realizing now that I never texted my Pathfinder group telling them I can't play today. Oh, but cool. Someone else said they couldn't play, so it is already canceled.
Oh shit! I never made my. Oops, hold on. I just checked. So I was
Everyone
supposed to
in
start
both of us and everyone listening just thought about all the appointments that they have to make.
like no. So no lie. My friend Josh was like, we're gonna do a D&D campaign. I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. And I'm still very pumped about it. I never fucking made my character sheet, and I don't think I ever responded to him, and that was like, oh, a disgusting long while ago. I
Enough
should
time
have.
ago that they probably ran the campaign without you.
I hope not. I was gonna. It was gonna be great. I'll
I
get back to
showed
him
up to
tonight.
I showed up to a session without a character not that long ago, actually. The session before my character died. And like not expected. It was not like it was a scene in which like the DM did not mean to kill my character. It just kind of happened. Well, she was a pixie and she got the poison took her out. She went
Oh
into the
no.
dying state with 3 stacks of poison on her.
Oh
There was
no.
I knew that though the writing was on the wall when that happened. And like it was justified that they attacked me because I was the last thing that attacked it. I took out a bunch of that swarm with a giant blast of water. So naturally the swarm attacked me because I pulled aggro, and we
Yeah.
didn't have a healer, and yeah, I was the only
So it
person
was
in the
like the
party with a
perfect
heal
storm
spell.
of oops.
Um, and so when I was making my new character, I looked at the party and I was like, you know what, guys, I acknowledge our team's need for a healer. After what happened, I refuse to play a cleric. I'm not trying to play a cleric right now. So I built a barbarian that has battle medicine. I am both the barbarian and the medic.
That is fucking iconic. That is phenomenal. Oh
Fuck, I hate small
man.
tattoos sometimes. Oh, small tattoos are the worst sometimes. I literally got this yesterday. It's already in the itchy phase.
That's good. That
Because
means it's
that's how small
healing.
tattoos do. Yeah, because like small tattoos heal super fast. I got this dumb little bat on my arm. I love him.
Oh my
I also got my
god.
first hand tattoo yesterday. I got my first like very visible tattoo. That's like kind of hard to hide. If I pull down my sleeve like over my hand a little bit, like I usually do, like it's covered. But like just going about my day, like it's very visible.
I have a neck tattoo that
I
is
want a neck
forever
tattoo.
visible, and it's a gem. It's the Gemini too. That's what it is, and
Hmm.
it's literally right on my neck. Like you can't not see it. It's
Right, like
surprising
it's
how many
very
people
like
don't see it. That's the funny thing. Is that a lot of people don't realize I have tattoos. They're like, wow, and they'll talk about tattoos. And they're like, you have tattoos? And I'm like, yeah. And I turn
just
my head
points
and
to
I'm
neck.
like, right there. And also they hold up my wrist and I'm like, and I also have a bunch on my back. Like, I have tattoos. They're
I
there.
don't have any on my back because I have a lot of back knee.
Mm.
The one time I went to get a tattoo on my back, they were like, dude, you can't get a tattoo here until you clean this up. And I did not clean it up, and that was 9 years ago.
No,
I still have an
learned
issue with it.
learned absolutely nothing from it.
Oh yeah, I am 100% a catfish. Like I hit you with like you can see the picture that you have on your stream right now. Like that's a beautiful picture. That's not what I look like. If I were to turn my camera on right now and you put a live stream on me, you would not assume that it was the same person, other than the fact that I'm wearing that beanie right now. Uh,
I'm sorry,
also,
just you being like,
in
I'm a
my opinion,
catfish.
my face is a lot more attractive than the rest of my body. I am not like I think I'm an attractive face. I am not an attractive body. Like I got acne everywhere. Not some places, not most places, all places.
All places. I've always been super fortunate that like I don't it's like a rarity that I get acne, which is gross because I don't have a skincare regimen that I like absolutely follow. It's like, I think my skin's dry. I'll throw some lotion on there. Um, but like I should be more on it, but I'm not. And I have two back pieces, and when I after probably like after the second one was done, I got shingles, but it wasn't like it was below the tattoos. And I was like, well, now I can't ever have a tramp stamp. Great. That ruined my whole fucking plan of having a tramp stamp because I needed it. You know? Oh, man.
Sorry, I had to converse real quick.
Yeah, sorry, that's really creepy.
No worries.
Yeah, one of we got a thing in the mail saying that some random name changed their address to here. And like, which is weird because I just changed my address to here, but that's because I live here. I'm here right
Yeah.
now. I'm currently in this living room. I've never seen that. They came up to me with like, "Hey, do you know this name?" And I was like, "I've never seen that before in my entire life."
Yeah, it's like neither have we.
Like, that's creepy as fuck. They got like a change of address form, like from USPS.
Is it possible they did it backwards and they were supposed to be moving?
No, like your family has owned this house for how long?
Going on 4 years now.
Yeah, 4 years. So like, unless someone just changed their address from 4 years ago, they used to live here, and they did it backwards.
But
That's a lot of ifs, though.
Yeah, like right, like that's a lot of circumstance. Actually, okay, so you want to know something that is a lot of circumstance that I always feel bad about. It was something I did when I was younger that I'm not proud of at all, for the record. My mom handed me a letter one day and she said, "Hey, I need you to take this down to the post office. I need you to mail it up to Maine for your uncle's birthday." And I said, "Sure," and I didn't do it. And then
money in it? Or like...
there was a $50 Applebee's gift card in there. And I had just forgotten. I was hanging out with my friends all day. I forgot. And I very easily could have just been like, "Whoops, my bad. I'll go tomorrow." But instead, I lied about it because I got anxious because I thought my mom was going to yell at me if I said no. So I said, "Yes, of course I mailed it because you asked me to."
Of course, I obviously did that.
Fast forward 2 weeks, I see a rant on Facebook from my uncle. He went down to the post office and like chewed someone out over the fact that this letter never arrived. Yeah, he's straight like he straight up Karen'd it. Some poor USPS employee who does not make enough money to be being yelled at got yelled at. That being said, about 3 years later, I had a pretty okay burger at Applebee's. I kept that shit in my wallet for like 3 years.
Oh my god.
The fact that you found your uncle's said rant on
No, yeah. I saw his rant on Facebook about how he went down to the post office and how the post office fucked up because they lost the letter that they know was mailed. Yeah. Not something I'm proud of. But mind you, okay, I was 13 when this happened. I should have prefaced that. I was 13 when this story started. I wasn't 13. I was like 16. Yeah, because that happened in college. We went to the Applebee's while we were in college. Yeah, so I was like 16 at the time. I was a dumb kid.
I'm just trying to think of like, why be Karen? Why be Karen?
My uncle is a very aggressive human being.
Hey mom, no worries. We're just been talking about a lot of stuff.
Hi mom.
Oh, that's my internet mom. We play
Oh,
video games. My
I thought it
mom
was like your
also
mom's
has a
mom.
Twitch and is also following me, but she's
I
never
actually,
been to a live.
yeah, no, same. Back when I first started streaming, my mom told me that she made an account and followed me. I don't know what account it is.
I was literally my push for affiliate. I was like, "Hey, do you have a Twitch?" Like, and you're like, "Hey, do you have a Twitch? You should follow me." You're like, "I don't have a. What is Twitch?" And I'm like, "Just follow me. Just go do it. It won't
I
hurt
want to
you."
like scroll all the way down to like the beginning of my followers list and just like see if I can find anything that would be like even remotely.
Well, my mom plays video games too, so she's also my friend on Steam.
I'm dead.
But she won't ever play with me. We can't coordinate a game to save our lives. Um,
You
but
ever be scrolling through your follower list and you're like, holy shit, I forgot that person exists.
it do be
That's
like
happened a
that.
couple times scrolling through this. Also, though, like I'm looking at these and it's a cruel reminder about how many of your followers don't use Twitch anymore. There's a lot of names I'm seeing on this list that I'm like, wow, I haven't seen them in months. They quit Twitch forever ago.
It's wild.
Oh, apparently the
People.
girl that I used to hit on back in Massachusetts still follows me.
That's beautiful. I love it. We love to see it. I don't even. I can't even think. My brain is
That's
fucking
funny as
just.
fuck.
Today's just been a crazy. I woke up, full disclosure chat. In true bunny fashion, I stayed up way too late playing games last night, and then I was fucking
As you know,
around,
as you do.
as you do. I was fucking around on the internet, and then I woke up at like 2:15, and was like, I must be ready for internet. Must be ready for crimes. And then Ria came on and was like, yeah, so I've been like super prepared for this entire thing. And
Yeah, I
I
did
spent
nothing but
weeks
prepare for this all
I
day.
spent weeks researching everything. I have all of the knowledge. And I was like, oh shit, well
Definitely wasn't in the middle of putting my groceries away when I realized, shit, it's 3 o'clock.
That never happened. That's not what happened. She was ready.
Actually, no.
They were there. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Full
That's okay.
disclosure,
Back when you
I am
first met
so.
me, I was she.
Hmm?
Back when we used to talk a lot, I was she.
Okay. I still feel really bad though because I specifically asked you, and it's like the third or fourth time I've done it
The
because you
thing
were a
is,
they.
I like when people say she, I don't get upset. When people say he, I do.
Yeah,
I don't get
I don't
upset when
even
people
think
call me
that. I
she.
don't
I'm
even
just like,
think
you know
I
what?
don't
At
even think
least you're like
that.
trying.
I I am so bad. I work, full disclosure, like outside of here, outside of the internet, where I am the world's greatest bear detective here to do crime about it.
Right.
Um, I work customer service, but not front facing. Like I deal with customers, but not to their face. And whenever I
Which is
get
the best
a
way.
yeah, it's the best way. Whenever I'm like going through a like serious complaint, if it's a long letter, if they're like nitpicking and being super bitchy about everything, I immediately assume it's a man. I assume it's a white man. I'm like, all right, Kevin, we get it. You're mad.
Yeah, I assume it's a white woman.
Oh, that's so funny. I don't know why. I always just like, this is clearly a man who's upset about not being in control of the situation. This is that.
Dude,
That's why
some
you're
people
angry.
really will start a fight just because they're not in control of a situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and it's a situation they have no business controlling. You know, like what was what? Never mind. Sorry, we almost got political.
No, it's real. That's the
I
real
was just trying
shit.
to make a joke.
Oh my goodness. That's real shit though. It really is. It really do be like that. People are wild. And you know, at the base of all these really creepy stories or the creepy folklore we go over, there's that human experience, that aspect of it that's like the reason it's so creepy is because some of it could happen. Some of it resonates with people because we all know a person like Melissa who is never has never held a gun but wants to go outside and scream at 3 a.m. because there's a scary dude trying to deliver a pizza. You know,
Mm.
like we all know that one person who's gonna do that shit. And you're like, I really wish you would stop doing that. Like, this is the 4th time it's happened, Melissa. Get your shit together. I don't know. Archie's like, I always assume it's a white man. It's not just me. Okay. Man, I had some other spooky stuff to go over. I don't really know anything that would fit right now though, because we've kind of
No, I think we've covered it.
we've
Truthfully.
established a lot. I think you've told more stories than I have. I just told that really long story.
I mean, I only told one, like, I guess 2 spooky stories. The rest were just kind of like weird anecdotes.
I think that's how you know it's spooky conversation. It's a conversational thing.
First of all, everything I do is spooky. Have you seen my face?
I'll just have you know that spooky lives in your hearts. It lives in our heart. Okay? You don't need a special day. It doesn't have to be Saturday for you to be spooky. You can be spooky anytime you want.
It's Halloween!
All day, every day.
On Halloween last year, I changed my Discord status to It's Halloween. It took it until February for someone to say something to me.
That's really funny.
It took it until February for someone to text me, it's not Halloween. And I literally, when I put it up there, I said I'm going to keep it up there until someone says something about it. And it took until February, but eventually someone DM'd me being like, Rhea, it's not Halloween.
Like, are you
And
sure?
I literally just responded. No, that's literally how I responded though. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Halloween.
I'm like,
dude, it's
No.
February. Halloween.
Are you trying to tell me how time works? Because
Kind of a wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, Jeremy Barry me.
listen, it's absolute Jeremy Barry. Yes.
I've
Yes.
started to add Jeremy Barry to the end of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, and I've had a really good time with it.
I am absolutely gonna steal that from you because that's a thing.
Because I think it rolls off the tongue so well right after timey wimey, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Jeremy Barry. Where is it even from? I know it's from a thing.
The Jeremy Barry is from The Good Place.
Yes,
wibbly wobbly,
okay.
timey wimey is from Doctor Who.
Yes.
Because they were trying to explain how time works in the afterlife, and it's like it's both linear and not, and it loops in on itself. And here, just let me show you. And it kind of looks like the name Jeremy Barry in cursive, so that's what we call it. Like the I over the dot, the dot over the I.
Don't worry
That
about
broke
that.
me. The thing is, like, with the concept of Jeremy Barry, like, if that is how time moves, it's like, okay, that makes some level of sense. It loops in on itself, eventually starts over. It is both constant and flowing. The dot over the I.
That
That
just
broke me.
what is that? Is that a pocket dimension? Oh, you brought up time. Now I can do
that's
this.
my gender.
Okay.
That's the dot
Mood.
over the I.
Absolute mood.
Jeremy Barry.
It's gonna now be my
Actually,
Facebook
I have been
status.
telling people that my gender is in a velociraptor wearing a top hat riding an old timey bicycle.
Oh, a penny farthing.
Yes. But most people, when I
acknowledge
say
this.
that, they don't know what I'm saying. So I just explain it.
I know a
You're the
lot of
first
it
person
about
who's
a little...
ever come at me with that, actually.
I know a little bit about a lot of it.
That's
So
hilarious.
I try to learn every day something new.
Fuck yeah.
Because I fully recognize that I am a person and I am not infallible. There's going to be shit that I'm like, I know this for a fact. And someone's like, actually, here's the fact that tells you you're wrong. And I'm like, valid. And now I know I was wrong this entire time. And now I'm correct.
Straight up. I told people I was Italian for most of my life. The problem with that being, I am not Italian. I thought, for some reason, I thought that I was Italian.
Being Italian lives in your
I knew
heart.
that, like, I thought that I knew that half my family was Irish and Scottish. My dad's side was very heavily Irish Scottish. Knew that right off the bat.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought the reason that my mom tanned like that was because she was Italian. So for many, many years, I told everybody that I was Italian. There's a lot of people out there that think I'm Italian.
I will never tell them you're not Italian. If anyone asks, I will full
Right?
be like, no, Ray is Italian.
No, I'm pretty sure they're Italian. No, so I was. So flash forward many years. Like this went on for like a decade. For like most of my life as an adult, this was going on. Even like from teenage to adulthood, post college. I thought I was Italian until a couple of years ago. I'm almost 28. I brought it up to my parents one day. I don't remember what we were talking about, but I offhandedly mentioned it. Like, oh yeah, probably because we're Italian. And my mom just like looked at me and was like, "What did you just say?" I was like, "Yeah, it's probably because we're Italian." So, whatever. I didn't think it was that big a joke. And she was like, "Hun, you're not Italian." I was like, "What?" He's like, "You're Irish and Native American." I was like, "What?"
Italian.
Yeah, apparently I've got. I'm like the type of Native American though. Like I have just enough Native American in me to know that like my ancestors probably did some fucked up shit.
It's so. I am of Indigenous French and Scottish descent. So it's so weird to me, like, because you'd think like, okay, so you're Indigenous, you should be able to tan. No.
It's like no, I have far too much Irish in my skin for that shit.
Like, I got all the cool recessive genes fucking floated to the top of this shit, so like I don't.
Oh, I have
like
a
I
lot
was
of recessive genes.
I was thinking it got to a point where like I was finally starting to tan as like out of adolescence into like adultishhood when I was up north and I moved down south and the sun be hitting different down here. Like, and it's like humidity, so it's like magnified. So like I go
my
outside.
entire road trip. Sorry.
Oh no, I was like I go outside and like suddenly I turn into a crisp.
Just turn into a lobster.
I'm a lobster.
No, like my entire trip, like I when I left for my trip on the Thursday night, it was raining that night. It was the first time and only time on the entire trip I dealt with rain. I get out of New York, fucking gorgeous, all the way through to the south, to the middle of the country, fucking gorgeous everywhere I went. I start heading north. I get to Colorado, still fucking gorgeous. I get to Wyoming, still fucking gorgeous. I get halfway through Wyoming, the sun goes down. I'm starting to drive through a blizzard.
That tracks.
I literally was like, welcome back to the north, bitch.
You thought you could escape.
You missed me?
What's this? Tundra 2.0, electric boogaloo.
Mm-hmm. And no, it was the worst blizzard I had ever driven through. I'm from Massachusetts. Like I was born in California, but I was raised in Massachusetts. Lived in Massachusetts my entire life. I know how to deal with snow. If you're from Massachusetts, if you're anyone in New England, like you know how to deal with snow. You know how to drive in snow. You know how to do it. I slid off the highway.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was that bad. I accidentally manifested it because I literally was like, I couldn't go above 40 without it like sliding a little bit. So like I slowed down to like 30. And then I was like, yeah, because that's exactly what I need right now is to slide off the highway and get stuck. And about 30 seconds later, I slid off the highway and got stuck.
The universe was like, challenge accepted. Got you.
I was just like, yeah, the universe was like, yeah, that would be a really bad time for this to happen, huh?
About that.
Seriously, like, dude,
I'm glad you're okay.
I was so fucking spooked. Yeah, luckily everything turned out fine. Goku was a little spooked, but other than that, like, I was spooked. Well, because it was funny too, because like 2 hours before this happened, before it was like right after the sun had gone down, halfway through Wyoming, but right after the sun went down, but right before the blizzard started, I like started to pull over on the side of the road because I had to pee so bad, and I was in the middle of nowhere. And like there was no bathroom coming up. It was like, no, like if you want to pee, like you're gonna have to stop and pee on the side of the highway.
Yeah.
And so like I slowed down and just like I didn't even get fully stopped, and my brain was just like murder vibes. It was like if you get out of this car and start peeing, you are going to die.
Oh,
so
shit.
I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep driving and deal with that shit. And then like an hour later, I got stuck on the side of the road and like still had those same murder vibes. And I was just like, oh, fuck this shit. And like I just kept putting it in drive in reverse, just start trying to get whatever traction I could. Eventually got some traction in reverse, just started reversing into the hill because I was just like, I need to get off of where I am right now. Just started like doing comical things with my car just to make sure it wouldn't get stuck in the snow and I could still move it. And eventually I managed to get it back on the highway. But also, like, there was like plenty of people who like saw what happened and just like kept driving. And I was like, ha, good luck, bitch. And I was like,
I
I feel like
wonder
if
if
I
they
saw
were
someone
also
slide
getting
off the
murder
highway,
vibes. I wonder if they were getting murder vibes too. Like it wasn't just you, and they're like, I
right? Well,
think
because the
they're
thing
gonna have to
I
do
see both sides of that. Is like, if I saw that happen, there'd be a part of me that's like, oh, that person probably needs help. I should go help that person. But also, the other half of me would be like, that seems like a them problem. And I'm sure that someone else will come along. Like the one time I was out doing DoorDash back in Massachusetts, and it was snowing out, and there was these two teenagers on the side of the road, like trying to flag me down, and I was just like, nah. Like they clearly were like, they were like walking through the snow, like clearly like there was something happening, like they were looking around in the snow. I wasn't really sure what was happening, and I was like, you know what? Someone else can help these teenagers.
it's so weird though. I
I was
wonder
also mid
what
delivery.
I wonder what it is. Because there's definitely times like the whole murder vibe thought. Like,
I had those a bunch throughout the trip. There was a few times I would get off at an exit and I would get right back on the highway. I was like, nope, fuck this shit. I'm out. This is the start of a horror movie.
mm-hmm.
And I think part of it has to do with the fact that a lot of horror movies start with like breaking down on the side of the highway.
That is true.
Yeah, like it's a trope of horror. But yeah, I remember I got off the highway and there was no gas station. Like there was a sign for gas and it was gonna be like pretty far into town, and I was like, all right, fuck this. Like I got off the highway and immediately it was like Mormon Little House on the Prairie type place. And I just wasn't having it. I immediately just was like, nope, turn around. But I accidentally turned onto like a side road. And like I was on this road that was like parallel to the interstate, and there was this dude behind me like for a while. To the point where like I was like, dude, I think this guy might actually be fucking following me. Because I was somewhere in the south with a Massachusetts license plate. And like I'm sure you know, as someone who lives in the south, there's a lot of people in the south that do not appreciate people in the north being in the south.
Which is so weird to me.
Well, everyone in the north fucking hates the south anyways, and like everyone from
This
the
is
south is
valid.
garbage. So
I still talk shit about the South. Currently living in the
well, that's
South,
the
I
thing. It's
will.
like Southerners don't like Northerners because Northerners fucking hate Southerners. Like that's all it is.
It's like a vicious cycle of like, well, if you knew how to read, like, just like.
That sign can't affect me. I can't read. Hi, what's up? My name's Josh. I'm 13. I never fucking learned how to read. But no, that happened a bunch of times on my trip. Like I got off at this rest stop late at night. Which I'm already not a fan of peeing at rest stops at night, but like it was
Yeah.
bad. I was like, you know what, I need to. And I pulled off into this. I saw a sign for rest stop, so I was like, oh, perfect. All right. So I pulled off. There's no rest stop there. Like there's no building. It's just like a dirt path that goes in like a cul-de-sac, like a
Nope.
really big one. And like there are some truckers there and stuff. Like there are some trucks there. There was a couple cars there, people sleeping and stuff. And I was just like, no. There was, as I was driving like through it, there was like one person who was outside of their car. And like their car was on and their headlights were on. And I was just like, no, I'm good. I'll catch the next
no.
one. And then I just Googled Walmarts and just found a Walmart to pee in. That's one big tip of advice if you ever go cross country, especially by yourself. Walmart parking lots, for the most part, one of the safest places to stay at. Because Walmart parking lots will not kick you out for sleeping there. They won't call the cops on you. And for the most part, it's empty. It's usually just other people who are also traveling across country sleeping there. If you get there by a certain time of night. Now, that being said, actually, it's kind of a scary story that happened on my road trip. So I wake up one morning and the VOD is still there, actually. I have not deleted the VOD. I wake up in the Walmart parking lot, as I did a few times throughout the trip. This was in Colorado Springs. This is kind of towards the end of the road trip. Actually, it was the last morning of the road trip. Actually, now that I think about it, it was my last morning of the road trip. I woke up that morning, went to my brother, hung out with him for a few hours, and then made the last leg up here. So I wake up in the parking lot and I go to the bathroom as I do every morning. I wake up in a Walmart parking lot, use their bathroom, go to the produce section, grab some, like a yogurt, some pineapple, just grab something a little breakfasty. And I started up my live stream for the morning, just on my phone, chilling. And I'm like probably 15 minutes into a stream when all of a sudden I hear this like loud bang, like pop sound from behind me.
Oh shit.
And then all of a sudden I hear another guy yelling, being like, "Hey, what are you doing going around slashing tires? Get out of here."
What?
And there's this kid with his hands in his pockets walking away from where I heard the pop. No bullshit. Like I was in, like, the way I was parked, like behind me was like that was no spot, and then there was like the aisle and then another spot.
Mhm.
So like across the aisle, 4 cars down, got popped. And I hear the dude yelling at this kid, and it was funny because like it was a type of bystander that gets involved without getting involved. They were like standing like behind their car door, like yelling at the kid, like, "Hey, you can't just go around here slashing tire. Get out of here!" But like wasn't moving towards him, was like very clearly like staying at his car. Meanwhile, the kid like looked back at him and was like, whatever, and just like was like smiling, walking away. And like he wasn't walking like at my car, but he was walking in the direction of my car, and I was like, I don't need this dude to see my Massachusetts license plate and just decide that I'm gonna have a bad day. Because
Yeah.
I'm gonna fight some dude with a knife, and then I'm gonna get stabbed. Because if that dude slashed my tires, I was gonna fight him.
Yeah, because
And if
you don't
and
fuck
if
with
I
someone's
fought
car
him, I
like
was
that.
probably gonna get stabbed. Well, I was on a road trip. Had that happened, I literally would have had to jack up my car, put my spare on it, go to an auto shop with money I don't have, like get a new tire put on. I still had 8 hours of driving to do. Imagine I slipped off the highway in a fucking spare tire.
Mm.
That shit would not have been good.
No. So did you ever go to your car?
No, so what happened was I had a sun visor in the on the dashboard. My car was already running because I had to charge my phone to get the stream going.
Yeah.
So I literally like saw what happened, fucking like grabbed my sun visor, just like threw it down. Like it was still covering most of my sight line, but like I put it down enough that I could see. Luckily there was no car in front of me. I put it in drive, went to the other side of the parking lot, put everything away. Like I actually got my car situated, and I started driving away to another Walmart parking lot. As I'm driving out of the parking lot, kid is just still in the parking lot vibing. And I was just like, yeah, fuck this. Fuck that. I'm out. I bounced faster than I've ever bounced from somewhere before. And I've bounced pretty fast from places.
I just
Almost
slashing
accidentally
someone's
started a
tires.
forest fire. And I got out of there real quick. I got out of the stabber faster.
What?
I accidentally started a forest fire when I was back in college. It was an accident, for the record, before anyone comes for me. It was an accident. It was an accidental forest fire. It was in the city of Boston. Whole school found out about it. That was a weird day.
But
was
Smokey
smoking.
told you.
Well, because like we were smoking weed in the woods, as college students do.
As you do.
Yeah, we were smoking in the park across the street from the school, as we did. And I was smoking a cigarette after we smoked the bowl. And I went to go like toss the cigarette on the ground to snuff it out. And the second that shit hit the ground, leaves just lit up. Like it was super dry. There was leaves everywhere. Shit just went up like super fast. Like 1 second there was nothing happening. The next there was a fire that was bigger than us. Like, and we tried to put it out. Like I was flipping a rock towards it and like it just got so big to the point where we were just like, fuck this, we need to bounce. And then we watched it from the bridge nearby.
Oh, damn.
And then there was this rando, right? There was this rando on the bridge that like saw us leaving the fire and was like, "Did you just start that?" And I was like, "Yeah, on accident, obviously. We're not fucking purposely starting fires out here." But then like she stayed with us and like we tried to leave and like she like wouldn't let us leave without following us. And then eventually I was like, "All right, whatever, lady. Like, what do you want?" And they were like, and they literally wanted me to go talk to the fucking fire department about it. And I was like, "You know what? Fuck it." And I went over there and I was like, "Hey, my bad." And they were like, "Why are you telling us this? Why would you voluntarily admit that you did this to us? Like, you know, you go to jail for this, right?" And I was like, "Dude, that's just how my mama raised me." And I guess that resonated with him because he was like, "All right, dude, what did you learn?" And I was like, "Don't throw cigarette butts." And the guy was like, "No, don't fucking smoke." And then I went on my way, and that was not the end of my day. I went to a different park and started smoking weed in that park after that happened. After I accidentally started a fire in a park from smoking in a park, I went to a different park and proceeded to smoke weed in that park.
Could you imagine if you went and the same thing happened?
Right in the same day? Well, no, because that was the crazy. This was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like we had just started our day. Like we had just got out of class. We like were smoking our first bowls of the day. My friends were on their way to the park when that happened. And like we walked past them and we were like, "Nope, keep walking." We were like, "Nope, we're gonna keep walking this way, guys. We're not going that way." Which is funny because that's not the first time that happened, but reversed. One time I was walking to the park and my friends came back and we're just like, "Nope, turn around. We're gonna keep walking this way." Turned out a bunch of cops just almost busted them.
Oh, damn.
This was back when weed was illegal. Yeah, this is back when you actually had to like hide it. And like, yeah, my friends were smoking in the park and these 2 cops on horses roll up and we're just like, "Hey buddies, what you doing?" And like, they were just like, "We're just hanging out." And like, dude, my dealer was with them at the time. That dude had a backpack full of weed. Like, that dude was going to prison if he had gotten caught, if they had looked in his bag. But luckily my dealer was a fucking professional and knew how to talk to cops.
Yeah.
And like literally just took over the scenario and talked their way out of it.
Yeah, the key is to not act
Literally act like you've done
suspicious.
nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Literally, like act confused as to why they're bothering you. That's what I always do is like, I'm just like, officer, like, why are you talking to me right now? Like, there's nothing wrong. But you know what I do actually when I talk to cops now? I kill them with kindness.
Yeah.
Like so after I left Oklahoma, I was there for a few days visiting the love of my life. I got to meet and have a few days with the love of my life. Because we met on Twitch.
Oh.
Yeah, and we're still together, and I got to meet her, and it was a really great 3 days, and it made me even more certain that I want to be with her, which was great. Because like that was one of our concerns, and that's a very legitimate concern for people who meet on the internet. It's like,
Yeah.
you don't know that you're gonna vibe in person the same way that you do online. Luckily, no, everything went great, and she's really awesome. But anyways, I was leaving because eventually I had to leave. I had to continue the trip to Montana. That and I was running out of money, and I couldn't get another night at the hotel because I would have. And so I'm driving away, and very quickly, the first time I hit 60, I hear this like clanking on the side of my car. There was something hanging down, like by the wheel of my car. Still don't know what it was. It was dry and it wasn't leaking anything, and it didn't seem that important because my car was running without it. So I just kind of tied it to the frame. But as I was getting ready to leave, a cop pulls me over. Well, not doesn't pull me over. I was already pulled over, but he pulls up behind me. I was already back in my car. So like immediately, mind you, I had just smoked like a bunch of dabs. I was so high when this happened. I was visibly high when this happened. which was fine because when you're driving in the middle of nowhere and you have an out-of-state license and you're on an interstate, most people just go, oh, they're traveling, they'll be out of here soon, not to worry about it. Because like most cops, like most state cops too, like if they know that you're not going to be in their state for a very long time, if you're not visiting their state, if you're just driving through their state, even if you do something wrong, they'll be like, get the fuck out of my state. And you'll be like,
Yeah, just keep going.
that
I
was
need
the
you to keep
plan.
going.
I was like, yeah, I planned on getting the fuck out of your state. Don't worry. I don't want to be here either. I also don't want me to be here.
What a coincidence.
Crazy. No, but as the cop was waiting, I was like, oh, hey, officer, I appreciate you. And I explained the situation. Just like super friendly. And he fucked off. The only interaction I had with the cop on my entire road trip. There was definitely a cop that was like thinking about pulling me over at one point, and then saw my Massachusetts license and saw that I was almost out of the state and just was like, whatever.
We'll not do that.
There was a statey following me on the interstate in West Virginia for a while towards the end of West Virginia. Like a solid 10-15 minutes. And like I was in the right lane. Like I was not in the left lane. I was in the right lane. I was going 5 under the speed limit. There was no reason for this cop to stay behind me for that long.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I set my cruise control to 60. I was like, I'm going to keep this car as straight as possible. Keep my fucking both hands on the wheel and not give this guy a single reason to pull me over. Because I had actually, no, at that point, I didn't have a lot in the car. I had some weed in the car that was, and I definitely smelled like it too. That was the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My experience with the police has ranged from, oh no, I got in a lot of trouble, or I would have been in a lot of trouble, but they were just like, have a nice day. They looked at my ID and were like, have a nice day. And I just like,
right,
left.
when you realize the cop just doesn't want to do paperwork.
No, it wasn't even like that. So I was in college, and this was before it was legal in Vermont. And there was a bunch of us.
Which is insane to think about, because like it's Vermont.
Yeah.
Like now it's like a weedtopia.
Like, here's where all of it works. But no, I remember distinctly we were at college, and we had been warned by this person's parents, whose car it was, to not just sit in the car and clam bake because the registration was out. So naturally, like 8 of us loaded into this car and then just clam baked in the car in the parking lot. Naturally, as you do.
Naturally, you immediately did exactly what she told you not to do. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I remember distinctly, there was a bright light in my eye, and someone knocked on my window. And I was like, okay, can you just start the car so I could see what this person wants? So we roll down the window, and of course, all of the smoke billows out into this federal agent's face.
And like, not a situation you can talk your way out of. Like, oh yeah, I was just caught red-handed, and you know exactly what was happening.
And he looked at me and he goes,
I am at your mercy.
He goes, sweetheart, I'm a police. He said it to me, nicest way possible. Sweetheart, I'm a police officer. And I was like, I peed a very little bit. A little bit of pee. A little bit of pee.
I think it's like the way that he said that, though, I feel like you'd be like, okay, there's some level of sympathy here. You can play to that.
I was like, cool, I am safe. He immediately turns the flashlight to the people in the back seat. His voice and demeanor completely changed. And he's like, pass all your drugs and paraphernalia up front. Like, we've been watching you for a while. Like, hands out the windows. Like, full on was like, everyone here is getting arrested.
Right, like you've been hotboxing this car, and they saw you hotboxing this car for a while now.
Yeah, they knew. They were like, nah, we're gonna get you.
Well, because that's the thing about hotboxing a car. It's super fun, but like, it's not hard to tell that someone's hotboxing a car.
Yeah, like, it's not... It's not at all.
Like, one time I lit up a joint on the way home from the dispensary. The people around me knew I was hotboxing. Like,
yeah,
I was clearly not smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, there's a distinct difference.
Yeah, I got some looks. It was fine. I once had a cop come up to us mid-mushroom trip.
Oh no.
Luckily, we weren't doing anything. So we were behind a cemetery, because behind that cemetery is a campground. Um,
That's
but
not
we were
creepy
not.
at
We
all.
didn't go to the campground. Well, it's like it's okay. When I say like behind the cemetery, it's like the path to get to the campground is behind the cemetery. Like
Okay, so it's not
there's a
just like,
cemetery, and then there's a small parking lot, and then there's a long, like mile long path that you have to go down.
oh, okay, that
Like
actually
there's
makes
a
way more
parking lot
sense.
like that's like meant for people that are camping there. And we were in that parking lot, just hanging out doing shrooms in the parking lot, and we were
As
like,
you
this is
do.
secluded. Which actually, like, it actually was a pretty secluded area. And we're pretty sure to this day that that guy just like happened to be checking the area. Like, we don't think anyone called him on us. Like, he was just probably doing his rounds, saw some lights on, and was like, "Hey, what's going on?"
What are you
Um,
guys up to?
and he
Nothing.
definitely thought that we were just like a bunch of like college kids smoking weed, because like we were also doing that.
Of course, of
So
course.
they were literally just like, "All right, guys, like sober up and get out of here," and we were just like, "Heard." Um,
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, like
Thank
we're
you.
mid mushroom trip, like we're not about to sober up.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean sober up? Like, you know, like this isn't like a slap your friend in the face and they'll be fine situation. This
I
isn't
will
a
say
toss some cold
this.
water.
I will say this though. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you are on shrooms and you need to get out of that, a
Drink some
shot of
milk.
alcohol will do it.
No, you drink some milk.
Milk?
Yeah, you drink some milk.
Huh.
I know it
Learn
sounds weird.
something.
No, no, yeah, you don't want to do the alcohol. I've heard the alcohol one before, and it works to a degree, but like, no,
I
milk.
um
You want to drink some milk.
I can't do I'm allergic to mushrooms at any kind.
Oh no shit.
So found out the hard way.
Oof. No, I love mushrooms. That's neither here nor there, though. I would love to do mushrooms up here. That'd be great. Oh my god, go to fucking Yellowstone, drop some mushrooms. Oh, that sounds like a great fucking time. Um, yeah, like I remember we actually drove home. My friend, I didn't have a license at the time. My friend was like our designated driver for everything because they were the only person that had a car and a license. And meanwhile, like when I say designated driver, like they got super high and would drive. Like that's not
Yeah.
the point. It was more like when I say designated driver, I mean like they were the only one with a car. So
The
we were
driver
like,
who
dude,
was designated to do so.
oh yeah, we definitely drove home like while still on shrooms. And I mean, granted, I lived in a super small town. There was no traffic on the roads at this point. It was like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
But my friend wanted to fucking drive through the rich part of town for some reason because they were like, I want to look at all the nice houses because like they dated some dude who was super rich. I don't know why that ever stopped happening. She literally dumped this dude because he was boring, and I'm like, what do you mean he's boring? He's rich.
I can relate to that. I get that. I get that
They
full
literally
heart.
said he was boring, and like we would still hang out with them after they broke up, and like I was just like, it was weird. It was also super weird because there was like 3 broke ass people living like hanging out in like a fucking mansion. This dude had a full size basketball court in his house,
Ridiculous.
just in his house. Like I'm not talking like mildly wealthy. I'm talking like fucking uber rich. This dude was. This dude had money. Uh and she fucking dumped him because he was boring. And I was like, what do you mean he's boring? How is a rich person boring? That's what I don't understand. Is how do you end up boring as a rich person? You can do whatever you want all the time, always. There's no
Yeah.
limitations to what you can do. Like you have the
Yeah, if you're
means
not
to do
under the thumb
whatever
of
you want.
capitalism because you come from an affluent family and you don't have to do anything, you can literally dictate how you do your day-to-day life.
Oh yeah.
Why not fucking learn everything or learn to pick up new hobbies or
Oh yeah,
like
no, this
keep it
dude did not
going?
do like this. Well, I guess this dude was a DJ. He was not a good DJ, mind you.
Oh no.
But he was a DJ. Like he wasn't garbage. Like I went to one of his parties and like it was okay. It wasn't a good party. It was at a club. It was like an 18 plus club. It was not that fun to be honest, but that wasn't because of him. It was because the club kind of sucked.
Yeah.
That and just like no one cool was there at all. No one was dancing. Like everyone was just kind of like hanging out, and I was just
Oh,
like, I came here to
oh,
have a good time.
y'all
Yeah,
need to do
it was like one of
something.
those like 18 plus clubs where like everyone like tries to act like they're too cool to be there. And it's like, okay, but you are here. Why are you trying to act like you're better than this place while you're in this place?
That's a fail.
Yeah, not from me.
No, from the club.
That is a fail from the club.
They had one job, which was to not be bad. And they failed.
And you couldn't even do that. Which is not a hard thing to do, in my opinion. A club is not a hard thing to make not shitty. All you really
Yeah.
need is some flashing lights, some loud music, and a bar. That's all you need.
Or even
Granted,
if
again,
you
there's
don't have a
18 plus
bar,
clubs
even if
for
you
it.
just have a, like, think about it. Have you ever been to a bowling alley and not had a great time?
I mean, yes, but that's because like that's what one of my friends wanted to do all the time, and like I kind of got over it.
That's fair. I get that. Bowling
I used to
alleys
really
are,
like bowling. Yeah.
you can't just be bowling every day, but like, like on a whim, like, if you're like, it's been like 6 months since I've been in a bowling alley, you go, and
Oh, it's
even
been
though
many
it's
years.
it's literally a bowling alley, like it's very
The
straightforward
same
what is gonna
everywhere you
happen
go.
there.
Like, yeah, there's no bowling alley that's not that is unique rather. Like every bowling alley is the exact same.
It's like you open a door and you're transported to the same pocket universe bowling alley that is everywhere.
Honestly,
It might be.
like I actually saw a TikTok about that not that long ago. It's like the lanes are all the
What?
same. There's a birthday party. The only people that are at the bowling alley when you go to the bowling alley is the 4-year-old's birthday party, and the group of 50-year-old men in a bowling league who brought their own balls. Like that's it. It's
Holy
that and like
shit.
bored teenagers.
Oh my god. Did we just solve the internet? Did we solve
I
it?
mean, I was quoting a TikTok, so I think someone
Well,
else solved it.
TikTok, somebody else, they've cracked the code.
You do in fact get transported into a pocket dimension every single time you go into a bowling alley.
You know what's crazy? You mentioned time travel earlier, and I had. So you know about lake monsters, right? How, like, there's just like lake monsters places?
Sure.
Okay. So a while back, we had the baddies on, and Sunshine Owl posited a theory about lake monsters, and I just wanted to run this by you because I feel like you may think this is crazy and just want to like talk about it for a second.
Hit me with it.
Okay. So, lake monsters are actually prehistoric like water dinosaurs that the reason that they can't find them when they like dredge a lake or whatever is because their instance before they appear in the lake and then after is that they come through a wormhole in time, pop up, do their like appearance at the lake, someone gets a really grainy photo, and then they dive back down and they go back through the wormhole.
I think if that kind of scenario was happening, I don't think it would be a wormhole through time more than it would be space. I think it would be a pocket dimension kind of thing. I think it would be
Oh
transported through
shit.
space, not time.
Oh damn, that's a good I didn't even think of that.
I think that makes more sense to me. But also, like, when it comes to specifically like lake monsters, like, I don't know, I think that people don't like not knowing what something is, and when they don't know what something is, they make things up about it. And that
Yeah,
gets passed down for generations until something becomes true. Like,
absolutely. It's a combination of like,
I'm probably gonna piss someone off here, be it someone that's here, someone that's listening right now, someone that's watching the VOD. I'm sorry, Nessie's not out there. I'm sorry, my dudes. Nessie's not out there. They're just not. I'm
just
sorry.
full
I'm
stop.
sorry.
Nessie
Nessie
is
is
not
just
here.
not out there. They're not. They don't exist. I think it was some weird shit that someone saw one night and didn't know how to explain it and made up a story about a monster because they didn't know because their brain couldn't comprehend not knowing what something was.
That is actually a valid standpoint, and here's why. If I don't have any point of reference for something, I'm gonna try to make it fit my worldview.
Mhm.
But the same can be said about paranormal stuff. Like, if something crazy fucking happened to me, I'm gonna try to rationalize it. So,
Right, and it comes to a point where like you try to rationalize it for so long and you can't come up with a rational answer that you just default to like, okay, well, what's an irrational answer that could also explain it?
it's like when you're looking for your car keys and you're like, I have checked the desk, I have
Right,
checked
and
my
you're like, some
purse.
motherfucker
I
came in here and stole my keys.
You're like, or wait a minute, then you open the freezer and bam, there are your car keys, and you're like, why?
I've never had my keys in a freezer. I've heard plenty of people who have done that. I've never done that ever. I've lost my keys plenty of times. That's not the point. I've never lost them in a freezer or fridge.
You're holding
They've
them,
been
you're
in a cupboard
doing stuff.
They were in a cupboard once because of that. I'm a big fan of catch-alls personally. Like in my anytime I'm in a living space, like there's always at least one catch-all. There's something I need one surface in the house where I can just put anything.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
because that's the first place I'm gonna check when I'm looking for something.
Well, like,
Like
it
right now,
must be on
my
the dump
wallet's
table.
behind. Yeah, my wallet I'm looking at right now is behind my monitor. Not in sight. I had to kind of like look around for it. But that's the first place I would look is on this table.
And it was there, so that reinforces the theory.
Exactly. You just keep everything you own in one spot forever, and then you never know. You never lose.
You'll never
anything.
lose it because it's always going to be there.
It's always in that one spot. Exactly. Like in my old apartment, there was the dining room table. That was a big catch-all. And then there was on top of the entertainment console in the living room. And then there was my dresser in my bedroom. If my keys or wallet were not on one of those three surfaces, it's gone forever. Especially my wallet. Except my wallet, actually, sometimes like I'll be like, all right, where's the pair of pants I was wearing yesterday?
That's fair. Oh, man. I just realized
The
it's 8
folks I'm
o'clock.
living with are doing some gardening work, and all four animals are just hanging out by the front door watching what they're doing. That's adorable. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about a lot of things. Spooky, not spooky.
Yeah, this was not a horror story podcast. This was a hangout podcast in which we told
Rhea
a
and
few
Bunny
scary
just
stories.
talk shit the whole time.
Literally, that's my entire life. I'm not surprised that this happened with me as the guest. This tends to happen on people's podcasts when I come on. Like, I have really bad ADHD, and when the host also has really bad ADHD,
Together, we did a
you
thing.
know, yeah, you just vibe with it. I had fun though, personally.
I also had fun.
That did not feel like 5 hours just went by. I'll tell you that.
No, it for sure didn't. That's what I looked. I was like, huh, I could use a snack. And I looked and I was like, oh, that's why you could use a
Like,
snack.
oh no, I could use a meal. I could use cooking dinner.
Like, actually, you stupid bitch. You should eat. Like, I'm going to get so much flack. I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for not texting back for sure. Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure
It's been a while
Zombified
since I texted.
Potatoes. I'm going to get a bunch of text messages from Zombie being like, you didn't eat food? How dare you? Eat a
You
meal.
fucking idiot. Fucking
Like,
scrub can't even feed themselves.
Ridiculous. No, so like he left snacks out because he's like, I know. He's like, I know if I don't. Full disclosure, my kitchen sucks. Like, it was built poorly, and I don't like being in there. Because if just everything is, I don't like it. It's small.
Sure.
It's
Yeah,
the
been there.
the counters are weird height where it's basically
Oh, have you ever
like,
been in a kitchen without counters?
yeah.
Yeah, I've been in one of those before. Those suck.
It's so weird, and I don't like being in there because I love cooking, but like we've been here for like years, and I tried to cook in there a couple of times, and I'm like, I don't like it. And he was like, don't worry, babe, I got you. And he's been like the main cook boy
Nice.
person.
I was the main cook in my last relationship, and then I found out my current girlfriend is like the bombest chef ever, and I can't wait to have her food. She literally yesterday we were talking. She sent me a bunch of pictures of like all the different kind of stuff she's baked or cooked, and like it was all a bunch of different shit that all looked dope as hell. And I was just like, oh fuck!
I would
yeah,
like
what
you
are
to
we
see
moving
my
on?
portfolio.
Literally. I was like, yo, when we moving in? Like immediately, I was like, yo, I need you cooking for me
If
on
you
the
don't show
reg.
your significant other your food portfolio, what are you even doing?
I will say, my food portfolio is not as impressive as most people's. Mainly because I raised myself on television and movies. Because my parents were always working. Because I grew up broke. Which is weird
That's
though now, because like I grew up super broke. Like I grew up like my parents were paycheck to paycheck. Like if we wanted something, sucks to suck. Like we didn't.
it
I like
sucks
me
to
and my
suck.
brother just learned not to ask for things. Because we knew that like the answer was maybe when your dad gets paid.
Mm,
And now my dad is like a fucking CFO down in Austin.
good for him.
Like it's nutty. Yeah, like my mom is like designing whole ass neighborhoods. Literally, I remember growing up, my dad was a CPA, and my mom worked part-time at a gym. My dad is now a fucking chief financial officer, and my mom is designing neighborhoods in Austin. Like, what the fuck? Life is weird. Life is very weird.
It is, but that's kind of uplifting, you know?
Right? Like oh, maybe we won't be poor forever. Maybe we won't be
Like,
broke as shit my entire life.
yeah, like look at this person. They were just a public accountant. Now they're a CFO. Like,
Literally.
that's crazy. That's amazing.
Fucking
I feel fucking inspired
nutty.
right now.
Dude, my parents are pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Well, my mom's pretty cool. My dad's getting better. I feel
Hey,
bad when I talk about my parents because, like, I really love my mom like a lot. Like, we actually are like really close now. I actually was gonna call her today, but she's busy. Um, and yeah, my dad's like whatever. My dad's like getting better, but the damage has already been done. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like when I came out as trans, both my parents texted me and they're both telling me that they love me and I'm still their kid no matter what. But then I was talking to my mom on the phone like a week into it, like maybe a week or 2 weeks into it, and she was like, "Yeah, dad needs some time," and like that's not the response you want to coming out.
no,
Yeah, and now he definitely tries to make up for it. Like my mom always calls me kiddo. Like ever since I was a kid into adulthood, like no matter what, always just calls me kiddo. Um, and my dad used to do the same thing. My dad is now overcompensating and uses the name Rhea like a comical amount in a conversation. And like
that's
it's
actually
hilarious because like he's trying. He's clearly trying. He's putting in
he's
an effort. It's
trying.
adorable. Yeah, it's adorable. He's putting in an effort, but like sometimes like, he just says shit. I'm just like, oh, you sweet summer child. It was actually I was talking to my brother about this, and my brother was very impressed because I was talking to my brother's fiance about this, and we were talking about how like my dad's the type of person like you don't argue with my dad because no matter what, even if my dad is wrong and knows that he's wrong, he will continue arguing until you get so fed up with arguing that you just let him be right. Uh yeah, you literally. So I've learned that you don't argue against my dad. You just let him argue against himself until he gets burnt out. But my dad doesn't get burnt out, so you just don't argue against my dad. Uh And I was in the middle of a conversation with him once, and I was like, "Dad," I was in an argument with him about an LGBT issue. I don't remember exactly what was happening, but it was something about legislation that was getting passed. And I was like, "Dad, I need you to acknowledge that, like, yes, most things you probably know more than me. I know more about gender politics than you." And he was like, "Okay, yeah, fair enough." And that was the only time I ever beat my dad in an argument. And my brother was like, "Holy shit, you actually beat our dad in an argument?" And I was like, "You goddamn right," because we were talking about gay people, and he's heavily religious.
I'll take the win. I'll take it.
As Obi-Wan said, "I have the high ground."
Oh
That's how I
man.
felt. That's how I felt in that argument. I was like, "You have no fucking idea what you're talking about," and I studied this shit. Let's go. I went into that argument. The thing is, I'm not an argumentative person. I don't like arguing. I don't think it's productive for anybody unless it's about dumb shit. I will argue about dumb shit all day long. Like
Absolutely.
stuff that's insignificant. Like I don't I don't argue about real shit that's going on in my life. If there's a problem that needs to be solved, I will sit down and I will talk to the person about it. I will straight up argue with you like why the color purple is the best fucking color. And if you try to argue with me, you're wrong, and
Is a hot
I'll
dog a
let you know why you're
sandwich?
wrong. A hot dog is a sandwich. It is absolutely a sandwich, and anyone that
Thank
says
you
it's
for
not
being
is fucking wrong.
thank you for acknowledging the correct answer.
That's it. It's a fucking sandwich. And I don't understand why so many people get upset when you say that it's a sandwich.
Oh
So
my
many people
goodness.
like got up in arms about that one specifically. There was only one time I had to stop an argument about dumb shit, because usually I love arguing about dumb shit. I think that's when it's actually fun to argue, because like some people love to argue to the point where like they'll argue about stuff that matters, and like the people will get angry about it. Like that's how people fight. I don't like that. But when you're
Yeah.
arguing about something that dumb, it's like, okay, no matter how heated the conversation gets, we know that this is not a personal attack. None of us are getting heated at each other. We're getting heated at the argument.
Yeah.
And like I'm here for that. The only time I had to shut shit down was when I was working that camp job I told you about in Philly. I was the program coordinator. I was basically a glorified gym teacher. It was a computer camp, and I ran the outside half of the camp. I basically got paid to make a bunch of nerds who didn't want to do anything but sit around on computers, run around outside. And it was actually a big draw of our camp is that um they they have a mandatory rec period for all campers. So like no matter
Nice.
what, so a lot of parents will send their kids to that camp because they know they're gonna get some level of exercise.
I know
They're
little
like, yeah, you
Johnny's
can
gonna
go to
go
the computer camp.
outside.
Yeah, like because like you send your kid to a computer camp, you assume they're gonna be on computers all day, and you're right for the most part. Until I came in and I was like, hey motherfuckers, I'm gonna make your asses. Except this one kid who had a doctor's note, and I was like, I was looking at the kid. I looked at this kid, right? This kid was a perfectly healthy fucking kid. This doctor's note was. I looked at the doctor's note. It was bullshit. Like I literally looked at it. I was like, "You're just a fucking asshole. You're that kid who wants to not run around so bad that you got your parents to get a fucking doctor's note for you, so that I can't make you go run outside. Bullshit. You're that fucking kid who walked the mile in gym class. Like." No, they're sorry. They're not even the kid that walked the mile in
one
gym
year
class.
I walked a mile, but that's because I had rolled my ankle snowshoeing like the day
Right, you had an
before.
injury. No, they're not even the kid that walks the mile. They're the kid that shows up with a fucking doctor's note to the mile and doesn't have to run the mile. I hated that kid. Well, I hated that kid not because he didn't want to participate. I hated that kid because he got permission to bring his fucking DS out into the field. And so, like, while I'm trying to, like, I was about to say teach my class. While I was about to run gym class, I had a kid on the sidelines fucking playing video games, and I had all the other kids wondering what was going on in his video game and distracting everybody from what was going on. Like I couldn't run activities, and I hated that kid because of that. Fuck that kid.
Wherever you
I
are,
actually
kid,
transferred.
wherever you are, just
Go
know that
fuck
we
yourself.
know.
If you were in Philly back at Philadelphia camp back in 2016, you remember if you remember the term "prepare for mandatory fun" and not from Weird Al Yankovic.
This is directed at you specifically.
No, I'm just playing. I actually didn't care about that kid at all. Like that kid actually, no, like legitimately, there was one kid that was way worse. Actually, there was this one kid who, like, problem child was like not enough to describe this child. Like to give you an example, like one time, and this was like deep into it. This is like because like like when you start work, I don't know if you've ever worked with kids before.
I have a lot. I have 12 nieces and nephews. So in
Right,
a
so
professional setting, no, but like, yeah.
right. So like like when you first meet a kid, you don't know that they're a problem child.
Yeah.
You know, you go into every interaction with the kids assuming that they're like hoping that there's not going to be a problem child. No, this was like well into the summer. For some reason, I don't even know why. Every other fucking kid that went to this camp came for 2 weeks and then didn't come back. This motherfucker, this little fucking shithead,
This
came
little
back.
shit.
I swear to God, for 6 goddamn weeks. I fucking hated this kid. I don't even remember his name. I can remember his face. I still remember this kid's face. I've never had more hatred for someone who was not an adult. Because you know, like usually if a kid's being shitty, you can just write it off as a kid being shitty. No,
Yeah.
this was a kid that like knew what he was doing, like knew what he was doing was wrong, and just like did it anyway. Like one time, this was deep into this. It was like 3 or 4 weeks into dealing with this kid. This kid knows he's the problem child. I know this kid's the problem child, and this kid knows that I know that he's the problem child. And that's the worst. When the problem child is like public about the fact that they're a problem child, that's the
Ain't I
fucking
a
worst.
stinker? Teehee, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you are a
Jared.
fucking stinker. You literally are. Go fuck yourself, John.
It is John. You know what? That's if
I'm
anybody
never gonna
takes
look at the name
anything,
John ever again.
if anyone takes anything away from this,
For example, like there's like 3 or 4 weeks into me dealing with this kid, and we were in the middle of playing Manhunt, hide and go seek. For those who
yes, I
weren't
will
insecure.
hydrate. Thank you, Archie.
Which I think is hilarious that when like teenagers start playing hide and go seek, they call it Manhunt. It's like, no, it's hide and go seek. And we're in the middle of it, and this kid is like, I got stung by a bee. And there were bees on the campus, like where we were. So like we had to stop the game, had to make sure everybody was fine, and like we stopped the game, and then we're like, all right, where did the bee sting you? And the kid just gets a smile on his face. And I'm like, dude, go fuck yourself. I was like, you're really gonna do this? I sent that dude to the director's office. I sent that kid to the director's office so fast. I was like, go talk to so-and-so. I'm not dealing with you today. One time this kid transferred out of my morning gym class in the middle of the class, and nobody told me.
What?
Dude, this camp happened on a college campus, right? We locked down the entire campus because we thought this kid was missing. Like I went in, I dropped everything and went into emergency mode, and I like took over the situation. I literally like we couldn't find, because it was during a game of Manhunt as well, and we couldn't find the kid, and we were trying to like gather everyone, and all of a sudden we can't find this kid, and so of course, you know, my first instinct was like, okay, this kid thinks that they're being clever. They want to make sure they're the last person found. You know, they don't want to come out early just in case the game's not actually over. They don't want to give away their hiding spot. Like, sure. And then a few minutes went by of us calling everywhere that was like within bounds, and we were just like, haha, this kid's still not answering us. And so like I had a megaphone, so I went inside, got the megaphone, and I was just like, hey, so and so, if you can hear me, the game is over. Please come out. Nothing. Another 5 minutes go by, we're still looking for him.
I am so sorry. I have to pause you real quick. I have to pee.
You're fine, dude. I've paused you plenty of times.
Okay, I'm gonna real quick go pee, and I'll be right back. Don't panic.
I'm gonna panic.
Don't fucking panic. Don't do it.
I'm freaking out. stream still hear me? I was waiting for like a BRB screen, and then it just didn't come. Oh, the stream can still hear me. Hello, stream. How is everyone doing this fine evening? I'm just sitting here scrolling Facebook, realizing I'm still live. Hello, Throw. How are you, my love? How are you doing? I hope y'all have enjoyed this. I know I have derailed the conversation a few times. You know? Even better. Oh, what's going on, my dude? Is there anything you want to talk about? I know that I'm just a stranger and like I've talked to you maybe one time before this, but and by that I mean I vaguely recognize your username. But if you want to talk to a disembodied voice on the internet, this disembodied voice is here for you. That's a mood, honestly. I actually just got through a really, really dark portion of my life, which I'm very happy to be out of. So I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. Until very recently, like the past 6 months, where oof, they were rough. Pretty much like a Murphy's Law kind of situation happened with my life for a solid 6 months. Just everything that could go wrong was going wrong for 6 months. But you know, things are starting to look up. So know that whatever you're going through, it will likely get better. I can't say that it will get better. It might not. I hope for your sake that it does, and I think it probably will. That's not a guarantee, but I like to be a realist about those situations. I don't like it when you're going through something and everyone's just like, "Oh, it's gonna get better." Like, no, maybe it won't, and that's a valid concern. And I think to invalidate that feeling is counterproductive. Absolutely, no. My mental health has been doing jump ropes lately. Yeah, I've been there. Trust me, I have been there. Not recently, luckily. Even in the I went real low too. I went real low over the past 6 months, but didn't quite get to that point again. Not since I think I was 16. Was I 16 or 17? It's one of those things like you feel like you're never gonna forget, and then just like years go by, and like eventually you do start forgetting. Like I used to have the last. Also, trigger warning for anyone listening. But I used to remember the last day I self-mutilated by heart, and now I don't, because it's been that long, and it feels really good that it's been so long that I don't remember when it was. And I hope the same thing happens for quitting cigarettes, because right now it's February 6th, 2022. Bunny and Corrupts a lot. That's fucking awesome, dude. And I'm glad that you found a space where you can feel comfortable and you can have that positivity. Okay, and honestly, I think that's one of the coolest things about Twitch. Oh my god, I just rolled a bracelet over my new tattoo. Oh, that hurt. Fuck yeah. We stay on that shit. I'm glad you found this space. That's one of the things I love about Twitch the most, I think. Is like, and it's something that I've learned and something I keep telling people is like, you can really never underestimate the amount of people on the internet that are into the same shit you are. And the same thing is true when it comes to your mental health issues and the things that you're going through. There are people that have been there. There are people, you know, who have been through what you're through and want to help you get through what you're through. And I think that's one of the coolest things about Twitch, personally.
Community.
Pretty much.
I just came in. I'm sorry.
I realized there was no BRB screen, so eventually I just started talking to chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I had to go. I had been drinking a lot of cold brew, and next thing I knew, I was doing a dance.
You had a cold brew this whole time. I'm so glad I went to the bathroom earlier, mind you. It was like an hour into the stream where I first like realized like, oh, I'm about to shit myself. Like I should really go to the bathroom. I don't want to interrupt. I think it's almost over. Oh, so I can just wait till it's over.
Never.
It's like 3 hours ago.
Hello, Moscow.
Can you imagine I'm still just like sitting there? It's like,
You're
oh,
like,
shit.
Bunny, shut the fuck up. I have to pee.
Oh no, I
Oh,
was straight up about to shit myself.
oh no.
Oh yeah, I was about to be Bobby Lee on Hot Ones.
Oh my goodness. I'm fucking dead. No, you were telling me about the camp child. Camp child. I think. Yes. Sorry, I just suddenly had to go and it was so bad and I was like, okay, I don't want to interrupt the story. And I was like,
Right,
but
like that
now I
moment
have
where your
to.
body's just like, no, right now.
It's like we cannot. This cannot wait. Oof.
Yeah, like that moment where your body's just like, oh, it's now or never, motherfucker.
Like actually, Bunny, I'm gonna need you to go right now. Either way, you can go there or you can go here. Make your decision. Choose your character.
I'm dead.
Oh shit. Man, we've covered a lot of topics. We've got a lot of. It is absolutely
lot
just
of
like you
topics.
said. It's like put two people with severe ADHD in a room. Just
We covered pretty much everything.
yeah.
Covered a
We've-
bunch of plugs, covered personal lives, covered fucking the spooky stuff. We did cover the content that we came here to cover.
Yeah.
With
We did.
for
We
what it's
nailed
worth.
it.
We both told at least one story that was spooky. And there was a point during this podcast where I was so spooked out that I had to like stand up and take a lap around the living room
That's
and like
hey,
close all the creepypasta. So like there was
Hey.
spookiness was achieved.
we achieved max spooky.
I don't know about max spooky, but I'm satisfied with the level of spooky we got to.
An
I don't think we
appropriate
need
amount
max
of
spooky.
spooky.
Because you know what I think max spooky is? I don't know if you're familiar. I assume obviously everyone knows what a haunted house is.
Yes.
But have you heard of the extreme haunted houses?
No.
These are places in which you basically sign a waiver saying that you can be tortured. There's this one dude, I don't know exactly where he's at. He's somewhere in like the deep south.
What the fuck?
Dude, literally Google extreme haunted houses, and you'll find these things. And like, there's this one dude who like, he has like a huge video on his website about it, and he basically in the waiver for his haunted house, like you sign away your right to life. Like you sign a piece of paper that says if he kills you, he's not liable.
The fuck do you mean? No.
And like in the video, like in his promotional video for his shit, his kids are in the video, and his kids are like, yeah, we're pretty sure our dad just likes torturing people.
So he's like,
Like-
I'm gonna monetize being a fucking murderer.
Basically, yeah. To my
That can't
knowledge,
be legal.
mind you, I haven't looked into this in a few years, and last time I looked at it, he hadn't killed anybody. But in his waiver it does say death in his waiver.
I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Dude, people have like that have like written testimonies about this dude. I wish I could think of the name of this guy. It's been many years since I've looked into this. But the testimonies, like people who have like been to it, are just like, it was the worst fucking mistake of my life going there. Don't fucking go there. He literally just tortures you for a few hours. No, like one dude
What?
said like the dude like pulled a bunch of his teeth out. Another dude like broke his arm. Like,
What?
yeah, shit's crazy.
McCamey Manor.
Yep, I believe that's it. That sounds familiar.
So
Yep,
there
this
was.
is it.
This is. The haunt
Wait, is
community
this
does
a-
not consider the manor a part of traditional Halloween horror houses.
Yep, this is one where you need a physical and a doctor's letter.
Jesus. Wait, there's more than one location? Hold on.
Wait, there is? Last time I looked into
I
this, there was
think
not.
I may have just misread that.
Oh my god, there
I'm
is.
pulling it
No,
up
there
on
is.
my phone to confirm.
Holy shit, no, there was only one last time I looked at. I haven't looked into this in a few years.
Okay, so
Holy shit, I can't believe this blew up. Yep, that's the guy. I just looked at the contact page. That's the guy. Yeah, if you look at their contact page, that girl that's bleeding, that's her blood. That's not fake.
I
Like, any blood you see in those, like, photos, that's all real.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, they really make you feel like they're gonna kill you.
There's a bunch of there's more than it looks like there's location hours.
Holy shit, dude. This is blown up in the past few years. This is a lot bigger than the
Yeah.
last time I looked at it.
That's disgusting. What the fuck? People, what the fuck? Is his name John?
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
No, his name is Russ.
Oh
Almost had him. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this is an actual place with it looks like 3 different locations. Somebody's fingers were pulled off. Oh my god. I gotta click out of that. That's gonna make me
yeah, dude. Shit's fucked.
upset. Whew. Chat,
Yeah,
if
it's
you
like,
happen
dude,
to look
like-
this up, be warned. It is some.
It's on another level. It's not
It's-
your, like, bread and butter haunt.
This is not like. Oh my goodness. It reminds me of that movie Hostel. Do you remember those movies? I think I only saw one because I got really grossed out by it. Like the whole
No, I
idea
don't
that
think
like
so.
they went to a hostel and then it turned out to be just a trap to get them, so that way people could bid on how they're tortured on.
Heard of that one.
It's I don't even know. It's incredibly spooky. But yeah, we've covered a lot of spooky shit. A lot of terrifying things. That was just a little add-on, little cherry on top of the spooky cake. Because cake is spooky, obviously. It's not
Right.
like a pie. But yeah. I usually, towards the end of these chats, I like to kind of like circle back and talk about new projects that you've got coming up, or any specific things you want to shout out. For anybody in chat who hasn't already followed Faulty and Salty, why the fuck
That's
not?
me. Whoa, that's me.
Why not?
I had a charity event coming up, but that one don't anymore because I postponed it. I had this
That's
idea,
fair.
right? And I still want to do it at some point, so I'm gonna plug it now, even though I don't have any date set for it. I had this idea, and the idea was, what if I streamed nonstop for 30 days and did it for charity?
How would that work?
Unfortunately, well, I mean, I would sleep at night. Trust me, I had a bunch of plans for this. I actually had a full Discord I have a full Discord for it, which will hold a bunch of documents related to it. And it's still something I'm considering doing in the future, but with my current living situation, something that's not viable. Something that's technically speaking possible, but like would not go well here where I am now. No, just come check me out on Twitch, dude. That's what I do. I am a full-time streamer. I Twitch to make money. And yeah,
Throw them biddies. We know they are equal money now.
Right. My Goku needs cat food, and I'm broke. So throw money at me.
For the charity
That's
thing.
literally.
For the charity thing, you're in the Shadow Guild, right?
Yeah.
Because I know we were talking about trying to set up a charity thing, kind of like a raid train, but for the same charity. So it'd be like a schedule where someone starts out, and then when they're finishing up their section, they raid to the next person in the
Right.
list, and then they go through,
Oh,
but it's
yeah.
all going to the same charity pool.
Yeah, I had a similar idea when I realized that I couldn't do it by myself. I was gonna have one person streaming at all times for the 30 days.
We'll get together on
But
it.
it's
might be able to help with that.
yeah, it's kind of, unfortunately, due to my personal life, it's kind of I mean, I literally just moved cross country
You really did.
unexpectedly. Mind you.
You did it like a boss, though.
Yeah, kind of 100% in a situation where I'm just kind of letting the universe take me and seeing what happens, and that's how I ended up in Billings, Montana. Actually, I don't mind it here. It's
I know
super
someone
cheap.
who lives there. Who do I know that lives there?
I got like probably $400 worth of groceries today for like $130. So
Nice.
cheap.
Sorry, I'm eating tart, children. That's a really good deal. I'm bad at math. But yeah, please check out Faulty and Salty. Does a
play
lot of
video
Dead by Daylight. And do you still do the Dead by Daylight coaching
Yeah,
sessions?
yeah. If you want to learn how to get better at the game, or just learn how to play the game, go ahead and come through.
I still have not played Dead by Daylight because I'm a puss.
I mean, honestly, I think that you should play it because people who are scared of the game experience the game a lot differently than people who play it regularly, and it's a lot, but it's a different experience. Like when you first start playing Dead by Daylight, it is a horror game. Like you've got people chasing you, and especially if you have a chase phobia, it will spook the shit out of you. I have like 2,200 hours on the game. I don't remember actually no. The last time I got scared at the game was when Sadako came out. When they brought in the girl from the ring, that shit fucked with me.
I remember I saw you.
That shit
You were
fucked with me hard.
twitching the day it came out. Twitching, featuring gaming.
Yeah, no, like
on a
that was
Twitch
one of the
stream.
few times because like they did such a good job with her, and they made her so fucking creepy, and they made her a jump scare killer. But also just like the girl from the ring already spooked me. Why did my Steam just launch?
Because it could
Steam
hear
just
you.
launched for like no reason. It's
It
like,
could
oh, we're
hear
playing Dead by
you.
Daylight.
It could sense.
My computer just assumes that I'm launching Dead by Daylight at all times. Which reasonable,
That's fair and reasonable.
right?
Oh my goodness. So yeah, chat, please be sure to check out Faulty. Excellent stuff. And I'm sure once you have more information about future stuff that's different than normal content, you will probably let your chat know. So the best way for people to find out is just follow. Just follow.
Come through. Hang out.
Just
Thanks for
come through,
having me,
hang
by the
out.
way. This was fun.
No, thank you for taking the time, because I know I immediately was just like, hey, what are you doing Saturday?
But also, like, that's like
out.
how I operate as a person. Is like, I need to know. I need like 3 days notice about something, and then I need to be reminded day of. Like, those are my two things that I need to operate as a human being. Is if I know in advance that like soon in advance that it's, because if it's too far in advance, I'm gonna forget about it.
That's reasonable.
I don't plan my life out usually past like a week from now. I do right now because of my current living situation. Like I need to plan out further than a week, but for the most part, I kind of just take life one day at a time.
I mean, I think every day I try to schedule stuff out pretty advanced, just so I can have like a kind of idea of how to, like, especially with Spooky Saturday. Season 1, I came up with the idea for this whole idea, like talking spooky with people and then plugging in their content and charity. Like, I came up with it on January 6th, and the first episode was January 15th.
Fuck yeah.
Like, it was like I had never like done an actual
You were just
like.
Fuck it, this is what I was gonna do from now on.
Like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it. It was like, because I had been talking about a podcast for years. I'm like, I should do a podcast. I don't know what I'd actually do because I have like I have ADHD and my brain for real will not stay on a topic if I am left to my own
Absolutely.
devices.
Well, see, I tried to make a podcast almost about a year ago, probably longer than a year ago. But I was also playing video games at the same time while talking about really serious topics, and like it kind of worked for the one episode that we did it. But like, I was so mentally and physically drained by the end. I was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again. Like, I'll do podcasts. I'll do normal, just like talking to each other, conversation podcasts. I'm not doing a podcast where I'm also playing a video game.
Yeah, that seems like a lot.
Right? Because like streaming is one thing. Like I can stream and play video games. I can talk to chat and play video games. Whatever. Who cares? I can't have a full-on political discussion about the current situation revolving the LGBT community while playing Slime Rancher. I just can't. I can do one or the other.
The ranch will not thrive. The ranch won't thrive, guys. We gotta separate it out.
You want my ranch to just go to hell like that? It's fucked up.
That's selfish, is what it is. No. So I had the idea to start a podcast, and I don't know fuck all about podcasts. So I was like, oh, I'll just do it on Twitch. What's the
Yeah, fuck it.
can't be that hard. Can't be that hard to do Twitch stuff. Why not?
It's really not. It's a lot of work. That's the thing. That's what I tell people like when they're getting into streaming. It's like it's not hard to be a streamer, but like there is a lot of back end. Like there's a lot of homework you need to do as a streamer.
Yeah. So
And
I
I'm not
was
good at doing that
fortunate.
homework.
Zombified potato, for real. I was like, I don't know what to do, but I want to do the thing. Can you please just make it be a thing? He was like, okay, and he set me up. And I've had, a lot of support from my friends here on Twitch through the Shadow Guild. Just, on the internet generally, everyone's been very supportive of me doing not only this, but like also with gameplay stuff. So I'm kind of like,
Yeah, dude. I think that's one of the funny things too about being a streamer is until you like hit really big, until you get really big, even once you're at like 100 viewers, even sitting at 100 viewers, you're still only streaming to your friends.
Yeah.
Because that's what Twitch is. Even the people who come in who were randos are now my friends. Like right after this, I'm gonna go play Fortnite with a dude that I met because he came into my chat one day because he was just scrolling through Dead by Daylight, and now I'm gonna play Fortnite with him because he's my friend now. Like
that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
like that's the thing about like Twitch and like building your community is like you realize that like when you say the word community, people just think that like, oh, you're a group of watchers, and it's like no, you start interacting with these
we as
people and you start
friends.
becoming friends. Yeah, like that's like there was this one person, I love her to pieces. This girl, Deadly. She comes into my chat one day. I was streaming Dead by Daylight, just on, I think it was on Killer. I can't remember. Not important. She comes into my chat. First message she drops is just like, here's your positivity for the day, and just drop something like super cute on me. Like just like drop something like super wholesome and cute, and like I was already in like a good mood, so like it hit me, and I was just like, oh, that's so fucking sweet. What the fuck? I was like, where did you come from? Like, I'm just making the rounds on Twitch. This is what I do. And I was like, this is just what you do. You just go around spreading happiness and joy. Can we keep you? Can you stay? We'd love to have you. And now I hang out with them. Fucking lovely.
That's fucking amazing. I love it.
Like, got their face reveal the other day. Like, I think that's another weird thing about Twitch, though, is face reveals.
Oh, I mean,
like, I don't think they're weird as in like bad weird. I think it's like a cool thing. But like, it is kind of weird. Like, people get really hyped for face reveals. I never got to have a face reveal because I started streaming with Cam, so I didn't get to do a face reveal. Because I think face reveals are cool as fuck and they're fun.
I mean, I've had photos of me up, so I feel like I just assume that everybody knows what I look like.
Right. I know vaguely what you look like. I remember because I remember you used to have your profile picture as your picture, so like I kind of remember what you looked like. Now I'm gonna forever picture you as a bear in a bunny suit, though.
Yeah. Like, or if you're feeling dapper, you can, let me pull it up. I'll show you the cute little one that Tabby made me. Or I will as soon as I can fucking find it.
Oh, jeez.
I cannot. Apparently I'm dumb.
Which is 100% accurate. Exactly, yeah. Like, they are just a bear in a bunny suit.
Yeah.
Partnered confirmed.
Hey, look, there I am.
Nice.
I'm a sleuth.
That's funny as hell. I didn't even fucking know that you guys knew Tabby. That's so funny. Twitch is such a weird place. Twitch is such a weird place.
Is such
like, I remember one day I popped into Bears chat and the two of you were just chilling in there, and I was like, "You guys hang out in Bears chat?"
Like, I actually exist everywhere at the same time.
Right, and then like I remember when that happened. Like Zombie Potato was like, "Yeah, you're the new one here in this situation."
Like,
I was like, "Yeah, we've been here."
We had a whole discussion of like, yeah, I'm actually just a series of bears in a trench coat. It was a whole thing. We are everywhere. Yes, confirmed. But what the fuck was I talking about?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, scheduling.
I think we had started to do an outro like 3 different times.
Yeah, and then I got into scheduling thing. Like, I know, like, after tonight's episode, we've got 2 more episodes of season 1 for Spooky Saturdays. And then we're gonna take a little hiatus and then start back up sometime in August. But I'm saying this so that way you know. After, like, when we start back up, I'm gonna just sort of drag you into another episode.
Or dude, literally just hit me up whenever, and like we'll try to actually tell spooky stories.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're gonna.
Remember when you told me this podcast was gonna be like an hour and a half to 2 hours?
Pepperidge Farm remembers. I was like, yeah,
almost 6 hours deep.
This is the longest episode, but also we covered a lot of ground and we had a fun time. That's the point.
I don't know how to shut up. It's literally just because I don't know how to stop
This is the problem. We're both like this. We're
you know
both
what? I bet
like
you, I'm gonna call you out over something, and I apologize if this is a personal attack. You're the type of person that doesn't know how to hang up the phone, aren't you?
I absolutely am. That's why I fucking text.
I am also a person that doesn't know how to hang up the phone.
Like, you have to be like, all right, bye.
Conversation, like, I don't know how to get out of it. Like, if someone locks me into a conversation, like, I cannot leave the conversation until the other person gives me permission to like stops locking me into the conversation.
Okay, well, let's do this.
That being said, that is not what's happening here. I'm having a great time.
Yeah. If left to our own devices, then we're gonna be here for another 3 hours. So let's I know Dead by Daylight. I was also talking about scheduling. I know I've got that project with some of the usual suspects where I'm trying to organize everyone into gaming stuff. I think I also included you on that one too, because Dead by Daylight was one of the games. But that's on Spooky Court. That's somewhere in there.
Okay, cool. I was like, yes, this is a thing I totally remember.
Yeah, for sure. We absolutely remember all of it. We were there. We seen it. But yeah, thank you so much for... Here, I'll move screens so that way I know. That way I can stop.
I'll figure it out.
What's happening? Why am I getting messages? Oh my god, biddies!
Like, if you need to get me somewhere, just literally DM me and I'll fucking be there.
Absolutely, I love this. Let's make this...
Oh, that's a different Tabby than I was thinking of.
Oh.
There's a person with a very similar name, but they use BI and not... Oh, I'm thinking Tabby Cat, not Tabby Meow.
I also know Tabby Cat. What's happening here?
The girl with the VTuber that has all the tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See? I am still everywhere. You thought you could trick me, but I'm here the whole time.
But are you in this streamer named Bunny Bears chat?
If not, what are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing with your life?
What are you even fucking doing? Oh man. I, again, fully appreciate you chilling today, having the great conversations with us.
I appreciate you having me.
Let's I know after all the definitely this, we've covered a lot, but after all those spooky things, I'm gonna for sure sleep like a baby bear tonight.
No, I won't at all. I already sleep terribly. Like, and in a good scenario, I sleep terribly, and right now I'm sleeping on a couch and just poisoned my mind with a bunch of spooky. So
listen,
I'll be up watching Naruto.
That's why I play Phasmophobia before I go to sleep, because I get tuckered out and I'm like, wow, that was scary, and then the adrenaline wears off. I'm like, nah.
Palate cleanser.
Yeah, a little bit of murder to cleanse your palate, get you tuckered out.
I'm
Oh,
dead. No, I beat
okay.
you.
Who are we gonna raid? Because let me check who's on the internet. Who is even on the internet? Who is even here? What
We
is
should
going
fuck
on?
around and go to that charity stream I was talking about.
Yes,
I even redeemed the thing. Now you gotta.
you gotta. Okay. So
I don't know if you remember Ty. She was
I feel like
another Stream Team Dream Team alum.
I feel like I do, but I'm also fully aware that I am beautiful today and not smart. So today is for sure a pretty day, and it's okay.
Fuck yeah.
It's the law. Yes, it is the law. That is correct. Wait, that's not how I raid. The fuck am I doing? But yeah, internet, please show Tay some love. We'll see you for another spooky Saturday next Saturday. Don't think I'm streaming between now and Wednesday. We're gonna do some more For the King with the baddies. Again, if you have not followed Faulty, please do yourself the kindness. Treat yourself for that follow. And let's get a raid thing going. Let's see if I actually know what I'm doing. I might. I might know shit. Okay. And I hope you have all a spooky time. And
Have a
love you.
wonderful day, y'all.
You can see me waving. Who are we rating? Hey Tay. Yeah, we're going to we're going. What is Tay even playing right now? They're doing the charity thing.
Um, currently playing golf with your friends. Doing the charity stream.
We
Just Cystic
love golf.
Fibrosis. Fucking love golf.
Let's get some golf going down. Let's do it. All right. I love you guys. And again, thank you so much, Rhea, for chilling, kicking it,
Yeah.
having all sorts of sports. Ugh, cannot talk today. It's gone. Brain bad. Have a spooky time.